real quick, back to teams in order of OS. We have Team Chaos Pro. We have PBS and C88. These are the top teams, and PBS is in the lower bracket. The other three are in the upper bracket. But these are kind of the four, I would say, main contenders from what we've seen. Then we have Rat, which is in the lower bracket. They're awaiting results from Group 1. We have Big Naturals, who didn't make it through qualifiers, but shout out to our boys from Straight, who, you know, did some games and did their best effort. We have Dominicatus, who made it through group stages, actually DME, and they finished 7th, 8th. That was the last match of yesterday. And then we have Team Nut, who are a little bit of a dark horse, but in what's pretty awesome, they don't have any old players. They're all much more kind of new players. So it's cool, and they've taken some great games off of they took a game off. They took games off PBS. I think
PBS,
yeah, and so they're
and also Pro also reported some struggles as well against them, but managed to squeeze out the win. But
yeah,
was pretty close.
It's awesome. Then we have P1, who didn't quite make it through qualifiers, but they had some good games. We had Geothermal Power, who actually made it through qualifiers and unfortunately couldn't field a whole team just because of scheduling issues for the actual group stages. So they were sort of a fan favorite, Meow Thug Walking. Unfortunately, they had to auto forfeit all their games, and they were in Group B, but hopefully they can field the team next season, which would be great. And last, we have Anonymous, who also were unable to make it out of qualifiers, but they had some good games as well. So just want to say thank you to all the teams that participated and all the teams that are still in. It's always great to, you know, have all these teams, have all these players, have great games to cast, and just kind of enjoy it. I am Volshock. I am joined by LSR. I forgot to reintroduce you, LSR. I am so sorry.
It's fine.
Yeah. How are we doing? If you had to just take a stab in the dark, what do you think the grand finals are going to be? What two teams?
Well, Team Chaos is looking good, and I think due to the way it works, we will be probably joined by Pro or APM. PBS isn't looking that sharp. Maybe Nut will even knock them out first to take the fourth.
That's spicy. That's a spicy take. Okay.
Yeah, so they will have a little like a revenge. So maybe PBS, you know, gathers themselves together and are able, but you know that's going to be a pretty close match for the what I would assume is almost fourth place, if I can remember correctly. Yeah.
Yeah, and no, I think you're right. It would be for fourth place. So for today, we have TC versus Nut, which is right here. Then we have Pro versus APM. We've got Geo versus Rat, and we have Geo versus Rat already happened because Geo forfeits. DME versus PBS already happened. So the loser of TC Nut will play PBS, and then the loser of Pro versus APM will play Rat. So LDM is going to cover the other games for TC versus Nut. So if you want to watch the German stack, or if you want to watch Team Chaos, feel free to hop over to his channel, and we are going to cover Pro versus APM. I think this is an incredibly close matchup, right? Between these two teams, who are you feeling between Pro and APM?
Well, with Randy back in the town, I think I would like to see what's the cooking. Maybe he gets the team spirits. They dropped the game versus Nut, so maybe they're not doing that well because without their main guy and a cooker, right? So
yeah.
I assume they would do good, and then I think it's gonna be pretty close. Let's see what their plans are. I mean, this is the time where you probably just do not hold any strategies back, right? Because it's the last day. Like, even if somebody knows their strats, they cannot adapt in such a short notice. It's not a week, it's not a day,
Yeah.
All cards on table, I think, especially in the top bracket, right? Because, getting one win is nice. So you shouldn't hold any strategies any longer. So I think we're gonna see the peak performance of each team, preferably, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you're right. And these are these are such strong teams. It's crazy. You can just see their stats up on display. I mean, these are players that multiple players who have been quote unquote bar Jesuses, which means they've hit 60 OS. And yeah, it's going to be close. The real question is, do you think there's going to be some strong map preferences for this?
Well, I don't know. It's been weird with the maps. We've seen like sometimes Barrier Reef and.
Can you? Oh, never mind. Panda's here. Sorry, I was like,
yeah, Panda.
Hello, Panda. Sorry, I can throw you back up. So yeah, I mean, we're waiting for players to fill the lobby, but we are now joined by Sad Panda. I can pop you back in. Look at how sad you are, Panda. Very sad.
What a beautiful there. Is the volume okay?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're good.
Sounds good to me, yeah.
I'm sure if not, we'll get a few complaints. Apologies. I'll have to fix that in real time. Yeah, so we were talking about Pro versus C88 B2F, and kind of wondering in terms of maps. I think LSR was in the middle of potentially saying something, but I think we can start Bands of Pixoons. My real question is, do you think there's any maps that Pro wants to, or do you think there's any maps that teams want to kind of favor for this?
I definitely think that they do, but it's hard to tell because it definitely depends on what strategies they've been cooking in private scrims and like by themselves, and
Right.
it's not really possible for us to know until they actually play them. I'm pretty sure, 100% sure that teams have been hiding some strategies. They have some spicy builds cooked up, so maybe we'll have a better idea in picks and bans. Because I think since both of these teams are tournament favorites, I think it's safe to say that they'll have to bring out some serious strategies if they want to win this one.
Yeah, this could definitely be a preamble for the grant, or for one of the teams in the finals for sure. I think both these teams kind of are planning to go deep. If you guys aren't familiar, Pro made it. They were in the grand finals and they lost 1-3 because the grand finals are a BO5. But they had some great games, and a lot of those games were really kind of close and back and forth. My question is,
we've been seeing Pro, for example, pulling out the Barrier Reef in game one. I think if they were, maybe it was the PBS. I don't know for sure actually, because PBS is the lower seed. So, but they allowed it.
Yeah, Barrier Reef has actually had a ton of picks, which I didn't even realize.
Yeah, both. The rock jungle.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of that was from yesterday. I feel like a lot of teams ended up taking it, and we ended up seeing a lot of puffins. Too many, possibly too many puffins.
Dude, the game with Hellshound where he sniped like 2 radars, like 11 mexes or something. I was like, okay, this is ridiculous. So we see a ban on the rock jungle, which still has yet to have a single game on it.
I don't think we have seen Rosetta on the stream, but it was played once yesterday.
It's actually been played quite a bit. It's had I think 5 or 6 games. I'd have to look at the stats. It has been played 7 times.
Basin and Tabula is the mainstays, to be fair.
All right. And what do we have now?
Is looking like one of those curse maps.
Yeah,
it's never gonna stay.
Maybe a little cursed.
Yeah, okay, I don't think there's not a single rock jungle game. Right?
Barrier Reef.
Rosetta, yeah, and then Barrier Reef. You double click it. All right. So Barrier Reef, perfect. So bans on the Rock Jungle, bans on Center Command, bans on Rosetta, bans on Barrier Reef. So I think they saw the Barrier Reef play from Pro and they're like, I don't think we really want to mess with this, right? Just because Pro actually has some pretty good swimmers. And yep. And then Rosetta, I actually feel like Pro is a relatively strong Rosetta team, but I also understand not wanting to play like Chisato, Austin, and Zhao on Rosetta. You know, I feel like that's kind of their home of just let's pork, let's sit back in macro, and let's have an Aphis race. So
Yeah, I mean, the Team CD8 is kind of Chisato and Austin were both on the team that beat Pro last time on Rosetta in the grand finals. So maybe there's a little bit of that still left over there.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I think, well, Pro has a lot of, granted, I mean, it's funny for me to say, like, Pro has a lot of kind of stronger 1v1 players. But obviously, you know, all these players can play at an incredibly high level in 5v5s and team games. But I also think that they probably benefit from maps where they can really leverage sort of that 1v1 skill set and that 1v1 kind of, you know, idea roam.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I think that's quite correct. I think like a trait of like the Procon in general is I think they're all above 50 OS in 1v1, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe High Gain isn't. But I know aside from them, they're all very, very, very strong 1v1 players. More so than any other group, I guess.
Yeah, I think like X Factor I know is above 50, Randy's above 50. Sash has been above 50. I don't know if he is right now. I know Autopilot has been almost 60 before. So yeah, I guess we'll see.
We have the
first pick
is Charlie, yeah.
Ooh, so this map actually has not been picked that much. I think it only has like 2 or 3 picks and super technical map. So I'm actually kind of excited for it. And we see a glitters. Oh no. All right. Well, the glitters game might get a little degenerate. Oh my god.
Well, the glitters do favor, but I think both teams picked the correct maps. I mean, Charlie, we played with a pro like way back, I think, in meme tournament. It's you know, there's a lot of reclaim. It's quite. You have to do precise actions. You have to grab the reclaim. You have to expand to the corners. You have to get on the hill. You have to push the middle because who controls the middle like wins the game usually because the advantages and you know all the glitters is more. In that sense, kind of free form. You have to obviously get the mexes in a correct order, but it's more of a expanding and raiding game. You know, the map is so big that there's a lot of things to do, and generally you would like play macro style. You defend more, which benefits APM. I would say a little bit more.
I also think that they're doing this because they've seen Pro play on ADG at least once, if I remember correctly, and I think. It seems like they're basing this around how they think Pro played on it.
I don't think that much. I think it's just they're strong on ATG. I mean, I've seen Zhao and Austin always like do the.
That's true.
That's a map that, for example, benefits a lot from taking a transport and dropping nanos to upgrade your T2 mexes because the game actually closes out once you have like 20 plus T2 mexes and you control the middle. Yeah, we did see Randy like try like for a calm drop, I think, getting stranded on a hill in qualifiers, right?
That was also kind of a weird one because Randy didn't spawn backline. Do you remember that? Pro did a 5 front as opposed to like a 4 front 1 back, and it was kind of a weird. It was a little bit of a weird game.
Right, they co-opted 1 lab, I think, if I remember correctly. Like Randy spawned beside a X Factor or something.
Right. All right, and we see a ban on Hellas. So Pro is going to ban Hellas, and C88 is going to ban Tabula. Interesting.
I was saying Hellas was pretty good for Pro. I mean, that was like really played map like a lot. I guess they are a little bit scared of the macro potential, so.
I mean, it's also been historically a good map for Jasada and Austin's team. I feel like I don't know how much to like think of this Team C88 as kind of a successor team to a team
Please don't ban cheap. DBS, yeah.
Yeah, don't ban cheap. Because I feel like they have some similarities, but they are different in other ways. So, but I'm still thinking, well, those guys were strong on Hellas and won a lot of games on it. Maybe some kind of leftover association there.
I could see that. I could see that where they don't want to. They just don't really want to play with it. I mean, well, yeah, we'll see. So leftover maps are Delta Siege Dry, Feast of Hades, and Salt Reef. What do we think? If you're pro, what do you not? Because you're going to give them the option of the last two. So you're either going to give them two of those three to pick from.
I think they're actually thinking about those maps. A lot of them are kind of similar in some ways.
Salt Reef is the biggest map, and we did see Pro do pretty well.
Reef is quite big, but none of those maps have like crazy reclaim or crazy resources or terrain.
Yeah.
Like Factor chooses to ban the DSD.
Seem a bit standard. Oh.
DSD. Okay, so DSD ban, which means we're gonna see what do they want? Salt or feast?
Yeah, salt or feast.
So I feel like this is gonna sound funny. I feel like feast is gonna be a comfort pick for a lot of pro players if they let it through, because you play so many 1v1s are played on it. It was in the last BPL map pool. So
Shadi comes in with the Salt Reef. Actually, I don't think I've seen Feast of Hades match. I don't remember, at least.
We saw one. It was DME versus
P1.
Yeah, DME versus P1. Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably is. Yeah, but yesterday I definitely didn't see. I don't think so.
Yeah. I don't think it hasn't been picked. It really hasn't been picked that much. So pro X Factor, High Gain, Randy, Sash, Florio, Autopilot, and Elmer Fudd, and C88 is Austin, Zhao, Kuchi, Shadi, Chisato, Neza, and Quacker. In terms of teams that are actually, or players that are actually playing today, so pro has X Factor, Randy, Autopilot, High Gain, and Sash. So that means that Florio and Elmer Fudd are not in the mix for today, and then, or at least for this first game. And then for C88 we have Austin, Kuchi, Chisato, and Shadi. We only have 4 people in the lobby. Zhao is their 5th. He is en route, is what we were told. We've got 9 players. We're just waiting for the 10th. But first game on Charlie in the Hills is, I think, going to be interesting. I think this is considered one of the most technical maps in the pool, right, LSR? We talked about this and I want to say Command Center Command as both being very kind of technical maps, right? Are there any other maps that are quite as technical as it? Maybe Barrier? I don't feel like Barrier is that.
Jungle.
Oh, that's
right. I don't know. That's generally because it's unexplored. I feel that I would default to saying it would be technical because there's a lot of potential. But yeah, I'm not really sure.
No, that's true. Yeah, maybe it is. I think so. Charlie, we've seen a lot of sort of different concepts for what people want to do. I think we've definitely seen, traditionally in these high ground plateaus that I'm circling here, there'll be an air start, but we have seen some teams like Nut completely ignored that high ground spawn. They didn't do air, they didn't do the mexes there, and instead they just spawned 5 in the front here, and then they had a big push, like a really strong push, and I think they almost won that game. That was like a super tense game. I think they're playing. Who are they playing? They're playing Please Ban Sheep, and it came out to like 1 con versus 1 con. There were a bunch of crazy com trades. Stardom almost died. Raiko's base that was like on the right over here basically died. So it's going to be interesting to see if both teams want to do kind of that high ground air start, or if they want to do that. And then the other thing that we've really seen a lot of is the plays around the pond where you want to go, either early seaplanes, early amphibious. There's kind of a lot of variability there. And there are also the geos. They're kind of hard to see on the map. They're like here, basically.
Yeah.
So you can see early T2. I think probably my favorite thing that I've seen so far on this map was 8D was air. And he's done this a couple times. He actually flies an aircon down here, and then he proxy bot labs, and then he'll send like grunts and other thing into the back line. And so it's definitely super enjoyable to watch, in my opinion, that you kind of have these. We haven't seen that many games on it, right? There's only been 2 games. That's what this little green check mark is. So only 2 games on it so far in the entire tournament. LSR, how important do you think the reclaim is? I mean, there's 3,000 metal, right? So it feels like it should be pretty important, but I think a lot of it's hard to get to, right?
Well, you could always do aircon. So, I mean, if you get the free aircon, just scooping up everything, then it's pretty nice. I would usually expect even some fighter fights or the reclaim on the side. Obviously, you can open vehicle, and the beaver could also go in the water and just collect all the metal on that one side. But the other sides is pretty reachable by resbots. I think the only thing is you have to cross as well. There's this pond on the very side, blocked with a small pond. No, the other side.
Oh yeah, these. I'd forgotten about
Yeah,
these. Yeah. I do remember there is a bunch of reclaim kind of in this area right here. And there was a hilarious, I think it was a scrim, it wasn't in the tournament, but Chisato calm walked here to like try to get to it. And there was an urchin, and his like calm in the process of turning around couldn't escape or dodge and just died to it, which I found incredibly hilarious. But yeah, I mean, if you guys look, right, there's 3,000 metal for reclaim here, and that's a ton. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm curious because Pro picked this, right? So you kind of have to feel like they have some sort of prepared strat. But I believe we are actually in the game, so we can stop yapping about the map and actually watch the map being played. So I think that's it's gonna be hype.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they have cooked up. I mean, like you said, contesting the reclaim is important, but I think it all depends on how aggressive teams want to be in the early stages, because spending your resources to make things like aircons and beavers and focusing on getting all the reclaim does net you an eco lead. But if you're against a team that's just looking to spend all the starting metal you have as soon as possible and investing it on some interesting co-op strategy that has a lot of early aggression, you might end up getting caught off guard. So let's see what they're up to with their swans.
Yeah, so it looks like Sash and Shoddy are going to be our air players. Frontline is going to be Otto, X, Randy, and Highgain. And we see some complaints about the map. Zhao says it's his first time on this map. That is actually a lie, because I've seen him scrim on this map before, but I can't trust him. Can't trust him.
It's like somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. A little bit grumpy.
a little grumpy, yeah. Had to pull out of bed or roll out of bed for this. So
in the morning, 7:30, goes into a bar tournament.
It was like, what's going on? All right, so I mean, Kuchi, I feel like Kuchi is known kind of for a lot of those co-op things. So I feel like maybe we're going to see the Zhao, Austin, each pushing a lane, and then some sort of really early co-op T2. I would also say, knowing Shoddy, he loves to try to comp bomb on this map, but I think that he might have to fight against his base instincts, because Pro knows that I mean, it's Shoddy, right? He loves to comp bomb. So I think they'll probably expect it, but I guess we'll see. Pro with the good manners, Shoddy with the response. I think Sash was late. All right, and Kuchi immediately gives his commander to Chisato. Okay, I'm not 100% sure about this. He does still have this one Mex though, which may actually have been a mistake because he has no E generation. So until he gets some shared, once he runs out of his base E, that won't mine. But let's see. We have Shadi and back is Arm, not Core. Interesting. So we won't see Shuris and we could be blessed by Arm Bombers, everyone's favorite unit in the game. We've got Zhao as Arm. We've got double Chisatos with no Kuchi.
Is Austin even core?
Is Austin is not Core, dude. These
No,
guys are.
he's-
So they don't have a core player at all.
Oh, they're just an all-arm team.
They're an
Interesting.
all-arm team. Racist. No, I'm kidding. And then on the other side, we've got Autopilot as Core Bots, X Factor as Arm Bots, Randy as an Arm Battery, High Gain as Arm Bots, and Sash as Core Air. So I'm curious if the fact that there's no core on that other team is going to be an issue, or maybe they just feel like it won't go late, so they want to
Well,
take
I
all
already
in.
love what Chisato is doing. That reminds me of our barcode strats, like 4 Rezzers immediately going into very early T2.
Yeah, 5 resers straight into T2.
Yeah, this is one of the ways you
Pure
can
res-
really snowball. It
Amazing.
just gives you enough energy.
Yeah, you can see this is a very practiced build order, very precise.
Oh,
That's
and
going
it's
to
spotted,
scout it
though.
out that the T2 is out.
Yeah, they
Is.
spot that super early T2. So the real question is,
And we have a Tix coming across the field, so...
yeah,
I
what
mean,
are
I
they?
guess the question is, what do they do now that they know that they have T2, right? Because that...
I
Well, you
think
need to
pressure
grab
on you to
the
make-
medal, right? But I kind of like also the T2 with, like, for example, the T2 Butler, for example, is able to really quickly get to the middle and you know, expand super fast. But obviously the Boom Geo is the biggest
Yeah.
changer. So we can see Sashka is trying to grab the medal on the sides. So Pro Team will have a medal advantage, but you know, the Boom Geo, once it finishes, it will give you like insane amount of energy compared to what's available.
Yeah, I mean, he has
Right.
these air cons going over there. So in terms of metal, I mean, they're slightly ahead, but not even that far. I think because they're going to have more players in mid, maybe they can make something happen
The medal
sooner.
could be tricky. Maybe if somebody even reclaimed some labs to fund more. I mean, at least one lab, right? So
Yeah, true.
I don't think Pro still reclaim labs, so that might be a little bit.
We do see some
No, that's
grunts
right.
that sneak in. They're going to snipe a res bot. They get some mexes. And I think
Looks
Pro
like
is
they're
going to...
gonna get a couple more res bots, maybe? Oh, two more
And
res
there are
bots.
grunts in the base. Autopilot has grunts in the base. Zhao's trying to defend here. He literally just woke up though, so he might be a little slow. And he's losing mexes and win. We've got ticks coming, but there's going to be T2 units coming out soon. So as long as they can weather the storm, I think they'll be okay. But on the other side, Pro already has their own T2. They're dropping their Geo, and they're going to raid with Platties across the mid.
Bloody is a good choice, I think, as well. Well, you want to kind of. I think the game is still determined by who gets the middle. I mean, Boom Geo is nice, but even if it's slower, it's not going to have that much impact. But the middle mexes definitely are, and there's also a little bit of metal in the middle.
Tumbleweed? Okay. All right. This is classic Austin. He had his tumbleweed arc. And then I do like that they just Kuchi gave everything to Chisato for that, and they're just giving him units to micro, right? So they say, Chisato, you're our macro maestro, and then Kuchi is like, hey, just give me some units and I can micro around. And
They're counter Platties as well, so Platties are pretty favorite, right? And they deal relatively well against like a Tix. I don't know how good against the grunts personally, but they should
Yeah,
be
and
able
the
to.
commander sitting in the pond kind of acts as an LLT, just helping these platties out of their underwater laser.
yeah, they're just holding it. Okay. So comms are still pushing forward. Blue team is ahead, I think, just because they had a slightly earlier T2, but especially once this AGO is done, I think energy will be relatively similar. Pro will actually probably be leading slightly. Interesting to see so many Platties though, but I think it makes sense because they don't have an air player, so they want the AA. Platties are really fast and they can abuse all the water on the map, right? They can do the side
Yeah,
raids.
they're also relatively hard to degun as well. They're like really fast, mobile. They could go across the water, help one side, help other side. It's pretty good like map choice.
I also think it's like they know that Pro made Platties to raid against them, and they don't know how many they made, so they're just making a couple to defend because it's their only option to fight something in the pond. It looks like Pro has also made their their own tumbleweeds.
No, that was it actually got emped and then captured by X Factor.
Oh, it got captured.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
They captured it and sent it back. So I think almost all the reclaim has been taken off of the map, and we see High Gain battling it out with Austin on the side. These Platties are doing a great job of actually kiting the pawns, but the pawns are starting to close in on the base. The ticks collapse, and I don't think the pawns... Oh, actually, I lied. The pawns are going to survive, but it's a slow kind of push, and High Gain is closing in. I think once we start seeing T2 units, more T2
Well, we
units,
already
it'll
see
change.
some recluses coming on from Team Chaos. They will probably try to abuse the hills. They're going on both sides, so they will going to be
C88, yeah, not Team Chaos.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, no, I had the same thing. Yeah, so C88 really does love their recluses, and you're right, we can see them starting to get ready to climb up on the hills. Pro is responding with recluses of their own, though. I think C88's recluses are gonna hit first, but right now Pro has a larger command of the mid. I'm curious if they can hold it long enough to actually put T2 mexes on some of these. One of the big I think points of this is there's these two geos, and I think if you can hold those, yeah, it's pretty important. You know, you can definitely just ride out an economic advantage from it.
Well, you could also give space and get Cerberus as well, given the core. Oh, we have a kill.
Randy with the quick thinking throws down the enemy, the
Torp.
coastal torpedo, and then snipes Kuchi, who was trying to retreat back into the pool. But looks like Zhao has recluse, and he's ready to send him over the mountain. And Shoddy was given one recluse, and this thing is making the long trek across the mountains into Mordor to see if it can get into the back line. Across our whole front here, X Factor or Pro has 3 comms really close to these bases, which has to be concerning, right? I mean, if these walk through the pond and they can start degunning or at least dying in C88 bases, it's going to be very concerning.
Dashkaran is getting pushed back by 4 recluses, and you know the ticks are scary, so High Gain kind of reinforces them with the ticks, but he has to abandon his side. They do not have the skirmish potential. High Gain is...
Shoddy's recluse was spotted over here. We see a fleet of
will it get kidnapped eventually?
I think it will. There's enough Shuris, even though there's amp resistance.
Yeah.
I think we might see
the transport is still in the house, so
yeah.
In a base.
Can T1 trans
he's gonna kidnap it.
Yeah, he can.
It just looks like right now all the teams are focused on is getting control over this mid area, pushing with. It's funny because both teams have pretty similar composition. You have recluses and you have either grunts or pawns and ticks.
The Pro does have some slight eco advantage, but I think the army value still goes to C88 team.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know they were pushed in, so they obviously make army as a response to.
Yeah, and I also think that's because they had a earlier T2 lab, right? That's kind of their focus. That's been their focus in early game, was more spending all their metal as soon as possible rather than getting as much metal that's available on the map as soon as possible.
Kuchi making a little bit of a raid. It might run into the wall on the side.
Yeah, this is actually a great wall from Pro. I think it does stop, right?
Well, it stops his own con as well.
No, it doesn't stop. Wait, does it?
Well,
it looks like there's a path. Oh, there's a path.
I like the, oh, they're dropping nanos to up, and unfortunately, oh, if they can snipe the, I was gonna say if they can snipe the T2 con, that'd be huge, but they cannot. So Pro actually economically is starting to swing back, but they're losing control of mid. They do have a slightly lower army value, like LSR pointed out. I'm not, yeah, I feel like this is really anyone's game at this point, right? It's gonna come down to some smart plays, some different plays. Do you think the lack of arm is gonna be, or sorry, the lack of core is gonna be an issue later on? I mean, no Shuris is a problem. No Twitchers is a little annoying too, but any other core units you think are, because they're missing from their roster, are gonna end up being a huge problem?
I think it's fine without the arm, but obviously you're limited, right?
Yeah, you're limited in the strategies you can apply. It doesn't mean that you can't win, because there are a lot of good strategies you can use with arm. I guess it just means there's less that Pro have to be worried about. If you look on the left side, actually, Shoddy is airdropping a sniper as well. And this thing is going to be able to put some real pressure on Pro.
Yeah, it's been sniping things all
One
over.
strategy we liked when we played on Planned Prepared for this map was probably like LRPCs in the mountains. It's really hard to dislodge them.
Randy is in the absolute middle of nowhere. I think he's about to go down here. He's going to get run at by ticks.
Trying to chase the spider. Spider dies to LLT instead. Yeah, well, the metal advantage doesn't look that hot. T2 mixes are lacking.
What were you gonna say, Panda? Sorry.
Oh, what spots on the map are best for LRPCs?
The mountains we liked on the side there.
Yeah, we'll have to. Yeah, I'd have to grab a con, but hold on. So there's still Austin with Recluse, Welder, and then some T1 bots is chipping away at High Gain, and High Gain is really just committed into ticks. We have seen some Junos come out, which is nice. Kuchi is pushing kind of just with his commander towards mid. Oh, we see a snipe on Zhao's Calm. I'm not sure if that was the Recluse or the Rattles, but I actually like this high ground Rattle right here. It controls so much space. This is gonna sound funny, but yeah. What about the Sir? Oh, what about a Serb in mid? Is that actually?
Yeah, I thought the Serb was good, and the other core unit I was thinking is maybe the Karganeth, given like Spider is still good, right? That's the best Spider.
Yeah, it is super hilly. And is there no? Does he not have a radar? Oh, Austin, not like this. Hygen's gonna get this whole army and almost gets Austin's Calm, and here come the ticks running in now. So
I think the Welders will still be able to hold. Maybe those spiders on the side doesn't have enough. No, even the Welder still survives. So
yeah, he did get quite a bit of it. The Sash's Calm can rotate over. We see another commander go down. Kushi goes down. So 2 to 3 Calm lead. Pro has the 3 cons. They're comms. They're all in mid. Austin is in mid, and Shoddy is their other calm, but he is safe in the back line, living that eco lifestyle. You know what else we see though?
Yeah. Ew. Good old one like the strategies, but yeah.
Do we see?
Looks like X Factor is trying to do something in a C. The nanos seem very close somehow, maybe.
Yeah, I can see that. Maybe he wants to. I can see.
But I don't know.
Amphiblab
wouldn't be good anything. Yeah, C plans maybe would make sense. It would be like an upgrade.
Yeah, I mean maybe I could. I feel like. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I think at that point you maybe just want to go T2 bombers. To be fair, the AGO is a great target to snipe, but I also think that they know that, and it's going to be super hard to snipe it. And what's this? 34 T1 figs versus 40.
We see T3 by.
Ooh, we still don't see an anti-nuke though, so this could end. This could be a real brutal ending. Looks like High Gain did push this back. He's got snipers of his own now. And Austin is gonna drop a jammer. but game feels like they kind of reached this midpoint and now they've stopped and now they've chilled. I think though this is looking a little scary. It's an arm nuke, so it's not quite as big, but it's still gonna hurt a lot when it hits.
Yeah, well, we see anti-nukes go up at least one now.
Oh, but is the timing, well, oh, this is gonna be
they're stalling, which
the
is
problem
pretty bad.
Also, they're stalling on metal, because they're also trying to make.
Oh no, this is gonna be. This is gonna be a real close. This is gonna be really close.
That's going to loading time.
I don't think it is either, but I'm not sure. But I don't know if they want to blind nuke. Oh, they are gonna blind nuke. It's literally just targeted straight on the AGO, and this is loading.
I think they know that they're behind in eco significantly, and they need to make a play. So they're just trying to do something as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think the pros should also suspect because, you know, they had like a big army and there was a good skirmish, and now that they're holding back and making...
Wait, what? How did Kuchi get... Oh, okay. Kuchi snuck a tumbleweed all the way through this. He ran it through the water and it got here, and it was running towards the AG.
Quite deep, actually.
Yeah. I was like, oh my god.
That's impressive.
All right, so this anti's at 50 and this nuke is gonna launch. So it looks like C88's gonna make this happen, but on the other side, I mean, Austin is getting shredded by high gain right now. So we will see.
Yeah, I mean,
nuclear launch detected.
It's getting pushed back, but I think this nuke should do enough damage to put the Team C88 at a big lead.
Well, it gets what? The AGO gets some BP, it gets the anti-nuke. I mean...
It does T3 lab, but it takes out everything else.
Yeah, but there's Maras coming through mid now, right? So, I guess there are urchins or harpoons in the way. The real thing is...
I don't know if I love the Mara play, right? I mean, I understand why, but 6 Marauders directly into an ARM pod lab, you can just make snipers,
well,
you can make
I mean, they need to get the win, and if they get the BP, it's fine, right? Like, you lose your BP.
Yeah.
Right, but like, look at this. They seem to be, like, they're just gonna push back pretty easily.
We do see some sneaky recluse on the side. We're gonna have to get some banshees. Oh, there are some banshees. Austin has a banshee out that's gonna start sniping it, and
I like that.
yeah, I think...
I mean, people like to meme on arm air and gunships, but there are uses for them, like this, for example.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Pro is going to have another anti-loaded in time, right? So I think high gain dies. The one benefit, though, here is that's an ARM nuke, so it doesn't have a massive AoE, and a lot of their eco is wind farm, and they've started to build some stuff a little bit farther up. So even though their AGO and everything got nuked, they're actually not that far. They're ahead in everything except for energy production, but maybe this next nuke will be the great equalizer.
Yeah, they've been like... APM team is already making like a lot of fusions in the back. Scotty has a lot of them in the hill, much more focus on like a concentrated eco instead of spread out.
Yeah, I mean, part of that is the map control, right? They know that they've lost mid, they've lost control over some of the hills in the flank, so it's going to be a lot harder to protect wind farms from edge raids, like spiders or air or something like that.
Yeah, and another anti going down here. And there is an anti that is loaded, or that should be loaded here. So mid is protected, but their backline still has issues. I think, though... Oh, and there's an anti here. So now they're more or less covered. So maybe C88 will just eat that nuke once it gets hit by an anti.
Are those Roughnecks? The tier 2 gunships I see on the side, right? They're going to do something.
They are Roughnecks. Yeah, they're going for... It looks like they're going for a big airplay, Team C88.
I don't...
Maybe for another anti-snipe.
Oh, that could definitely be true. Does
or something.
Unfortunately, Sash, this is all T1 Fig though, right? So I think they're all into T1 Figs. Oh no, there's more T2 Figs that are out from Chisato, so he can make those.
Yeah, they're investing pretty heavily into air with T2, so it looks like
Doesn't
they're
look
going
like
to get...
looks pretty close.
And these Maras, oh no, the Maras pop out. Oh, those are Hornets. Jeez. Okay, so they lost air control, right? And now these Roughnecks are going to start picking apart all these wind farms. Oh wait, no, I guess they did
those
lose.
are well spread. I don't think it's value right there.
Yeah, fair
it's
enough.
A little bit of a waste.
I mean, one thing it does is forces them to invest more into air and more into AA, right?
I think that attack would have been better if, like, for example, Sashkoran's base was nuked and it would have hit in the same time.
Yeah, but
right?
I mean,
Especially
Zhao's
if you
base
get, like,
is basically dead, and this feels like Chisato against the world. Zhao's gonna try to run Recluse across the other side, but I don't know. Well, I guess actually they'll be able to snipe a lot of this wind.
Recluses are going to do a lot of damage.
This is better, yeah, for CAT. I mean, they have concentrated eco, so if they're even able to pick up at the sides of the eco, you know, Pro doesn't have the
Austin
luxury
reading
of
on the right
fusion.
side at the same time with Recluses.
Yeah, this
I like
is
this. I like the idea of making a bunch of plays all at the same time because the map is so big and because of the hills blocking radar coverage, it's so dark that the only way to get vision on the sides is air scouts. But if you distract the air player, like by fighting them and doing a lot of things in the map, you have a better chance of these sneaky plays actually getting pulled off.
And they don't see these. What's crazy is Sash's air is now in position, but they don't see the they missed the Recluse when they were fighting off other things, and so now. Yeah, this is scary. Whoa, someone is printing Roughnecks. This is a lot of air. I kind of feel like we need flak trucks, no?
Yeah, Leech on the way. Leech is going for the bomb.
Wouldn't be a bad
or
idea.
Anti, maybe?
Going for anti. Gets anti.
Gets the
But
ambusher as well, or rattlesnake, right?
Rattlesnake, yes. And unfortunately, this is T1 Fig versus T2 Fig.
Oh, they try to nuke, but they don't see the anti-mid. Just not land.
So that one gets stopped, but Austin and Shoddy are both making plays with spiders in the corners on the edges of the map, and Zhao's dead base has been fully reinforced by Chisato. He picked up all of those, so we hear an Emp. What was that? And ticks coming in. Snipers are able to pick off these. I kind of feel like just a Vanguard or two should be able to get a ton of value on certain parts of this map. They finally see it now. They ping it. Shuris are going to come, but spiders are so Emp resistant. This is going to be...
I think they'd be able to be stopped, so...
And there's
tries
not
to do his best to block the anti at least.
Yeah,
yeah, and Austin's spiders are also on the way still, but yeah, they're not reached their destination.
They're wrapping around. This is, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, if they could...
They're making wasps to deal with these spiders. Those things will kill spiders eventually.
The T1 walls, though, they're blocking a lot of these shots. Does this anti not die?
Yeah, wow.
Oh my god, wow. Sash Corin with the wall play. All right. So... Pro, despite getting nuked twice, is still ahead in every metric, which is crazy. This is a great back and forth game, and
well, the wind is just superior on this map, I think, from the fusion, and they still keep scaling like a little bit at least. Yeah, they have like butlers working there, and they've been building even in the middle, getting real estate, right? So you know that pushing the map out and getting map control means you can just like make a bigger wind farm. So. And the concentrated eco with the fusions, I don't know. Fusions cost a lot of metal when the wind is 22. It's a little bit of a waste. I mean, it's safe, right? And they're able to keep this ground, but you know, and it's easy to build them, but wind is superior.
Before they reclaim this thing, they're just pre-reclaiming, but
so
I don't know if they'll be able. Value.
Where are they firing? They're firing, I think, into an anti, no?
I think it's not loaded yet. So this should land.
You're right. It isn't. And actually, that's right on BP. Wait, what? Oh, it was in the corner. Well, it gets some. I don't really know if that was super worth it.
That anti was delayed.
All
That's
That might be the single most depressing thing ever. when your anti just hits. Have you guys ever seen the clip where there's a
that
commander
clip
gets
is the
nuked,
best,
and then the anti comes and kills him? All right.
Tragic,
So,
always funny to see. Where's this other nuke firing?
it got caught by an anti, so.
Oh, okay.
And they reclaim it now. They go, okay, you've outlived your usefulness. It did get 282 kills, and I think it really
But it
equalized
also
the game
forced
for
them to make a lot of antis. Like these are, what's this, 6,000 metal in antis that they have to make.
Yeah.
A bit more when you count the anti that got killed earlier.
Yeah, there's multiple antis killed. We've seen at least 2 antis killed.
And it did snipe that BP. I mean, I think if they had been able to just spam out spam out Maras and then kind of push through mid, and if they had 10 Maras instead of 4, it potentially could have been a different game. I don't know if there would have been enough snipers to stop them.
I would like to see the tech into LRPCs, I think the long-range ones, even though there is an EMP launchers. I do think they can outrange it technically, right? So.
I mean, look at the range of these EMPs, though. That is insane.
Yeah.
And
That is insane.
EMPs from autopilot. It's so funny because we play on so many big maps, we forget what the ranges of EMP launchers on little maps like this. Oh wow, we see these Centurions.
Yeah, I mean, those reach the entire base of Team C88.
Oh my god, they do. You're right. They can just EMP all of this. We do see a Titan getting built, but
I think the Titan is a good choice, but yeah, I mean, even EMPing the cluster of Geo, they're pinging that already, so that's gonna be a big cut into the energy, right? It hits like 3 fusions now and a boom Geo.
I mean,
Yeah,
if that gets EMPed, that's
probably be able to stop that.
First EMP from them coming out, and I think they don't know where the other EMP launchers are. It's gonna hit the AGO here, or it's gonna hit the Prude here. And then it's gonna hit the Prude over there. They're gonna launch their first EMP here, so let's see what the targeting is like. Oh god.
Oh, it hits 5,000 energy away.
Wow.
Look at that. Look at the difference now. It's 4.5 to 12k. That just completely
and everything is
killed
stalling.
their economy.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. Winning without dealing a single point of damage.
But they do have the army in place to do it on the left-hand side. Zao does have a T3 army, so.
That's true. And he has vanguards, and these vanguards, you can imagine, like if they can come kind of up here and then start shelling, it's going to be so hard to dislodge them, especially because they don't have. I don't think they really necessarily have air superiority.
Yeah, and we have two scouts coming out from both teams, just trying to get better vision on what the bases look like, get better targeting for their EMP launchers.
Yeah, so
I like the plays around vision. It really shows that it's like a high level game.
Lich is coming in, and they're gonna. Oh, did they get it? They get one of the EMP launchers. They almost snipe autopilot, but I honestly feel like Pro just needs to drop more EMP launchers and completely shut down. Like this just kills their economy. If they can.
Yeah, that's definitely one strategy. Just spamming more EMP launchers, because I mean, once you have vision of them, it's just kind of a race between both teams to spam EMP launchers and just EMP the other team's EMP launchers.
the classic, like the glitters gameplay.
Because I mean, like based on its range, it just outranges like literally everything. So there's not much else you can do aside from push. But that.
Well, I think that's what I mentioned. The long-range plasma cannons, you can place them really far, and it's harder to. They do not outrange them, and they could be applying fire to the, at least the Geo. I guess you could do the bubble things, but yeah.
Right.
Usually, there's a big incentive to go long-range plasma cannons due to the wing stacks. Oh, and we see bombing run from X Factor.
Big bombing run. Oh wow. They do not have the plan to stop this.
Yeah, wait, what are they? If this AGO pops, it's game, right? Like, there's no. Yeah, they just call
Yeah,
it.
should
Here
be
we
fun.
go.
If it doesn't pop, these are so many bombers.
Maybe they eat it. No, they don't eat it. And that.
Should be
Wow.
game.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
wow.
Yeah.
they just look
A
at
little
everything they gave to X Factor. He's just wind farming. Incredible first game. Whew.
Pretty good, pretty good. Well, you have to change the boom geo to prude by like 25 minutes. I feel for sure. We can see
Yeah.
the pro did change the prude, and this is a little bit negligent, right? I mean, not that it would maybe change anything, but you know.
With that many T2 bombers, I don't think anything could stop them.
Yeah, I think the
It doesn't
AoE.
really matter how non-explosive your base is.
I think the AoE just like because all those fusions were right next to the AGO because they were just trying to leverage the same BP. But that was an awesome game. I mean, I did not think that. Yeah, I didn't think that Pro was. It seemed like Pro was on the ropes for so long. I mean, they got nuked twice, but like LSR said, right, it was that kind of like wind spread versus like condensed eco with fusions. And I'm also a little confused about the choice to pick fusions too, right? Like I think wind farming, like they all went ARM. I just assumed, oh yeah, if you're going ARM and you're going ARM bots, you're just going to be dropping butlers and wind farming, but they wanted that more kind of tight condensed eco. So yeah, it's.
I think it is just because they were pushed back the entire game. They didn't really feel confident to expand their bases like that, so they wanted a more condensed defensible economy.
It was not their pick. I mean, let's not get too ahead of themselves. The pro
True.
did win their map, right? And now it's ATG time. So let's
boy.
see how it's gonna be reversed. I mean, maybe the game lasting 30 minutes, right, against the opponent map. Maybe APM did pretty good, right? So all they have to do now is
that's true.
play better than the glitters, and then whatever is the Feast of Hades is the ultimate maps. I mean, we would assume the teams are pretty close matched here.
Yeah, it felt super close. I mean, that was just a great game to watch. So I am excited to see what happens in game 2. We're kind of waiting for the players to go, but like LSR said, Charlie in the Hills was Pro's pick. And they played on it, and then we are going to All That Glitters, which is the C88 pick. And
the only thing I have a issue was with like the fusion, just the fusion stacking. I mean, the 9 regular fusions, that's 40,000 metal that could be invested, right? I think the wind is pretty good, but I guess they did not have like a choice. I don't know what you do. Maybe you get like a Aphis, but it's also really hard to get the Aphis out. So, yeah.
Yep. This is, I don't even, I think also, this is going to sound funny. I think that C88 just lost, like the Aphis would have been emped too, right? I kind of feel like Pro landing, I think they landed 3 emps on that stack. Like it sounds funny, but I mean, I think it was 5,000 energy, right? Just basically shutting off 3/4 of your...
I mean, that is the downside to having a very cramped base layout. You're vulnerable to a lot of things.
Well, one would argue you could place maybe in like a Shadi's back base somewhere in the hill, like Aphis squeeze it in the corner somehow. You still need a PP for air, right?
If Corin were to make those EMPs, or Autopilot were making those EMPs like 10 meters in front of him, the back is still vulnerable. It's not that big of a map, to be honest. And Pro had a lot of space.
Yeah. Like it just totally, this kind of like the situation was reversed, right? Because when we saw the new kit Pro, we're like, oh God, Pro's AGO got nuked. But you're like, oh, they just lost like BP and like a little bit of E. They were still leading in every single metric except for
the
energy.
middle is too important on that map. You have to push to the middle, and Pro was really on point with the push. I mean, the T2 open was good, but you have to kind of spin it. And there isn't that much like good T1 units that are able to like kill comms immediately. You know, like getting a really fast T2 lab and mexes doesn't immediately give you any advantage, right? The mexes take time to pay off, and the middle control with T1 mexes do give you some advantage. And we did see them push back with the recluses, but maybe that, that putting all the resources in nuke still didn't grant them access to the middle, which means map control, right? So they have to go
Right.
to the fusion. So was Nuke even a good play? It looked good, it killed a lot, but was it the best choice they could make?
Yeah, was it what they should have done? No, that's
And also,
a
it
good
still
point.
was risky, right? That nuke was like if the nuke was shut down, like shut down from the anti, like because it was pretty close time wise, then I think that would be
Yeah.
the game would end even sooner.
So we're going to game 2 on ATG, and it's actually been picked quite a bit. It's been picked 6 times. So it's one of the more popular maps. You know what's crazy though is you know what else has been picked 6 times? Great Barrier Reef, which I like did not expect at all. I'm kind of like, whoa, what? But
Well,
yeah.
I think Barrier Reef is like kind of skill check. You know, some teams would think, well, I guess the other team doesn't know how to play that map, right? And you know, it's just
it's
can
just
be
like,
guys do this differently, right?
Right.
It can either be like we're losing on the ground, so we have to pick C, or you know, I think our opponents isn't good on the C, so
yeah. So for ATG, we've generally seen something that looks sort of like this, where you see the 4 on the front and then the 1 in back. But the last time, actually, we didn't see anyone from Pro going back, and instead they actually did 5 front, and they did like a boosted lab with Randy and X Factor. They didn't win that game, but it's sort of interesting because I feel like air starts on a lot of these maps are really contested. Sometimes, especially like on ATG, we'll see this backline spawn go air. Sometimes we see it literally just eco. They just open, you know, arm bots, and they basically just mass expand and go wind. So I'm excited to see kind of what the teams decide to do in how they want to do this map. If Pro is going to stick to what they did previously, or if they're going to do a little bit more of the traditional what we've seen. But players are loaded into the game, so it is time to see what is happening here. And do you think, Mr. LSR, that this is more C88 favored? I mean, they did pick it, right? Do you think that
I do think so, yeah. It looks like they're gonna go with the same strategy as yesterday, I would assume. Most of them are arm. Austin is core. Shotty in the back, gonna receive the con. I think it's like the yesterday's plan seemed good to me. You know, both with the arm and the vehicle choices to quickly expand. Kuchi playing a little bit of a flex position on our side. You're probably gonna get the G on.
Yeah,
and Chisada pushing Crater.
If you didn't watch the C88 versus Rat game, there was probably one of the most devastating nukes I've ever seen in a game of bar, where Chisada, who was here, he had a core nuke, and it was Zeph and someone else, and he literally core nuked right here, and he killed 2 bases entirely, and it was pretty brutal to watch. It was like, oh, okay, well, that's the game. So great to see.
Yeah. I do think like I love nukes. I think we also tried to nuke. I think was a barcode in the scrims in the previous OS. Like there was this time in like 14 to 16 minutes. These tournaments are usually so stressed that you kind of forget about the ante. In the pub, it's maybe easier to remember, but in the tournament, time flies so fast. I don't know what is it all about, but you're just like, oh, it's already like this late and.
I think it's also like when we were in, because we made it through group stages when I was in OS1, but it's also like you're talking so much and you're communicating a lot of times, at least like we were, that you kind of like lose track of your own internal timings, you know, because it'd be like, oh, this is happening. Okay, like let's do this. And then it's like you're like working together on this game plan and you sort of like forget how to play the game in a sense of like your own sort of gameplay. But let's see here. We've got Mr. X Factor as arm. We have Randy as core. We have autopilot as arm bots. We have high gain as arm. And we have Mr. Sashcorn as core. So 3 arm, 2 core, and it looks like Sash is going to do that airplay. On the other side, we've got Kuchi as arm bots, Zhao as core V, Austin as arm bots and Chisato as core V, and then
So they
Shoddy.
put the Austin back on the tick duty. That's what I'm expecting. I was so confused seeing him playing core vehicles yesterday. So it's the Zhao who's gonna give the con to Shoddy, I would assume. Probably the second one, maybe.
Yeah, and then Shoddy's just playing
Vehicle
battery and back
first
now.
match.
Yeah, he's playing battery until he gets the con. I think this is very classic. You don't need air that much, and arm wind helps a lot with your team's timings.
Right. I mean, you'd expect Sash Korin, once he sees no air, to maybe go bomber. You think?
Well, bomber is fine. I mean, the map is pretty elongated, right? So
That's true.
It's hard, but and usually it also depends, right? For example, if the in this specific match the wind was really low at the start, so most players grabbed solars, right? So it might be a little bit less good to bomb the solars, even though you can still do with the 2 bombers. I think you can kill a whole stack.
And I don't think there's any AA, so Sash should get a full scout off, but it's not like it's a technical map, so I don't really know if the full scout gives that much of a benefit. You just kind of know where people are and what their labs are, but I think a lot of the early scouts are going to tell you.
Still good to scout. I mean, after seeing the less than 2-minute T2 on previous map, you would want to scout to see what they're cooking.
Sure.
Maybe they're doing like some crazy co-op stuff. So it also allows you to see where the pressure is coming from initially. For example, Kuchi's has like a lot of ticks right now.
True.
And so does Austin.
Yeah, these are some hardcore tick enjoyers, but Sash has early Shuris, and they're gonna send these ticks packing.
Yeah, so far like Pro, the Shuris are good.
Right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to say that like early Shuris are really really good, right? So it allows you to get some eco advantage against any rushes and stop them. As you see, Kuchi is actually forced to make a AA bot.
That's true, but I think the Shuris also come with the cost of not being able to bomb and take advantage of the fact that the other team doesn't have an air player. I guess making sure he's
risky. Bomber's really risky. That's a big investment energy wise, especially at the very early start. You have to kill a lot of
everyone else to
make
not make or to make AA or.
Yeah, but if they have a fighter, we lost to Shoddy making fighters first as a barcode, right? We were the bomber first. It's you just get shut down by fighter, and also they make an AA and then they reclaim the AA. It's not like it stays in a competitive play. So
I think that on maps where you're almost guaranteed a wind start, like if wind is high, I think you can get a lot more value out of it.
Tabula, maybe, there's certain maps that are definitely better.
But it's hard because it's like, if you wait for 2, it's so much more delayed. If you wait for 2, you can snipe solars, but it's like if you can guarantee that there's going to be wind and you can bomb like mexes and wind, I think it's easier to get value. But
I agree.
It is risky. I don't know.
Yeah, as I mentioned, like you have to look at the win values at the very start, and they were low, which means people were doing like if the wind is 16 early, you can you can afford bomber easier, so there is a little bit of a mind games right there. All right, so where we at right now in terms of eco?
Meanwhile, we have Team C88 with I'm pretty sure they have a better opening. I mean, they're faster to expand. They have more vehicle labs. They have 3 vehicle labs at the front compared to the 1 vehicle lab of the pro team. And I think that matters in just being able to expand a lot faster with a vehicle con speed and BP as compared to bots.
I'm troubled about the energy somehow. They did invest so much in the scouts that they're 20% down. And, pro is reaching to get the Geo really soon. Probably will have a transport ready for the boom Geo. I don't see Kuchi yet even getting ready to take the Geo. Like there's no infrastructure right here. He invested heavily in the scouts and even into some tanks.
Oh, and it looks like
just, make transports, right? I think they're
what? Shoddy snuck the scout in, so they get to see basically everything. He snuck 2 scouts in. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it looks like they're just prioritizing like getting all the mexes.
Yeah, but just look at the C88's metal kind of stacked. I mean, the wind is kind of low, but The 25 energy difference is like really like it's a lot. 30.
That's true. That's true.
And they've been
aren't really
maintaining
able
it over
to
like
spend
5
all of
minutes,
this,
right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna stack up because you think about it, right? The T2, both teams are going T2, so the one who gets the mexes will be the one who can afford them energy-wise, right? So that means you have a 30% faster T2 mixes, and you know it kind of scales. So yeah, but it looks like they're both trying to race. It's just that Chisato hasn't been making win. He's been making mostly solars so far, while most of the pro team is. Oh, there is a couple of sad little core windmills.
Yeah. But it kind of feels like they're just going to the front. Do we think like, so do you think this is like an AGO into LPRC, AGO into like, do they want to try and do an early T2 push or?
Just AGO, I would say, like, I mean, I think the classic would be, of course, the Bulls and Starlights in the middle.
Yeah.
Those are reasonably good units. I don't think you can sneak any. There is no jag timing. There's a lot of LLTs, so you probably want something that could already skirmish. I think Recluse is fine as well, especially from the hill position. And yeah, we already have high gain starting the Boom Geo, and Kuchi is also moving straight to the Boom Geo.
It does look like Pro is ahead on the EGO timing. You're right.
Yeah. And the T2, and we see first units. I would assume those are Bulls coming out, and Fusion before Boom Geo. I don't think this is coordinated. I don't think you should finish the Boom Geo first if they're lacking energy. But the wind is high, so maybe it's just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're not exactly stalling, right? So it doesn't really matter that much. They're also not that far behind. They're like 15 seconds behind. So I mean it does compound the advantage for pro team, but I don't think it's that extreme.
I mean, so
yeah,
metal
but let's
produced
see in 2 minutes.
is like metal produced is neck and neck, but energy produced, like it's like 560k to like almost 700k. Like,
Pro has been actually accessing a little bit of it, so it is also. A little bit closer.
That's true. Like, actually, it is.
Yeah,
it is a little closer.
That's actually quite a lot of excess.
Yeah, well, we still need to see how the T2 mixing is going on.
Right,
so far,
right,
the teams,
right.
I don't think they haven't even fought. Like we see barely anything.
Yeah, I mean, there's like no
very
damage done.
Macro game so far.
This is,
I don't even think there's any fighting going on now. I mean, like maybe Randy is getting.
He's trying with the ball. That's what I expect.
He's the only one fighting on the map.
Need D-guns from Randy. He might lose his comm here, actually. Could she?
Interesting.
No, this comm's dead.
Wow, these sticks are just pushing. Yeah, it's dead, but I mean, pro secures it. It doesn't really.
It doesn't really change anything.
Yeah, it doesn't kill anything with it. It's just like unfortunate, but not the biggest deal in the world.
We do see a frontline rattle from autopilot, which
yeah,
I like. So
also on the hill as well. So I think it's a little bit too big of an investment. I mean, I know, like, it looks like Sheep is playing in autopilot's position with
I didn't watch the Sheep game, but there were reports that he heavily porked and Pro went around it, and his team lost the game. So there were some snide comments made. But who knows?
I don't know.
I mean, I like the high gains rattle a lot more. It denies quite a bit just because Chisato has built.
Yeah, especially the big mechs, right?
Yeah, the big mechs.
The one thing though, when you're against vehicles, like once they go T2, those rattles get sniped so easily because you can just go double ambassador or whatever they're called, negotiator, and you know they four-shot
but Austin's making them as well right now. I think that's a good choice. I've always been an ambassador enjoyer, but they're kind of hard to use in a competitive play. They just like they could be really big value, but
yeah,
they take a lot of attention.
Quite a big bit of an investment, right?
I mean, it is.
They aren't cheap.
They're 920, but two of them is, less than a rattle, and they can easily snipe a rattle. Granted, a rattle is better just for area control.
Not really. It really depends where the rattle is firing. So if the rattle is close, they won't be able to snipe it. Like rattle gets insane armor bonus that the rockets doesn't.
Does it? I didn't know that actually. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it would take like 6 to 8 shots. I think at least 6 to 8 rockets, and they do have a significant reload time. Like if the rattle is firing, yes, I would agree. But if it's just not firing or it's closed, then It's really hard to kill under the nanos.
Right.
This T2
But I guess,
lab
I mean, if it's not firing, it's practically dead anyway, right? It's on getting value.
and they've learned their lesson. We've got like an 11-minute anti-nuke coming up now. They're not going to let that happen again. We've got another anti coming up here, and upping all these T2 mexes here. Sash is still on T1 air, but it looks like the vast majority of their backline mexes, these are all T2. And on the other side, we've got T2 mexes everywhere. Austin has that fusion done, and he is dropping starlights now for the front. And it looks like Pro's C88 slightly ahead in terms of T2 mexes. But overall, this is, you know, if you look at the eco stats, it's super close. However, in the back here, I think we're going to see an Aphis farm, gentlemen. I'm not sure. Chisato, maybe he wants to Aphis. I'm not sure. But we could be in for an hour-long triple lol cannon slugfest. So buckle up.
Sounds like an exciting game. Definitely a lot of action. I mean, they are still going to fight at the front, because you can see from like the metal difference that even if Chisato was so quick in upgrading all of his T2 mexes, the fact that Team C88 lost control or being denied.
We see a lot of starlights. I think Austin slowly preparing to start skirmishing. I think Chisato also is doing a good job with ambassadors. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ambassador's a very good unit, but I think they really benefit from having good micro and manual control. So I'm excited to see what a good player like Chisato can do with them. I mean, this is a lot. They actually, between Austin and Chisato, they have 6 ambassadors / negotiators.
Yeah, I mean, there's...
Yeah, that melts anything. I mean, even if you make a pulsar like 6 shots, that's also kills a pulsar quite quickly. Kind of building into a scary push with the starlights as well and the 4 T2 vehicles.
So they're gonna run in and see them all, though. Is there enough to? Can they snipe these? They get one of them.
They're pretty squishy.
But all right, so they see that there's enemy bulls there, and they ping it. They go, hey, there's like 4 bulls. I don't think they saw any starlights fire, right? So they don't know that there are some starlights, but I guess we'll see.
They do. They see the icon. They see their starlights. They also have the scouting from that. But yeah, I mean, they're making a pulsar, but they're stalling on metal. This pulsar. Autopilot's stalling on energy. And if they're not careful, they could get caught out by this vehicle push. I mean, this is a lot of army value you have between Chisato and Austin.
Yeah, maybe they can run through and they could just have like the bulls in front tanking with starlights and negotiators behind. That is
I'm worried that the Zhao hasn't been invested. I mean, Austin and Chisato is making army and they are like skirmishing, but they're not making that much progress. And Zhao's front looks like a really open.
Yeah,
it's only time that the Randy realizes that there's not much, if anything, there. He killed the ambusher and like he realizes that his pawn's even getting a fired pawn.
Yeah,
looks like Austin is gonna respond with some Jaguars.
And Kuchi is gonna respond with 1,000 ticks as well, so... But Randy has pawns and starlights. As long as he can protect these starlights, I think they'll be okay, at least in terms of like the bull-tiger exchange.
The pro team also has Junos, so one good Juno shot. And all of
the issue could be also that the Randy could choose to go either inside the crater or for the Zhao route. It's
and Negotiator's trying to snipe the Pulsar and get the BP, but so far it's looking okay. That push from Randy gets cut back, and unfortunately I think these starlights are not long for this world. They're going to get run at by
Private
ticks.
Tremor working as well.
Oh, the ticks are able to sneak past. I think they're going to get these starlights. No, they just get 1.
No, they're going to get... They get 2, and then the chain kills them. I heard an Emp hit somewhere, right?
Yeah, Amp would make sense to
Was that
Definitely, I would expect to see a lot of like EMPs and tackle-on techniques. They are
They
a
get
little
it.
bit expensive, but
They get one starlight, and they're trying for the other. I don't know if they're going to be able to get that. I do like this wall in front of the pulsar to just kind of try to tank some damage, and we still see the starlight here, or that we see the spy here to kind of give vision while they try to pick this apart. I think Randy's push, it got in. He might be able to pop the AGO, but I'm not sure if it's... Oh, he's going to self-D the AGO and get all these tigers. Actually, I like that.
I do like that defense. I mean, at this point in the game, AGO is good, but when you have like 3 AFS, it's not a game ender to lose an AGO.
Yeah, that's true. And this, he needs to close this pulsar. It's going to get sniped otherwise. Oh, no, it just goes down.
It's down.
And I think we're going to have to see more reinforcing units, but BP starting to get sniped too. And this is actually a little scary in Randy's lane, right? He's got all sorts of tanks pushing, and I think they're going to secure most of this reclaim, or sorry, in Autopilot's lane, they're going to secure most of this reclaim. He's going to drop another pulsar here, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think one of the big things to notice here is that all of these pushes, the reclaim seems to be in the hands of TMC 88. Like on the left-hand side, Randy did get a lot of damage done with this push, but they don't control any of the reclaim, and this is a big T2 vehicle.
Pushes don't matter unless you actually T2 max them. They're just, you know, skirmishing. There's nothing concrete, right? It's just shifting the army value, and it looks like by army value, both Gisato and Austin doing a good job. They're like gaining army value. The pro is like getting the worst deal here.
Yeah, Autopilot goes down too, and the tremor that they have is unfortunately going to get picked apart by bulls, and there's not a lot between these bulls, these tigers, and these salamanders and the actual eco, so we're going to need to see more supporting units. I actually kind of feel like, I don't even know, I kind of feel like they just need Shuris or something to lock this down, right? Where's Sash? Where are the Shuris at?
I would want to have like 20 Shuris in order to control.
Yeah, I mean they're printing Shuris now, and they're making their own T2 vehicles. Randy is making tigers to respond to its push. I mean, I don't think this push is going to be like a game ender in any world. What's important is just getting the reclaim field. I think with a lot of these pushes, it's pretty unrealistic to assume, to like expect to get massive eco damage, because the eco is going to be in the back anyway. What you want to do is force the enemy to make spend a lot of metal in making defenses and making units, and making sure you just eat everything.
Randy might lose this frontline BP and this lab. Sash is going to bail him out with Shuris, but he's dropping tigers now, but there's even more units coming in, and his front has kind of collapsed. So I think if he loses this frontline lab and all this BP, it's going to be very concerning. We need even more reinforcing troops.
Yeah, X Factor is dropping down a T3 lab, and they have bombers as well.
The army value is insane. Now the Shadi comes with the scouts.
To desperation bomb this army with T2 bombers.
Yeah, he has to reveal it a little early. And Shadi's going to send Figs now, so it's going to be an air superior war. But he doesn't have T2 Figs, he only has T1 Figs, right? So I don't think there's any world where... Ooh, oh no. Yeah, so Shadi's going to have full air control, and Austin has flak trucks with it. Shadi's making a bomber fleet. This is really scary. If they drop their count, if they drop their Fig count, they're going to get bombed. And Austin is on the front door knocking. We see...
X Factor is the last column, and he's on the front lines. This is quite scary. And I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was saying that this push probably won't go anywhere, but it's looking like...
Getting deeper and deeper, and Zhao's only also feeling pressure, adding like a lot of grunts to the mix, and they've been eating everything, you have to remember. You can see that they're just slurping all the bases and resin everything. Yeah, I think this might be like critical damage. I mean, the army value just goes up and up and up and up, and there's the pro just
controlling
can't rotate. And
I feel like controlling that rec field just kind of ended up snowballing. You know, they slow pushed it and they just had everything behind either eating or rezzing, and this just unrelenting bull tiger push feels unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, X Factor is forced to print out Razors to stop them, but Razors don't trade very well when
Yeah, and
it
the
goes
bulls
straight
for
fight
sure. Yeah,
against
and tigers.
Bulls and Tigers, yeah.
So even though Pro was leading economically for a bit, they are pretty far behind, and here comes Shoddy, and he is gonna bomb out a Razor and then head, where is he? Where are these bombers going? I don't think there's enough flak here, is there?
I don't think
Shadows
so.
able
No, this is
be able to scoop so much
these
of a
bombers are
reclaim.
gonna be able to go wherever they want. Yeah, they're going straight
And-
for the Aphis stack.
Nope.
No, they're going for the front.
Yeah,
Aphis.
they're going for the Aphis here. Once that pops, that's game, I think. Yeah, resign vote instantly called out. So
Yep.
pretty awesome. You know, it's funny because the first 10 minutes were, to be honest, a little bit of a snooze fest in a sense. You know, it's
Well,
like, hey, we can
I
sit front,
would
take
expect
our
nothing more.
Maxes.
To be fair, I think the core turn point is just when you cannot just lazily slap like the rattlesnakes down and hope that it's gonna hold. I think that just gives a time opponent to figure, okay, you just like, okay, you made the rattlesnakes, you delayed your eco, and the opponent just ecos a little bit more and makes army that kills your rattlesnake, and it didn't get that much value. Yeah, I would see maybe the high gains one on the hill got like 2 mexes and denied it for a little bit, but either way, that wasn't anything decisive that hold into place. And you know, Chisato was able just to snipe it and then maintain the ambusher numbers, which in turn grinded more and more and more inconsistent.
Yeah.
So maybe units are better, guys. Maybe.
Units, you heard it here first, gentlemen.
I mean,
units are good.
One thing I like is or I think is hard about these games is the tempo is a little bit different from 8v8s because you have strategies change really quickly. Like I think Pro were expecting a little bit more of a passive game. That's why you saw 2
Yeah, more
tremors
to the lull
front line
cannon.
that yeah, I mean like because the Pro autopilot would made 2 tremors, he made pulsars, he's expecting like a slow skirmish style, and then Team C88 just suddenly turned on the unit button and switched into like mass build tiger and started pushing incredibly hard instead of skirmishing with their negotiators.
We
And
didn't
they
see
just
any
weren't ready.
mines, right? They weren't even
No.
ready for like a breakthrough. Like you could say maybe like a second defense line.
Yeah,
I guess there's
mines
always Juno, but you know, you still would stop like a lot of bulls with medium.
or
range.
abductors.
Or
Usually you
abductors,
see
yeah.
Yeah, abductors is
on-
good. Yeah, as a defensive tool.
So game 1 was on Charlie in the Hills, which was Pro's map, and they won it. Game 2 was on ATG, which was C88B2S map, and they won that, which means we are going to go to Feast of Hades. And if you look at the band pick order, right, C88 had the option to choose between Salt Reef or Feast of Hades, and they ended up on Feast of Hades. Do you think? I kind of feel like Pro is maybe a little bit more favored on Feast, but do you guys agree with that or no?
I think Shari watched the pro games on Salt Reef and thought they were pretty good, so he's maybe they thought the pro was good on Salt Reef, so they're like more willing to take Feast of Hades. I mean, it's tough to call. Maybe they just think that their strategy is better, and you know, why fight against that? Maybe force an unknown map, see what's what, how they do in Feast of Hades. But yeah, I like, for example, I don't have a clue who is better and who. You would say like 1v1 matters, but does it really? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends. I think familiarity with a map can be really nice because even like when we were playing on Omega Series, I always felt more comfortable on something like Pawn Retreat that we've played in 8v8s, you know, than on like some of the other, I'm trying to think of other maps that were in OS1 and I can't right now. Like,
Right.
But like I always felt far more comfortable on the maps that I, you know, because I'm like, oh yeah, like there's reclaim here, or oh, like there's like this little path here that someone has exploited before. So I think there is something to be said about having played a map and like really understanding it.
But you would assume that you at least once go into the skirmish mode, and you usually have only a couple of cooks on the team, right? So
Yeah.
it would be like the general strategy would be
True.
I would assume done by
I
Kuchi or
think
Zap.
Oh, you cut out, Panda. Sorry.
I was just gonna say that I think because it's a smaller map, maybe
What I haven't seen on Feast of Hades is dedicated early push or like even calm drop to get the corners really fast. I think that
True.
like getting 6 metal really fast, maybe with an air con or sneaking, like I would love to see something like that. We've seen like these
We do
out
know
pushes.
Pro likes to make heavy transports. They're not against calm dropping.
Yeah. I mean, you could also take a T1 transport maybe, and maybe make a heavy.
Mm.
I think I still I didn't want to say, but I think the heavy transports are super useful in this match. I mean, you could make a twin guard. You could make one heavy transport, one light transport, make a twin guard in the base, and then drop the con and the twin guard, and like nothing is gonna kill early like a one twin guard, and you get just 6 metal income for free.
You think the corner mechs are that valuable?
Well, I think they're good because they're first close together. Because look at the mechs distribution. Once you walk with the con, it takes a long time to actually grab like 3 mexes, right? Like
Right.
imagine you're going down
Right.
your ramp, right? And you're getting like if you actually rush them somehow, right? And you need like to transport one con, and maybe you could use a heavy transport, make an LLT in the base to protect that con, right? And early there's like it's hard to kill it, right? And you only need like one good turret, right, to hold and. Yeah, I just think that's reasonable. It does take a lot of APM, and that might be like some one of my fancy play ones. But I think getting 6.0 income, it just allows you to snowball, right? Instead of going because you essentially need 3 mexes in a straight line, which is also getting harassed by scouts. It's not like you don't have to defend these mexes, right? So imagine you have to grab the three in a lane, or you just have transport one con and it grabs the same value at the same time. But yeah.
Yeah.
These hills
I'm
are
just
also
not sure how long it'll take, how expensive it is to like rush out a heavy transport. I don't know how fast you'll be able to.
I don't think it's that expensive. It's like a Centurion expensive.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Maybe less, maybe. I think even the metal is less. I think it's like 4,000 energy and like, what is it, like 200 metal?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm excited to see what people, because I'm pretty sure as like the farther we go into this tournament, the more use we'll see out of things like that, because it is a relatively new change to the game, the heavy transport. And we haven't seen much use of it outside of that DSD game with Pro Team with their comm drops.
And the Chinese beamer drop.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Chinese beaver drop. Oh, I'm so
Who was that?
disappointed we didn't get to see more.
That was Fatson. Yeah, if you guys didn't watch that game, Meow comm walked someone, triple his OS and beat them. Or sorry, thug walked someone and beat them. And then on the other side, Fatson was beamer dropping in ATG Canyon, and it was incredible.
And getting BP, I think. Yeah, like a couple of nano.
Yep. I got a fusion, I think, as well. It's just they know how to win with style.
Yeah, it's a lot of style. I'm sad they didn't actually, or they weren't able to schedule for the main event. So for this game, we have C88 in the upper left, and we have Pro in the lower right. We have mirrored spawn positions. On the Pro side, we have Autopilot as ARM, no lab yet. We have High Gain as Core, X Factor as ARM, Sash as ARM. He's been playing Core, but he's also been playing that, and he is ARM Bots. And then we have Randy as Core. Lab position.
A little bit sus. Well, it just runs into these.
Uh-oh, we see something sketch out of Shoddy here, but Austin is going to go ARM Bots. Chisato is ARM V. Zhao is ARM something. Kuchi is ARM, and Shoddy is
They
Core.
are boosting Bomber. They're boosting Bomber.
We're seeing some cooking here.
That's a
you see
classic.
Kuchi and Zhao with no lab just making E.
No, it's for the Bomber. If every team member, that's like I think one of the first barcode things as well is if everybody else on the team makes 2 extra solars, you can do really fast Bomber rate like 140, and we see it hit exactly
right. But
140.
if you look at Kuchi's Q, he's not planning to make a lab. He's just walking with calm. It doesn't.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to be making labs there.
All right, first run comes through. It gets 3 wind. We see 1 AA bot out, second AA bot out. Next attack is going to get, oh my god.
Pretty good.
It gets, what, 2 mexes, 3 wins, and a nettle.
Malady would be proud.
then it really
Yeah,
messes
these are
up this
some-
empty mechs, that ground. Shoddy, serious punishment. We see Craters. He's coming now. X Factor has a nettle, but Shoddy's not really.
Yeah, I mean, he's not looking to bomb bases here. He's just trying to keep this bomber alive. I think it'd just be annoying.
Very good, very good. I like to see 88 adding Shuris to defend against the early scouts. So I would assume that they will be able to hold control. This is I like
Yeah,
this
and if
play.
you
We've been
look at
practicing this
Zhao
style.
and Kuchi, like I said, LSR, I don't think they're not planning to make a lab. They're just expanding with Calm. They're funning all their metal, all their E onto the
Yeah, they're
other
gonna
side
make
of the map.
probably a quick T2 and Chisato's base with extra nano. There's multiple ways you can do here. I mean, getting to the choke is reasonably good, and you use the Shuris to defend. I think in general you would want to have a lab, but maybe due to the max distribution, it's pretty reasonable to skip the lab because there is not that many mexes to take.
Yeah, and they're getting the mexes out pretty quickly. I mean, if you look at the pro side, the pro plan is pretty late, I'd say, to get out of their bases. Maybe not late, but later than Team C88.
Yeah, well,
with
just
this
because they
side.
don't have the labs right on the. I think it's equal between like Randy
Yeah.
and Chisato and Austin and Sash, but Kuchi and Zhao gave his calm to Kuchi for some reason. Anyway, they're just calm walking like you said, and because they didn't spend time labs and boosting and everything else, they're out quite a bit, or their comms are just out faster. So they definitely are going to be, I think, ahead in terms of metal for a bit. But the real question is, if they don't have these labs, are they really going to be able to survive kind of the unit push?
Well, they need a really fast console, right? Or they need console, they need a con of some sorts in order to hold the defense. But if nobody is going to challenge their choke, this is also, I think, a classic thing of what we did. So the Kuchi's goal is just to defend, and all of the resources is going to get piled into Chisato's push, right? So one push is hard aggression, and other side is just holdings, right? So that's what we're seeing right now,
Right.
develop, right? So you do minimal on one side. For example, the high gain is making troops right now, but they will not have any impact while Randy is under like a lot of pressure because all of the team's resources are just piled right down here, and Randy just doesn't have enough. He does even it a little bit out, but I think he will lose the common process. No way he gets anything.
His comm is 100% dead.
It gets two Centurions.
And I think
that's
it's
a
James
massive.
even as well.
I feel like that's worth it, honestly. It slows down the push so much.
Yeah, and the high gain really needs to do something. I mean, his army is he's making some troops, but he will be in a flank position. But even running in from the sides.
I think it's a little bit of a mistake to focus too heavily on just making grunts and helping his team out. I feel like he needs to put a little bit of pressure.
I also really just like this unit comp because you think in early T1, so much of your ability to hold is reliant on commanders, and Centurion on Janus they don't care about commanders. Do you know what I mean? Like they're so good at killing them that it's like Randy's like, oh, how do I stop this? He's like, I can't, right? Like as soon as I come up, my commander just gets popped by Janus, and if I'm trying to play with range, the Centurions can just whittle me away.
Yeah.
For sure,
and we see a nice transition. So they cut the units. I love the Chisato's play so far. I think this is the way like we've been trying to play and see the team of this caliber try to execute this is really nice so far.
And we see
is also with the ready to go T2, as you see.
Yeah, the bull coming out for Randy, which as long as they don't lose too much more space, I think it's fine because the bull should be able to clean up really all of this and retreat back to Sasha's commander. But they're surrendering a lot of ground, and this army is quickly closing in on Sashkorn's base. Bull has arrived now. Sash is gonna take a little bit more damage with his commander. We see one Jag coming out. I think maybe.
I love the early Jags as the first unit. I don't think the bull is that good, but obviously they need the bull against the Stumpies.
Stumpies are stouts for those of you who haven't played since the dawn of time.
Yeah. The curse of just using TA names is just never gonna. So, I don't think this drag even firing. Yeah, Zhao was playing with his sliders at literally 0 for a time, so this
And
jag
there's
was
one
running
jag,
around
yeah.
and not
Wish they gave him
firing
like
at
2 or
all.
3 jags. They do like perform better. I think the 3 would be like the sweet spot. And yeah, Shadi's already on an eco, so they've been getting like T2 mixes quite out, and I like the way that they pivoted. Right, obviously the Bulls is gonna retake the territory against that many Austin's tanks, and there's like Rocco's to skirmish as well, but. Oh god, this one jag is so annoying of micro. This is all the Zoe's job, is just microing one.
They just give him one unit. I kind of like it though in terms of just as a playstyle as a team, right? Because it's like, hey, let me just give Kuchi everything so that he can do what he needs to do, right? And he can scale that much
Kuchi
faster.
realizing nobody attacks. I don't think the positioning is best. He's just been scaling wind right there. Like it's actually not that great to put
Yeah,
this eco
I mean he
here.
hasn't been focusing on that. He's been focusing on microing the shurikens. So his APM like was really focused somewhere else. I'm interested to see the distribution of roles. Yeah, there's a lot of sharing going on with Team C88. Very
One
interesting.
thing is that the energy is still good for Sash team, right? So
Hygane finally gets it after literally I think a minute and a half of harassment from that jag. Hygane finally lands the D gun.
Yeah, the sneaky cloak into D-gun, very well played by Hygane. I mean,
I think that fusion is really key. Getting this fusion is like super good. This
yeah,
we do not
on
see
this
it for the
map,
pro.
wind is not amazing, and it's like you really don't want to invest into these inefficient sources of energy that are also unreliable.
Yeah, and they've been doing good T2 shoves with all the nano drops, and then reclaiming also their solars. So far looks really good. Pro has been scaling into the wind, but I don't think like they're still pretty even right now. But that's because
Yeah,
the wind is rather high, to be fair. That's the only reason. If the wind drops to like 4 or like 6, then the fusion will kick in and they would get a lead.
Yeah, I think we'll see Team C88 invest a little bit more in the units now, though, because they want to retake the ground. That they've been slowly backing off while they make that fusion.
Yeah, they've been. I think they're just gonna establish. I mean, Mausers do not indicate like a hard push to me. That just means they want to skirmish next to the choke points.
Yeah, I think they just want to retake the mexes that they gave up for a bit, right? Get the space back while they upgrade everything else into a T2 max.
Yeah, but Pro has been able to get to the corners, and I think they might even clear the other side. Austin is gonna stop him with the ticks.
Yeah, I mean, they have 3 bulls there. I think they're going to be able to push Pro back, especially since they're not making any more T2 units. Pro, I mean, no. Well, they're making some Mausers, but...
It's 1 bull for his efforts, that's painful.
Hygane finally breaks through.
Well,
and there's not... I mean, they're making turtles.
Wait, what?
Interesting.
Hold on, what?
Bro is a turtle fanatic. Nobody knows why, but he just loves the turtles.
Yeah, I heard Ragnar is also
now, right?
a turtle enjoyer, to be
I
fair.
don't think Ragnar is turtle enjoyer. We never.
Well, I don't know. I've heard him talk about it. Maybe he was just in some misdirection.
We also see a calm walk, right?
Sallies are better, of course, right? Why would you invest in turtles when Sallies?
Wait, did they see it? They saw it, right? They pinged something.
Yeah. Chisato's on the way.
Oh yeah, okay. And the push from Randy kind of got just ticked down, so there's a ton of reclaim here, and there aren't a lot of reinforcing units, but...
Yeah,
right,
Pro managed to get the side,
in the north.
Yeah, he managed to clear the bulls and then clear the mixes, so at least the 3.0s aren't in the favor anymore, and they will lose like maybe some T1 mixes.
Sash needs to keep these ticks moving. If he could somehow sneak through, he might be able to get a little bit more.
This is still a distraction. I mean, even like
T2 con, it's quite big.
Yeah, and it goes down, so that's going to slow their max expansion, which is huge. Randy knew that he was discovered, so he backed off. Oh no, is his head out of the water?
Oh wow, I didn't know the water was this shallow. Yeah.
What?
He's
Is
getting
Is it even that shallow? Okay.
shot to death.
Apparently, I think, yeah. We'll see. So it's actually still relatively equal in terms of resources, but something that's pretty terrifying, I think, is that C88 just has a huge lead in army value, and I think that they can probably punish. Here we go. Eat your heart out, everyone. Shoddy has a turtle.
That's with the rating. We'll get some decent value so far.
I mean, it is. Yeah, it's still like, as much as people like to meme on turtles, they are T2 units, and they will kill grunts as long as it's not crazily outnumbered. It can just like pop in and out of the water and be annoying.
That's good at pinning unit down. That is good value.
I mean, it's forcing a bull to just like sit there and pay attention to it. And if they don't pay attention to it, they lose solars, maybe some mexes.
And Austin has a lot of bulls here. He's got, what, 8 bulls coming in or 7 bulls coming in, and I think they broke open the front door, so reinforcing bulls.
Yeah, this could get dangerous. This is a lot of bulls.
They do have the defenders.
And they have starlights as well.
Oh, you're right, they do.
As well, though. This is dangerous.
And they're feeling a little bit of a opening here. Pro has been doing well, keeping in metal, even ahead, like grabbing the corner mixes. But this fight is maybe is the C88's team option to push in if they feel that it's possible to do it here.
Well, Shuri's come in and actually kind of helped turn this a bit. Austin is dropping.
The turtle has AA. The turtle is doing some AA damage.
We got him.
They might not expect it because they don't see turtles very often, but that is practically a T1 AA bot.
Randy
is killing the mexes right now on the top as well.
But they can't fire. He doesn't have energy. Oh no, Randy.
No.
Oof, that Starlight was sitting there for like 10 seconds.
That's really bad, yeah.
Yeah, and this is starting to get really scary for Pro. I mean, they are just kind of getting overwhelmed here.
Yeah, I mean, they're committing their shurikens, but it feels like it's a bit too early. They're fighting too close to the AA, and they don't stop that many
melee
goals.
range Starlights aren't performing.
But Highgain with a good calm walk, he denies. He's slowing the push down. Like, they're afraid to push because this calm is in a really nice spot. He's going to lose the calm for sure, but maybe that buys them enough time to get reinforcements out.
Yeah, he does go down. I mean, this army value it's been going up and up. I feel like this is a war of attrition and they keep losing. The one thing though is if they can push them back, there's 10,000 metal on the ground here.
Yeah, I mean, this is an insane reclaim field. I really think Sash Corin should be rezzing instead of eating this, maybe, like starting from the back up, because they have a lot of metal. Like the pro team, if you look at the resource bar, the pro team has so much resources that they don't seem to be able to spend quick enough.
Yeah, maybe they just need more BP. I mean, to be fair though, it's also a contested field, so I feel like sometimes you need to. Oh, Sash, he gets 2 bulls, but I think he goes down to ticks here. He gets 4 bulls.
2 more bulls.
He
gets 3 more bulls. Wow.
All right, but
that's
the
big,
last column, right?
Wait,
they need to res these columns. Who has last column?
Autopilot has the last column at the bottom left.
He cloaks and immediately runs into the water. He's like, nope.
I wonder if they know where it is. Zhao's breaking off with a few bulls and a radar vehicle.
Zhao is immediately going to work last.
Yeah.
While your Starlight's turning, Randy,
no. Oh no, they can't shoot behind them. They're trying to run, but they just have to turn and fight. I think we need just a jag or two for the ticks, right?
Yeah, you shouldn't
Yeah,
turn
I
starlights
wouldn't
ever.
do
You
a
should just
jag
stand
either.
your ground and
Yeah, at this point you need to stand your ground with the starlights. You can't.
there's nothing more depressing than just trying to run away with your starlights.
We do see a spy bot coming out, and unfortunately, I think this tick bull is just going to be too much. I mean, they're just slamming him.
Yeah,
in.
I mean,
Austin has been feasting on this wreck field. Oh, and they're going to start rezzing things over here. Nice Juno. Bruh.
We see Hygain drop another T2 lab. I'd like that. I think
Shoddy
if
with
Pro
the
really
capture.
Pro wants to defend this, they need to print out more things. And it's not as efficient to have 2 T2 labs, but they just need more units.
Army value is starting to swing back, but they basically lost a base. What's crazy to me is that I guess just because C88 has fully committed into spam, they aren't scaling, or they weren't scaling quite as much. They finished that fusion, but Pro is still in this somehow, and they're kind of fighting this back. If they can res, yeah, they're starting to res now. If they can res this wreck field, I think they're going to be in an okay position, but the air dominance is a huge problem.
Right, definitely. I mean, I think Team C88 is looking to transition into another play. I mean, they're making a Lich. They're still printing T2 vehicles, I think, just because they want to keep Pro invested in the fight. But I don't really think... they might not be looking towards this push as their win condition. They might try to surprise Pro with switch into something else.
Shoddy's just been running around capturing all these T2 mexes, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they should be doing, right? Because they have so much invested on the right-hand side. That and there's like just so much attention and metal being spent on that push that Team C88 is kind of free to do what they want.
But we see...
I also love how he's only capturing the T2 mexes. He doesn't capture the T1 mexes. It's not worth his time.
Get that garbage out of here. Shoddy's a T2 man only. So I mean, but there's a ton of resos here, and they're picking up all these bulls, and so army value at one point it was like double for C88, and now it's almost equal, and there's still a lot of bulls here.
This is a 16k wreck field that they're leaving on the ground. I don't think they can just ignore it forever. I mean, they're gonna have to do... Team C88 is gonna have to do something about this.
Are they gonna try? So we have a Lich here, and we have a radar. Is Autopilot under a jammer? He is not, so... if they're eagle-eyed, they might be able to spot him, but I guess we'll see.
And he's also only being defended by T1 fighters. So...
and probably not enough of them, right? 30 versus... Yeah, I mean, there's 9 T1 and 17 T2, so super concerning here.
Yep,
regaining
but
the
they
ground.
see the fighters because of that pawn ball walking around, and they're starting to make flak. They realize that Lich Snipe, highly likely.
Yeah, they have flak now, and this res field has almost been... Oh, and they got another commander, actually, so I think that's gonna... Wait, where is this? Oh, it's just sniping mexes. Okay, so this Lich is... Kuchi's running around sniping mexes with this Lich. There's another Lich on the other side, but it's gonna get picked off by Figs. So... They've...
Oh, we have a Marauder switch. There's Marauders going down the middle.
Okay. Oh, but they saw it, and they're running over... Oh, spy bots. This could be a huge self-D, and oh, he gets them all. Oh my god, wow. Randy. Sorry, Hygain. A Hygain with the absolute plays. Mara's come up, instantly stunned. She just stuns them all and kills them with grunts. Yep, that's... If you guys are wondering why spy bots are good, that's why. Wow. And
yeah, but this time I would expect also the bombs, and you could put a couple of crawling bombs in the middle if you expect Marauders. They generally should be good.
Right, that is another good option. Yeah, they're quite good against them.
You can also urchin it too, right? I mean, I've seen that where they urchin and then they also wall along the shore, and like the Maras.
It seems a bit inefficient, no? Why
Yeah.
just the walls maybe not?
The urchins are nice because they don't let the Maras run back and forth through the water. You know, I feel like a lot of the amphibious raiding capability is like you run one way and then you run the other, and the units have to run around the whole lake to catch you. But Starlight Push, these Starlights are doing a lot of work, and Roughnecks in mass from Chisato. He's getting ready to run him over. There's flak here though. I guess there's only 2. Oh, there's 4 flak trucks. I think he needs to be pretty careful.
Yeah, dangerous from Team C88. They have 3 comms, but they're all literally right beside each other. If Pro sees this, they have a massive army in front of all 3 of those comms.
They're having a little powwow, but Razors are out on the field. There were Starlights and Randy, so it's 3 they res both those. They res Randy and Sash. So now there's more, and I think Randy can get a maybe I was gonna say he can get a good D gun on this. Oh, he gets
gunships coming. Gunship attack coming.
Yeah, and there's only a few flak left, so we're gonna need more flak to survive this. Oh, Chisato sees the flak and is gonna back up. He's gonna have to try to find another angle. I feel like, oh, he is in T2 now. I was like, I feel like we need a lot more T2 figs, but this is kind of concerning. No, I don't know if they have the AA. Well, seeing, oh, someone's comment down. Randy dies again, unfortunately. And Sash is along the side here. He's trying to get ready to see if he can degun this, but more Razors are coming. I almost want to see him go Shiva.
I don't hate it. I think Razors in a choke pointy map like this, maybe not the best. I mean, knowing you go up against Starlights, up against Snipers.
What is Sash?
Again, rotates his army through the middle.
Sash? Okay.
Amazing degun.
He gets the degun. He's dead. Yeah, he's 100% dead for it though, isn't he? Yeah.
100%.
They're back down to 1 comm now, so they need to get over here and res Randy's. I think they got to 3 and they're like, woo! And then they're back down to 1 now, so little concerning. Are there not pinpointers for, I feel like these Starlights are missing. I guess there aren't pinpointers. I don't see any.
I wonder if the Razors could even get to the Randy's corpse, or should I go for like a Steez shipyard right now?
Can they? No, they got it. Yeah, they got it. They got it. They can do it.
I mean, one thing that surprised me is just there's a lot of unclaimed mexes in this game, I feel. Like, the quarters have not been the focus at all.
They've been focused at all. I don't think the Pro captured them first and foremost, like they prioritized them over. Then Shadi captured
neither
them.
team, I think. Like, even when...
well, right now, of course, I mean, there's been a lot of fights, and now the fight is going to the corner. I don't think this corner mexes will survive, because those are important spots. That's why...
Yeah. But on the left-hand side, nobody's taken these corner mexes. I mean, these are just...
No, well, they were taken and retaken and then killed. So...
Right.
Yeah.
But C88 still has a slight lead in almost everything, right? So it's still a really, really close game. Do we have anti-nukes? Yes, we do. All right, so we have antis covering these bases. It is T3 into T2, but if this is going to be Welder Sniper, I feel like the Welder Sniper should be completely fine into most of the Razors.
Definitely, yeah. I think that would be fine. They are printing Starlights, though. They're printing a lot of Starlights.
Oh my god, these ticks get in from Austin. Wow. And they are... Oh no.
I don't think they were going to be able to do damage, though. I mean...
They might... Can they get...
X-Factor has pretty quick reactions. He can just put down an LD, put on Reamer, put on...
The one, I think the one positive though is that they, you get the full scout, so you see like, oh, there's anti here, oh, there's, I think
that is really valuable. Yeah,
super.
Getting a good state, an idea of like how much economy the other team has, I think is also really important.
Dude, he's just running through. He's getting a full scout on everything. He's like, oh, look, and this is does he snipe a fusion? I would laugh so hard. Oh no, there's a wasp coming. But still, I mean,
okay, I know.
Austin,
I think it's a little bit ambitious.
Just scouted everything, and here comes the massive push. So C88 is leading in terms of army value now, and these Starlights have gotten so much value. 33 kills off 7 Starlights, and a lot of what they've killed have been pretty value. I still kind of want to see a core T3 lap. I feel like Shivas and like 1 catapult are going to be able to really stop this, but I think Pro doesn't want to commit to 10k.
For a slow push, I think core T3 would be better. I'm surprised that we've been seeing so much armed T3. We haven't even seen a Vanguard come out of team C88, which I'm also surprised by because I think it would be useful.
Oh, those spy bots just got great hits. There are rezzers behind, but I think this pawn ball is gonna come through and
no, the pawn balls, yeah, it's gonna snipe all the rezzers.
These Starlights are low, and once they start chaining, it's really bad. People underestimate the amount of damage that the Starlight chains do. You can lose a lot of Starlights really quick, and Starlights are gonna start running now, which is, like LSR said, not something you ever want. As soon as they run, they can't shoot behind, and so Pro might get a second rec field to work with here, and do they still have the rezzers? Yes, they do. So once, oh wait, no, I guess that was everyone's rezzers. So they don't have as many as I thought, actually. What is, to select everything. Oh, that's impossible to find. All right, never mind. I hope there's more rezzers coming and they can control this field, but we will see. Spybot is trying to get into position for this Razor. I mean, wind conditions, bombing run, I think is going to be a little bit difficult. There was a lot of flak. There might be more. They do know that where those fusions are, so maybe a bombing run through the bottom to try to snipe fusions?
That was I was thinking. Autopilot has been mining the place in order to prevent that runs, but yeah, I think that's more likely in the corner.
That is not a bad idea.
I do like the mines.
I think what Team C88 should be doing though is just making a ball of BP to run around and just take the mexes and fight on the sides. I feel like they have the advantage in the center and are drawing so much attention that they should like split their forces a bit more, like put more effort into getting control on the sides.
I think especially in the middle, usually you would want. You should start putting maybe, I don't know, the same EMP launchers, maybe like a Mercury to grind down their firewall, make sure that the fighters are getting pinned more into the base, and then transition into something long range like, I don't know, all of the options, like the TAC nukes could be technically an option, although really hard to get up.
The classic, man, they start running in, and the best part about mines is you don't know if there are more of them. So they run through, they take half damage, they hit some of these mines, and then it's like, oh wait, there could be a lot more mines, so they're gonna back up. Kuchi's gonna try to ground fire to clear some of them, but you know, that 200 metal in mines, 15 KE is holding back a much larger army. Oh, did they Juno it? Yeah, never mind then. Never mind, all right. Dream dead, dream dead.
Yep. One big green shot and everything goes poof.
We have seen great Juno use from both these teams, I want to say, though. You know, I feel like in all the games, as soon as they hit T2 and they have, you know, a pretty decent eco and they can support it, we've seen really early Junos. And I guess you probably kind of have to versus Austin, you know, and versus like Kuchi because they are tick addicts. But
yeah.
Korea has been doing a good job clearing the mexes and pushing the back, both the intrusion devices. He's been consistently applying pressure, and it's how to just have to rebuild these mexes all the time, and as they're getting
but now that they have a mobile BP army, which is something I was waiting for them to make like this entire time, it shouldn't take that long, right? With all the
South Korea has been killed like for the third time, these top two mixes, which provide like 30 metal income. Maybe not 30.
Yeah.
24.
But 24. Shoddy is slowly creeping down the bottom left side with Pork and with
extra BP,
aircons, BP. So I don't know, it just feels like it's going to be a compounding lead for
loses all his aircons in the process.
Team C88.
Yeah, it feels like Pro is slowly getting ground down. I guess maybe they're just not scaling as well. But they also are kind of on the back
they have
foot.
less nexus, right?
Yeah,
so
that's
they're
true.
always going to be on the back foot when it comes to scaling.
I feel like they need another kind of decisive throw in terms of metal.
Sure. I mean, you've got an outplay as well. It's not just... Yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like Team C88 is going to give them that. Because they're not investing into the push either. They're just happy to...
They're kind of,
go
spamming.
with this slower style. Both teams are amassing a lot of air. This is a lot of fighters on both sides. I think they want to end this with a bombing, it seems, both teams.
I mean, to be fair, they know where, like, they've been clearing this whole section, and there are pinpointers here now, but there isn't flak in Autopilot's base, and they know where, 5 fusions are, and so it feels like they're like, hey, if we can get in there and just bomb even a couple of them, we should probably be ahead economically, but I guess we'll see. And now it just turns into T1 versus T1, but we do see a lot of these figs that they keep moving, and I'm like, oh, here comes the attack, but then it doesn't come. But Mara's...
Yeah, I mean, it's been a slow past few minutes so far, and Chisada said he's had enough. He has started the forbidden big blue balls tactic, and he's prepared to drag this one out.
Yeah.
But they're also making LRPCs, which I like, to add some pressure in the top right side. So it's not like they're playing completely passive. It doesn't seem to reach that much, to be honest.
They just call it. They know they're behind.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wow. Okay, so
makes sense. I mean,
go out with a whimper. They knew they were behind, though, right? They've been behind for a while, and they're like, "Can we really push through this?" I don't think so.
And there's not that much that they could have done in terms of strategies. And honestly, there's a whole day of games so far. This was the first series.
Oh my god, yeah. Good God. I have dinner plans later, guys, so we can't go too long. But yeah, I mean, I think that was an awesome job from both teams. And all those games felt really competitive, even though, they do kind of pull it out. C88 pulls it out at the end there. So well played to both teams. If you guys just hopped in, so that was Pro versus C88 B2F. Pro picked Charlie in the Hills, they won that. C88 picked ATG, they won that, and then they also had the choice between Salt Reef and Feast of Hades, and they chose Feast of Hades and they took it. So for this, it looks like Pro is going to drop 1-2 from C88 B2F, and if we hop to rankings, we can see TC beat Nut. Looks like 2-1, but Nut did take a game off of them. So for the upper bracket, it is going to be Team Chaos versus APM, which is a rematch from yesterday, and Team Chaos won that, correct? Yeah, they won that, because they won all their games. So a little bit of a hype rematch there. And then in the losers round, we are going to have Nut versus PBS, and we are going to have Rat versus Pro.
That's correct. So what are we picking, Volshark? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking
LDM is asking.
TC. I think we go TC versus APM. I think we stay with the upper bracket. We want to try to show, I think, the highest quality games on the mainstream. With that said, LDM is casting the losers bracket. I don't know if he's going to cast Nut PBS or if he's going to cast Pro versus Rat. However, whatever game you want to watch, hopefully we will have a stream for you and everything should be good. Give us a second. We're going to pull the teams into lobbies and get started as soon as we can.
All right. Maybe we could do both of the losers, since the losers round is going to be a single match.
Oh,
and
that's
maybe
true, actually.
PC.
Yeah. We could, yeah. Let's do that then. I guess we can.
Yeah.
So we can TC and
Yeah, I'm gonna let
C88
Teams know. So TC and APM gets a little bit of a break, and then we're gonna play them on the losers round 3 and semis at the same time.
Okay, yeah, that'll be nice. I think we want to cast Nut versus PBS.
As much as well, right? As much on the stream.
Yeah. So
you want to say Nut versus PBS?
Yeah, because we just watched Pro, so
Yeah,
I'd
yeah,
like
yeah.
to spread the love around. So we are gonna
Okay, that
go
makes sense.
Nut versus PBS, and then LDM is gonna cast Pro versus RAT, the really awesome team. Let me see if I have PBS. Okay, yep, I see PBS here, and I am hopping in. Wait, why is TC playing versus? Oh, never mind. All right. So tell you what, guys, while we collect players, we're gonna throw to a quick, I'm gonna say 2-minute break, and then we should be right back. So don't go anywhere. We will return momentarily in 2 minutes. Welcome back, my friends. We are still collecting players and getting ready, but I am super excited for this Nut versus PBS. This is a rematch. Nut won the last time that they played. So I think it's
a rematch indeed. We're gonna get one of these teams will get knocked out. I mean, and also, the Nut were able to take one game off Team Chaos apparently.
Oh yeah,
right?
that's
so
right.
That was also amazing.
That's right.
It's a 2-1.
Yeah, so PBS Please Ban Sheep is Teddy, Hellshound, Stardom, Raiko, Patak, Mighty Sheep, and 8D. And Nut is aka Horn-Chen is Major Noob, Teriyaki Thilo, Lewis B 288, Random Variable, Chase Soft Ice, and Zartex T4. Let me see who's actually playing for these teams in the game. You know?
It looks like Major Noob, Random Variable, Teriyaki, Zartix, and Pitak. Oh, Pitak isn't the wrong team. I would assume Louis B is right there in the lobby.
Okay, yeah. So
Stardom is currently in another lobby, AFK. So I'm not sure if he's going to be joining Team PBS
starting. Maybe I could do a ring.
It looks like it looks like Zartix. He tried the core once, and he's like, "Yep, we're not doing that," and then lost the game and backed off. But yeah, I mean this German stack, like we said at the start of the broadcast, I think they're an awesome dark horse of the tournament. They have no old players, and they just kind of turned into a team and started doing tons of co-op builds and rotation lobbies, and they've been playing a lot. So it's awesome to see. And a lot of these are kind of rotation players. So if you look at the most played map, when you see Rosetta, it generally means that they play in a lot of rotation lobbies, because Rosetta is the most popular Rotato map. And then, you know, we have Soft Ice, who is the ATG player, and then we've got some Straight Lobsters up here. And on the PBS team, you can see they're primarily rotation players, with the exception of Stardom, who is an FFA addict, as you can tell from the 72 FFA OS, which is a big number. Big number. So, all right. I think we are almost ready for bans. We've got most of the team members here, so while the rest filter in, we're going to see if we can get them started.
Turn them into the abandoned picks.
Thank you, LSR. Let me get us ready for a little ban and pick. I feel like I haven't watched enough nut games to really know if there's any sort of preferences for it, but yeah, did you guys watch enough games, or watch any games of theirs? I guess I should say watch enough games.
For who?
For Nut. I feel like I haven't really seen them play all that much. No?
Well, yesterday, no. What we saw them beat PBS, I
We
think,
saw 'em-
twice on Tabula. We saw when Charlie lose, right? They had the Charlie game.
That's
I remember
right.
the
They did have
Tabula game.
the Charlie game. You're right. So sorry, I should actually probably put the teams on here. That's my bad. 1 second. And
They also had I'm not sure what they picked on the 3-game series versus TC though, but it looks like
So the opening
They
is
picked-
ban on Feast on Hades, and Pitak is banning Hellas.
Okay, give me 1 second. So PBS. So opening ban is, sorry, Ben, will you grab those? And I will.
yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
Attack bans. Hellas. Oh, Feast of Hades first.
Feast of Hades is first.
Hades and Hellas.
Oh yeah. Okay. So Feast of
Nope.
Hades is gone. Hellas is gone.
Salt is gone as
Reef.
well.
Salt Reef is gone. Lewis B says, we only play the dry side of Hellas, no water in our minds. Which if they say that, I feel like they should have banned Barrier Reef, but I guess we'll see. We'll see. Reiko says, we saw the Hovers and the Maras. They've been watching some nut games. They don't want to play that. And Patak is gonna ban Center Command.
Center.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So interesting.
First pick is on Nut.
What do you think? Yeah, what are they gonna go? They've played a lot of Tabula from what I remember. What else have they played? Oh, they're gonna pick Charlie. They're gonna run it
This
back.
is like the third time I think we've seen PBS versus Charlie.
They're gonna run it back. You have to respect it, right? They're like, all right, we didn't win it, but
Well, I don't know. Like AD is gonna go around, com drop, make proxy on the side, you know.
Okay.
You already know how it's gonna look.
Tabula.
Yes.
Here we go. Tabula. So a little Charlie in the Hills Tabula. These should be.
It's looking like a rematch.
It is looking like a rematch. I like that these are these small, close, just like skirmishing maps, right? Like, let's throw units into each other. These teams are like, we don't want Rosettas. We don't want, all these big Salt Reef maps. We don't want Hellas. We just want to make units and run at each other. All right. What do we think is coming next? What do we want for bans?
It's
Probably go to
very
see
like
them.
they've been playing each other at the same way. I mean, the skill should be better, right?
Yeah.
It's everybody has the chance to replay already the same replays, exactly know how the other team should play. Maybe there's some options for the counterplay.
Oh, and we got
Yeah, it'll be interesting if they adapt or if they just try to run back maybe just a more refined version of the strategy, or if they're trying to predict, another team doing something else.
yeah. I am curious if they they didn't start air last time, right? They completely ignored the back, from what I remember, in that Charlie
Yeah,
game.
in both qualities as well. Yep.
So interesting. I wonder if they're gonna do it again. So DSD ban. All right, all right. What's band 6? What are we thinking, team? Wait, hold on. What's left? So ATG
One map
barrier.
left, but I will not speak it into existence
Oh,
because I feel
boy.
like it's a.
It's a yeah. You don't want to say
Yeah.
it. Rose. I mean, Rock Jungle is actually making it really far. I feel like it's going to get banned at some point, but we'll see.
Yep.
As soon as I said Rock Jungle has made it so far, Patak instantly bans it. Okay. Patak is stream sniping. There's a 5-minute delay, but that's why they waited so long for the stream to catch up. I know your tricks, Patak. I know your tricks. All right, so our remaining maps are Rosetta, Barrier Reef, and ATG. So if you're Nut, do you want to give him the option between... What do you want to give him the option between? It's the real question.
I honestly think you ban Barrier Reef if you're not. I think PBS did very well in Barrier Reef the other day.
That's true. Yeah, and they ban it. Good call. Good call, Panda.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that was Hell's Hound with his like Giga Fed MVP Puffin, right?
yeah, where he just ran around and just sniped. that was just so painful to watch. You're like, yep, does like thousands of damage in metal and energy. He sniped a ton of titles too, right? And like radar and yeah. The most depressing part of that was when enemy Figs came to kill it and there was a platypus under it and he just submerged, or there was a herring under it and he just submerged and the herring started killing the fighters, and then they sent a sub to kill it and it just popped out of the water and started shooting it. You're like, okay. So ATG is banned, which means that our last map is Rosetta if we go to a game 3. And these are Rotato players on PBS, so they're comfortable with it, right? But you kind of, I mean, I would also say those, the Nut players have been doing quite a bit of rotation themselves. So I'm sure they've been exposed to Rosetta quite a bit. So we'll see how it goes. But game 1, Charlie in the Hills. This is our second Charlie in the Hills game. And I will say the first one between Pro and not TC, Pro and C88 was pretty interesting, no?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd like to see some improvements into the play. I mean, not getting the back mixes is a little sus. I hope the strategy is a bit changed. They'll take a look at the replays and figure out where they, at least not to let the AD, be a commando all over the place. And
yeah, so if you didn't watch that game, what was that? Yeah, was that yesterday? I don't.
It's all both. It was yesterday, and it was also in the qualifiers. Also.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, this is the very first game actually.
Right. So when we watched it, when that was like when we watched Nut play, they completely ignored this whole bottom plateau, and they just did like a 5 in mid basically, and then they did full pressure and they pushed and they killed Raiko's base that was here. Stardom kind of survived and did a bit and he was okay, but 8D was the air player for PBS. I assume he'll be the air player again. So he started here and he did the classic 8D proxy where he flew his comm and an aircon, right? And the aircon went here. He built the bot lab. The bot lab kind of goes like this. And he actually tried to comm drop here, and got caught. Correct? I think I remember his
Yeah,
commander
I
like
think both
being
times, yeah.
being stuck over on the hills somewhere. But we talked about this map before, so we're gonna see if Nut wants to run it back and do that same 5 front, or if they want to spawn someone in the air. I am a much bigger fan of the air spawn. I think just because it's so many mexes, right? I think there's 6 mexes up there, if I recall correctly, or 5 mexes. I think there's 6. There's 4 in the middle.
6.
Six.
Exactly.
Right.
And also, obviously, getting the reclaim with their is from the hills. I
Yeah.
mean,
We
you
saw
would expect to have some scuffle over it.
Yeah, we saw Sash do an excellent job of that in the Pro versus C88 game. You know, we saw he had an aircon that like went here, got that, got those, got everything there, and then he had the other aircon that got the corner, and then because the pond is there, he was able to fly up and get this as well. So they got the majority of the reclaim, and if you look, there is almost 4,000 metal in reclaim, so it's a huge boost. But we are loading in momentarily, so get ready. We're gonna see what these teams want to decide to do. Oh, and sorry, that is me. That is not the game. Let's watch the game. Apologies.
Perfect.
All right. So looks like PBS is on the bottom down here, and so if you guys didn't watch Omega Series 2, 1 and 2 were both won by a team called DBS, Don't Ban Sheep. And that team has split, and so multiple members are parts of other teams. We were talking about how Chisato and Austin are on C88, but 2 members of that team, which are Teddy and Hellshound, have come here, and they are in PBS, Please Ban Sheep.
All right.
Talk to me, LSR. What do you see? What do you see in our future? Salamanders? Aircons? Ticks?
Well, last time not did salamanders, right?
Yeah, they did, and they're gonna do the exact same thing. Look at this. They don't have a high ground spawn here. We're not gonna see air.
Well, looks like the thugs are back on the menu, boys.
Yeah, I love everything about these arrows. It's just like, all right, what are we doing? We're gonna run at them, right? Everyone else is like, all right, so we've got this high ground spawn here. We're gonna go for the reclaim. AD, make sure you put your build power close to the cliff, right here, so that you can help us when we do the geo. We're gonna do the fast T2 here. And Nuts like, we make thug, we attack. Beautiful. So this is gonna be probably a little brute strength versus the finesse fight. I will say I do like the early Sala if you aren't going to go air, because it gives you some level of defense against Shuris. Because like otherwise most of those other units, they get hit, 2 or 3 times, they're stun locked, whereas the Salas can tank quite a few Shuri shots. And once, if the Salas can get into this puddle, they can become really annoying until they drop anemones and urchins, because they can kind of like raid like this and then hop back in and then raid over. So we're going to see how it turns out. We have, for the PBS side, Mr. Hellshound as core. We've got Teddy as arm. Pitak as arm. Reiko as core. He's normally a little bit more of an arm enjoyer, so that's interesting. And 8D as core air, of course, in back. And on the other side, we're seeing some co-op labs already. So Major Noob and Zartik are both arm. Teriyaki is currently playing an arm battery. We see lots of windmills dropping. And then Lewis B and Random Variable are arm and core, and we're going to see core bot. So I assume there's going to be kind of like a Janus Stout on one side and then a Thug Resbot on the other. But Sad Panda, what opening do you prefer out of these two?
Prefer. Well, we don't see any vehicles from the side of PBS. So it's looking like they're going to go into the pond with their commanders, maybe. Hard to say what I prefer because I don't really know what these teams are cooking. I mean, the starting labs are not that important in my opinion. I mean, if you go like core bots, arm bots, you're gonna make res bots, you're going to make like ticks or grunts. It's all about like the first transition for me personally. What their plan is like, it's like a fast
Thugs are
C2.
already printing right now, as we see.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, LSR, good call. I mean, it does look like they're going for the just straight up
Middle
thug.
pressure,
Yeah.
the
Hit
crasher.
pressure.
But they're gonna see it and they're gonna scout it, right?
It's gonna be denied though. I think the Teriyaki already pre-made the AA in the middle, so they actually don't see what's in the back. So managed to hide just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't see Lewis B's calm, so even though they see some of the front line, they don't know that there's actually 5 commanders that are just
Oh, but
beelining
8D,
to the front.
8D is gonna get in the back now because there's an Inittle here, so he's gonna come up. He's
like,
gonna go.
"Oh, my mexes are free again," as he's
And-
managed to build them multiple times behind their base.
yeah. So
He's already getting the aircon out. Yeah.
So
What's
he-
interesting is you see not in the top right, they are predicting AD to do the same thing again. They're sending
Anti-proxy, yeah. That's hilarious. So they watched the replay. They still believe in the thug though.
Yeah, and
No
they had-
pressures on the front, sadly. So
Yeah,
they're losing a little bit of a thugs. Needs to push his commander a little bit further on.
But in terms of aggression, this is a lot of early aggression. We see the Geo going down for, or it's almost finished for PBS, and
Other team isn't slacking. Oh, yeah, a little bit slacking.
a little bit slower, but really not that much slower. So if they want to pivot out, it could be nice. Raiko is making thugs, but this is one of those scary things where it's like, if you're like Sad Panda said, I think yesterday, if you're making this, self-D from Raiko, he's gonna get all these thugs, I think. He doesn't do that much damage to the commander though.
I don't think three thugs is enough, guys. And we see already a comm trade on the other side. Both commanders now racing towards to get the most of the optimum. But yeah, Major Luke has army.
I don't think Teddy can contest that at all, can he?
Well, it depends whether if he gets D-guns off or not. But he chooses to play safely, as Teddy usually likes, or maybe not. Yeah, he likes safe play, so retreats and will skirmish with his thugs.
They're almost like completely floating metal. They're gonna have to throw down an M store because they're gonna overflow this metal anyway. Do we see any M stores going down? Not yet. So
not coordinating.
Ideally, they should be dropping BP to spend this metal, but their unit production labs actually don't have T1 comms right beside them, so they can't quickly drop.
I don't think if you get the comms that close, it might be worthwhile just to deny. You just eat them to deny because like if you're getting pushed back, it's better than leaving the metal. And Teddy also somehow agrees with just de-gunning the Rex. Hey, they're literally at their bases right now.
Yeah,
and there's only one commander right here, right? So Raiko kills.
He was gonna try to self-D again, but I think he just dies to thugs in this LLT. He doesn't even get random variables commander. Random variables gonna.
And
oh no,
Teriyaki's already like in the fighting against Pitak, so
yeah, he's in a good position to trade with Pitak, and so Teddy's commander is in big danger.
Yeah, it's 4-2 comms.
Yeah, and Teddy's also going in the water to already prepare.
So
this push is actually working, no? I
think,
wrong? Is it?
I think I kind of feel like they need res bots behind it though, no?
Yeah, that's been the major thought. I mean, and AD is obviously going to get metal advantage. He already managed to start building the backline mexes of Team Nutters as was per usual.
This is...
and they build a torpedo launcher in Teddy's face. Teddy's too close.
This is very, very important fight, yeah.
Oh no, but does he die to the explosion? He does.
He does.
But one commander left, guys.
And Patak, yeah, he needs to be very careful. And they're gonna get
but they have 2 coastal torpedo launchers.
Yeah, but
Random variable can't walk in.
all these stouts just broke through and they're running for his
I think
base.
Major Noob might be in a little bit of a trouble. I can't see on the map himself. He needs to both use his units and his commanders might be a little bit of danger as well. So his attention is quite split, although he's been getting all the metal out.
Yeah, I mean, he's
in a
sprinting. There isn't a commander here to deal with this, though. They're making Banshees, and
I like that.
Yeah, this is kind of a trippy game, but I feel like Nut is ahead. I mean, they're slightly ahead economically, and they had to cancel their T2. They wanted to drop a T2 lab. They had to cancel. Oh, and Random Noob goes down. Yeah. So this is...
I think the Banshees are all in, though. They're not. I don't think these are defensive. These are going to snipe BDAX con because they know that there's one con left.
Oh, that's a good point. I feel like they could come over and kind of be defensive, though, and mess with these tanks. But
they're running straight to the base. Yeah, I would have liked scouts, though. This is a bit dangerous.
I mean, you need... Oh, and his comm goes down.
Random variable is in a pretty awkward position right there, and I don't think that's...
Wait, they see
the
comm?
Know where he is.
Oh, because they have a radar. They have a radar in the pond.
Yeah, but there's no way.
But it's not. No.
Yeah, the bombers would have been better choice, especially if it's like maybe a seaplane bombers. But yeah.
And they're gonna resign. Oh,
calling.
Man, I feel like they had the opportunity to do it though, right? Like I think bombers would have killed Patak.
Well, they would also wreck the base, right? You can also hit the wind if the case goes.
Yeah.
But they made the call. They didn't have like a plan B by the looks of it, and they just said, "Oh, let's just try this."
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think they just needed resbots in with it, like more resbots?
Yeah, you want the resbots. I would say for every fourth thug, you want to have a resbot. And resbots are good to also boost from the... You need to eat the trees. I think the teriyaki in the back should just make resbots, reclaim as much energy, boost the thug production, and then use those resbots, which are gathering energy to support the thug push once the thugs actually start to get the ball rolling. And it requires nothing of the thug player, right? The thug player keeps making thugs.
Right. Okay. So... Well, go ahead.
No, I was about to say that one or two more vehicle cons as well, just taking the mechs in the middle, I think would have made a big difference. An amphib con to take the rocks in the pond, they never took those, or those mexas. I feel like they were putting a lot of pressure, but because they didn't do these things, they felt like they were behind in macro, and they had to do an all-in, even though they weren't really that far behind.
I don't think they were behind on macro. I mean, they literally ate the rocks in the other pond, in the other team's pond, so...
No, I mean, I don't think they were behind us as well, but I think they thought they were. That's why they committed to the all-in. Because...
Yeah. I don't think they were behind. They needed to obviously get rid of AD in the back. You could make a lab up there, to be fair, with like a nano. You could probably position a nano in such a way that it boosts the lab on the top, and then you get the geo, and after you finish the geo, you would take the mexes like a couple of minutes late, but you would get them and get rid of AD's proxies up there.
So game one goes to PBS, so game one was on Charlie in the Hills, which was actually Nuts' pick, and PBS takes it. Game two is going to go to Tabula, which is PBS's pick. So currently leading 1-0.
Enemy team to chill a little bit. He did get pressured against two comms so hard.
Yeah, he kind of got run at. That was a little rough, but we are about to head into game two on Tabula. So Germany's backs are kind of against the wall, right? Nut is going to need to they're going to need to rally, and they're going to need to win this game and force a game three, because this is the lower bracket. So if they lose again, they are unfortunately out of the tournament. So let's see if they can reach deep into that German stoicism and clutch a win.
They've been doing pretty well. They've been grabbing at least one game, and I think, I don't know, I think people are still impressed with they will gain a lot of fans for this tournament. They're doing 100%. Extremely well and beating, I think, most of the teams. Maybe not the APM. Maybe they haven't played the APM team, the C88 team.
I don't think
they played the rest of the team, they managed to get one thing, and even if they happen to go out now on this game, I think they should feel definitely proud of themselves, standing up to basically every other team.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. So let's see. I think we've kind of established a little bit more standard starting positions. Have we seen anyone do a pool spawn and then do the lab here? I don't think we have, right?
It's way too risky, I think, with the double pushing. All you risk is somebody pushing you, degunning the lab. You just cannot get enough army out unless you get boosted by team. Maybe if you get boosted by team, it's a fine option.
Yeah.
And I think you could pivot to maybe something else. I think if the wind is low, like Titles is good, but the wind is rarely low, and the wind is obviously supreme.
Well, we also have 8D on his little island here. This man has, if you haven't watched any of the PBS games, 8D he's pretty much always been in this little corner here, and he has fought 1v2 every single game, and in some incredible way, he never dies. He just like is the most obnoxious thing. There was a game yesterday where there was like LLTs and all these defenses, and there were like units here, and then we looked over and there were grunts that 8D I think had flown in, and they killed both AGOs, and we're like, all right, this is some next level like Russian secret op stuff. So yeah, hopefully he can deliver, and we'll see if Germany can clutch it. Zarex with his
I like not starting position. I think these offensives is a little bit better. Luis can always expand to the hill, especially if they don't expect enemy to invade. It's a good position. You still get to apply the pressure, and you still manage to. You can pivot to secure the middle mixes. But yeah.
All right. So in terms of spawns, we've got random variable as the core bot player on the front here, and we have Major Noob. He is in back and he's arm. He's just gonna battery. He's not gonna lab. So we might see a 4 lab here, which is interesting.
It's good. I think it allows random to get the lab up. That's an extremely quick lab.
And Teriyaki Thilo is arm in mid. Lewis B is also arm in mid. And then we're going to see arm bots here. So 4 arm, 1 core. Actually, it is a 22 wind map, so that checks out. 8D is going to be arm bots on the hill. Reko is going to be...
seeing a little bit better expansion from Nut. They've been...
Yeah, none of their backline players are making labs.
Yeah, but that's good. They're getting metal quicker, right? And we see Teddy and both, I think, Raiko with 2 mix opens. So this, like, it's 7 metal per second right now advantage, right? So it's gonna tick in, right? You see 200 metal, and it's gonna tick for a little bit more. Obviously, they still need to hold these things. Ticks are very dangerous if you have a naked mixes, so they're risking. They're definitely risking, but I love these 4 mix grabs from Nut so far.
Yeah, I do think Zarex really needs that early radar, though. It's super. If you're doing this, I think it's super important to be able to respond.
I think they're playing risky, but if they get away with this, with like quick nano in the middle, they will be able to apply the pressure. They just need to buy time right now, and random variable has a grunts, and grunts will be able to, defend most of these attacks. So the way the attacks are going, I think this should be not favored as an opener so far.
Yeah, the scouts are all going north, which is kind of lucky for them, honestly.
Yeah, into the grunts perfectly, as you mentioned.
Right, does this show on Comradar? Oh, it...
Not really, but I think Luis will be able to... I mean, he's also really greedy with... he gets both the con and going for more wind. This pawn might cause some issues right now.
Yeah,
going for the second con as well.
For another con.
Okay. And wind just dropped, so he won't be able to make anything. That is...
Yeah, that's...
Oh?
He does switch red, so he will lose, but he could lose all the 3 mexes, and that would be pretty bad. Hellscound just needs to micro. This is good.
Yeah, he needs to just punish a little bit. And no, you're right. The pawn's going to have to chase it, but he's going to lose the wind and the mexes.
It's a little bit greedy. Yeah, 4 mexes into double cons. I mean... You want some grunts, and there is no second grunt player in the middle. I would expect like the Teriyaki's position to play more grunts, but
these scouts are just hurting right now. They're doing a lot of damage to Nut. PBS on the other side, we see the thugs coming out here, and so Hellshound is pushing up so he can secure this 4mex. On the opposite side,
Zartix is already there.
And on the other
side,
side,
they've been contesting the mid mixes so far pretty well.
Is this grunt has 6 kills and is still alive? Oh my god. Poor Lewis.
I like that he shared it to Patak because Patak is battering right now, so he has more APM.
Yeah.
Shows they have good coordination actually.
Teriyaki.
House is busy fighting for the front.
Can we get a look on the both hills of the position? I think the Zartix is... so AD is contesting this side. Oh, he
I don't...
goes for it.
That doesn't kill, does it? No.
No.
He does have...
I mean, it will leave him defenseless against the thugs, but it is what it is.
Zark's kind of getting bullied by thugs on this side. 8D looks like he degunned that, but he's gonna have to run his comeback, right?
Run it where, though?
Good point. It is slightly trapped.
Centurion. I don't think that's enough. But the thugs don't really have reinforcements. If you look behind it, there aren't like grunts running.
Yeah. We might see Louis getting some action in the middle, unless Raiko plugs the gap. Those pawns are just free, just in the middle. Oh, pulls them back sadly to intercept. There was like a pretty big opening there.
And PBS trying to raid as best they can.
I mean, on the south side, you have Zardex quite overextended, in my opinion. I think he's pretty far. He can get sandwiched by Hells and Patak pretty easily.
Yeah, against 2 comms, it's gonna be hard, and they're lacking on energy due to wind being low, so the LLTs just isn't firing at all.
Oh no, that's so painful. Patak can degun all of... Patak takes a lot of damage, though. Oh,
his deguns are missing a few inches.
No.
That's...
Patak doesn't even kill the other one.
The cursed Cortex degun.
And
yeah,
they can't...
Trade in the middle.
Raiko goes down in mid. Wait, was that a trade? Isn't that just one comp?
Oh yeah,
it's just
you're
one
right.
pawn. Yep.
Raiko
That's
got
a pawn
sniped by
Yeah.
pawns. So both Teddy and Patak are... I mean, all the comms on bottom are super low, but Zarx is doing great work here. Just basically not letting him have this 4.0 max and actually applying quite a bit of pressure. On the other side, they do have the 4.0 max, but they haven't taken enough of the mid maxes. So despite holding these sides, they don't actually have the income advantage at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the mexes north on that hill that aren't taken as well. There's like 3 mexes there that they could be taking.
Is it an HLT? Oh, sorry. An ACLT?
Oh.
8D with the ACLT.
Yeah.
And the beamer. I think they can just alpha it down though, can't they? If they just fire and then back up. Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
So they kill the beamer. He can back up, repair it, and then they should be able, I think, to pressure it. Zarex has been pushed off the hill. It looks like he's going to have to, I think, kind of surrender this. And luckily, Teddy was able to eat the comm wreck there. So even though they lost the comm, they did get the 1250 medal. Okay.
Here's the 4.0 mix. Raiko, I think, is also losing his 4.0 mix soon. It doesn't look like he has any army, so it's just a comm and a couple of LLTs holding them back from now, but it's not going to be for long, right? Especially with Janus now.
It's kind of interesting. There's no air, there's no T2. Everyone is just kind of committed into... Oh, does it die? It doesn't die, but it gets the snipe.
Yeah, I was about to say, it doesn't look like any of these teams... well, actually, Patak is transitioning to air right now.
Oh, okay.
He's forced to eat solar to fund it, because there's not much metal.
To be fair, I bet you Shell Shockers actually could put in a bit of work here, but...
Yeah, they're good on the hill.
This... I almost want Random Variable to just cloak
Teddy? No, Teddy isn't holding yet. Teddy has a lot of army. I think Teddy is going for a kill on Luis, I think.
8D has to just have... Yeah, I mean, 8D's doing pretty good, sorry. Teddy is going for a kill on...
Yeah, it looks like he got gifted some thugs along with like blitzes. He made a lot of blitzes, so I thought he's maybe going to try to go offensive, but...
I think he's going to have to go
the reclaim.
Bail out Raiko, right? Because Raiko is kind of getting pushed back here. His comm is low.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they're swapping the mexes right now, so Teriyaki will get the 4 point up
Right.
and Teddy will kill this position, so...
So we'll see. And this is a little scary for Zarex because he has to kind of hold this, and as soon as he leaves, they can just run straight into his base. But he's doing his best. He's doing his best little 8D impression here.
Yeah, I like what Team PBS is doing though, because after Hell's Hound retook all this space, you have Pitok macroing in the back. He's taking the Geo. He switched to air to make shurikens, and
Right.
it looks like they're cleaner with the transitions.
I don't think I'm a fan of the Gia. Obviously, it's good when the wind drops low, but might be a little bit
You
of a
think
waste.
straight to T2 with Geo.
I think the wind is
Major
just
noob.
better. I mean, look at the 22 wind.
Major
T1
noobs.
Geo just doesn't
Go ahead.
make that much sense. That's it. I don't think the T1 Geo is good on Tabula.
Major Geo had a really good little
Quick
run
T2 is.
by, but the Shuris are going to lock it down, unfortunately. And Shuri's coming
T2 vehicle on both sides. Sorry, there's the T2 vehicle transition by Major Noob and by Teddy. To arm.
So Hell's won his hill back, and he's going to be able to snipe the
AD is
next
gonna
down
go
here.
down any second now. Oh, he's just camping right there.
Is there a jammer? Oh, there is a jammer.
Yeah, he made a jammer.
Very sneaky AD.
Wait, why don't I see the jammer range? Oh, there we go. So he's in the range. He's being annoying. But they do hold the 4.0 mechs. They don't hold some of these other mechs. They have taken the back end. He's taking Geo now, but here comes Reiko trying to raid in. He's going to get pushed back by an LLT, and Random Variable is going to flex some grunts down. But Reiko, as soon as he moved out, Teriyaki just started pressuring and pushing, and there's only one nettle here, so a couple of stouts get shut down, but there's this number of stouts starts to get a little scary once they ball up. So the T2 vehicle swap is going to have to come relatively soon and definitely do some damage.
Well, I mean, Nut Team is already on that T2 vehicles. They're gonna send a couple of Mausers to assist. I mean, hell, they could even come and just camp on this hill where Random Variable resides, and that could, with the hill, it could clear all the Raiko's defenses there. He has invested quite heavily into the Exploiters and Twin Guards right at that position. But yeah, it looks like we have a party in the middle. A lot of units right here.
And they started to build the Geo. Hell's Hound canceled it looks like. But yeah, I mean, we see almost every T1 unit, it feels like, represented in mid, shooting back and forth, just trying to jockey for position. So both the 4.0 mexes are... Oh, wait, no, sorry. They have the... Lewis B still has the 4.0 mex on this side. Teriyaki lost the 4.0 mex on his side. But maybe you can build it behind those walls, can you?
I think the Sheep PBS team is doing much better. They started their 4.0 already upgrading to T2,
Yeah.
Which is very, very big swing usually.
Meanwhile, you have the Nut Team. They're just queuing up all the mexes in order. They're not really prioritizing the 4.0 one.
Is that a... Oh, that's a Mauser.
Yeah, the Rainbow Wall of Mausers. Did you notice? Does it remind you of anything, Volshot? I see Mausers, I see consoles. Oh, interesting. Looks like
I'm scared about the Nut team. The Pitek is gonna soon get the bomber numbers up, and while
Yeah, they don't
Nut
have...
has the Mauser advantage, I don't think they have like any air. We already see Pitek scouting the backline.
Wait, but he only has... he has 9 whirlwinds. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I mean, that is very scary. We saw him win a game. Was it against Nut on Tabula? We saw him win a game where someone tried to do an arm bombing run and it didn't work, and then Patak came through with core bombers and kind of showed us what a T1 bombing run should look like. So we'll see. I do feel like Nut, they have to know their... Oh, all right, Air Lab now. So
They
he's
have
got
air,
2
but
scouts.
yeah, but look, he's adding energy converters instead of more nanos, and you would need like more BP. You're just never gonna get the numbers up.
Yeah, fair enough. So
He's printing some, and there is some AA on the field, but I think it still could be devastating, especially against like Louis B base,
yeah.
because they're likely gonna come through the closest spot.
Major Noob clearly stream sniping. He listened to your idea to put
Yeah, this
Mausers
is
on the
really
cliff. But yeah, I mean, it's great. They get the bonus, their plasma, they get the bonus range, and they can kind of shut down that rating angle to go up. And random variable coming up, he's like, all right, AD, get out of here. You're super annoying. Dude, AD, I was a little insulted to say, but he's like the ultimate cockroach. Like, he just like, it's like 13 minutes in, he still is not 100%.
Hello, mwah. Give me a kiss.
Yeah, hug me. Oh, he did it, and then he just ran back. What is happening? So Patak is trying to make things happen with this bombing run. It looks like they're getting in position. He has more figs, I believe. So 6 figs versus 5 figs, but more figs are getting added. So, oh, Raiko and Teriyaki. Raiko coming in for the hug. There's a lot of personal contact in this game. You know, people running up, just hugging, trying to be friends. It's great to see people from different countries, you know, hugging each other in core friendship. AD is still alive, and he's going to drop a bot lab, and I just don't even know what to say. This is amazing. But mid push, we have bulls that are coming in. They're going to try to push and break Teddy, and Patak is just driving me insane. He keeps like moving these bombers, and I think they're going to attack, but then they run back. Do they see these bombers? They know. So we should probably see a lot. Are these bombing units? These are bombing units.
A little bit of a waste, I would say. That's a lot of BP and energy going into the bombers with no.
AT's going to kill this 2.0 max. And he might even be able to run into the back line. This is in the middle of a T2 transition, and they wanted to drop a fusion. He has to go back and drop Jags now. So, oh, AT, APM stalls a little bit. They're going to try to run up the hill. They might be able to run around.
Bombing run starting.
Yeah.
Patak sees weakness.
First goes down. All right, most of the figs are dead. They're gonna try.
Both of those Jags are actually kind of serving dual purpose now.
Yeah.
Originally we went against the pawns, but they're able to actually, you know, help fighters out cleanly. And I don't think the bombing was enough. Like,
No,
given the halt on the T2 mixes and everything.
I don't think it was worth it. But the one thing is, like, Patak already has his AGO on one side, and he's about to finish the AGO on the other side. They have the mid rattle that is all the way, you know, it's basically pushing against Lewis's base, and Hellhound can start to LLT creep on that side. But on the other side, we see Zarex doing a little pawn raid over here, so they're gonna have to respond to that. And I think random variable might go down here. This Pitbull, I think, kills him.
One more shot. Doesn't receive it.
He survives. All right. Can we just get one ambassador, please? Like, what? Can we just get? Can we get one ambassador to dislodge?
That's a lot of work here. They already have the 2D vehicle on.
And what is this? Patak? Is he going to try to comb bomb here? There's AA though, so he needs to be careful. Although, to be fair, the Hephaestus or whatever, Hephaestus is so tanky, it can probably just land. Actually, maybe not, because it has to.
We did see it climbing up yesterday.
Yeah,
It got almost stuck into the mountains. So.
That was a little painful. Raiko's base feels relatively exposed, but Hellhound is still doing a lot of work on this side, and PBS is ahead in almost every metric right there. It's still close, but they're definitely ahead. We do see great wind farming from both teams. And we see bombers coming out from Teriyaki.
They have good targets, though. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know if they have...
AD will be able to clean these mexes. He's been.
Dude, he is.
I don't know how he does this.
He's just
They're actually just making LLTs because they're tired of him just having the commando units always invading the hills.
He killed this 4-Mex a long time ago. They're just now rebuilding it. I think he's going to be able to snipe this other T2 Mex. They don't get the AGO because he's got beamers, but he killed an, like, he is just... He is so...
He's getting a rattle up as well, so he's going to deny a lot of mechs again.
Wait, is he really? Oh my god.
A rattle, 3 pit bulls, flag, TS Commander under Jammer. I don't think they're pushing that one out.
Yeah, they literally needed ambassadors like minutes ago. And we see a Platy raid from Hellshound. But I think Zarix, can he get the D-gun? No? But he can at least deny the 2.0 mech. So he's trying, and he's being really annoying. What else do we have?
Platy's pretty good idea because you can go through the water, but everything is beamered up. You see Commander go down.
Yeah.
Speed.
This rattle has denied that, and it's going to be able to clear almost all of this. This is peak annoyance, and he's going to do another rattle on the high ground, denying this 4.0 max and just giving them an even bigger advantage. But we've got 4 bombers. There's a lot of nettles here, though. Can you pop this? There's 8. Oh, they're arm bombers, though. Oh, they get it. They get it. Okay. So does pop the AGO, which is kind of nice.
He also technically clears the way for another bombing run. I mean,
True.
there was A there, now he can get
Teddy's
energy.
bulls are just dominating unless the commander gets really close. He gets 2 bulls.
He
off
gets
the bat.
2. The problem is he doesn't have that much really room to maneuver with, right? Like, look, this high ground rattle is just peak annoyance, and they're going to try to dislodge it with Recluse, but not only is there another rattle here, Hell's Calm is here, and he can just D-gun down the slope, so...
If you can turn the camera really well, though.
Yeah, I can't. I unbound it, actually, because I always end up hitting Alt and then, like, ruining it. We see fighters trade here, but this really feels like Nut is a little bit on the ropes, especially with 8D's resurgence here.
And you have Hells in the lower cliff, denying the Recluses, just D-gunning anything that comes close to this rattle. In the north, you have 8D making an AGO on...
That's a risky play.
Yeah, all right. 8D giveth, 8D taketh away. That definitely could be a throw, but I guess we'll see. Patak's going to do another bombing run. I think they've seen the Fig counts kind of drop, and this is still T1, so it's going to be whirlwinds, but there is... Ooh, no. Zarix goes down to the Bull Pawn. There are Jags out, but man, Jag into Bull is just pain. I think they need to... They don't necessarily want to do that. The Starlight is helping quite a bit, but here we go.
It's gonna get overwhelmed.
Why are there 2 transports? All right, we see a lot of wind go down, and he's moving over. These wind farms are just perfect for these T1 bombers. He's gonna pop the converters and get the BP. Oh no. Patak is, yeah, they're gonna resign now. They call it. Patak has made it work. His first bombing run wasn't quite as good, but the second was able to start farming that. And I kind of feel like a lot of that really came down to 8D just being obnoxiously unkillable, right? I mean, it felt like they could never quite bring the same number of people into middle, and so...
True. It's a distraction, nevertheless, right? If you clear the island and pork it up, everybody can focus to the middle, but wasn't the case.
Yeah, so good. It was a good game, and I think it was a little bit closer maybe than the first one was like a knife fight, it felt like, but
yeah.
We will not see a game 3. We will just see a game 2, and both of those were won by PBS. So PBS is going to take the series 2-0. And that unfortunately means that we need to say goodbye to our boys on Team Nut. So shout out for the German stack for playing. Great job in a lot of your games. I think they went much deeper than a lot of people expected them to. So great job.
Definitely gave the justice to the peanut, I think, this tournament.
Yeah. So very well played and great results. Major Noob, Teriyaki Thilo, Lewis B288, Random Variable, Chase, Soft Ice, and Zarix T4. Thank you guys for playing. Thanks for putting on those good games, and adieu. Sad. But yeah, that's how she goes. And the other game that is still going on is Pro and Rat, which it looks like they just started a game on Hellas. So I think I might hop into that and see what's going on. Yeah, gentlemen, any closing words for Team Nut, the homies?
They did great. They did great. Just need to watch the replays, fix their mistakes, and be back for Omega Series. What else can I say besides promoting the team? Looked good. Very close to even reaching the top 4. Only needed to beat the PPS once more. And Pitak's team also did great. They got the geos done, and where managed to get themselves together.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so we are hopping into Pro versus Rat, and game has already started. I don't know what bands are. I don't know what game this is. We could probably ask. I think LDM is casting this. Yes.
Yep.
We will ask, and we will try to get some information for you. We've got Pro in the lower right. It looks like our boy, so it's 1-0 Pro, and it looks like High Gain is going to go into C. We've got X Factor living the macro life in the back. We've got Autopilot, Sash, and Randy in front. And Pro, Sash is also going to do a front air lap, which is kind of interesting. Hold on 1 second.
Was 0. 2-0, I think. Yeah. They didn't.
Oh, sorry.
Interesting to see how Rat is adapting, though. They're doing something a bit different. I think every other game we've seen, they go all in with the Centurion Janus push. Now it's looking like they're trying a little bit of a slower strategy. Maybe something not as all in.
And let's see, Ro isn't playing, so I think maybe that could be part of it. They've got Flash instead, and they have Predator. They played a lot of games, or they played a number of their games yesterday without those two, right? They had, I think, Helicopter and Ro instead, and then just at the end of the day, they swapped the other players in. So
they swapped Master Bella in, yeah. So they're contesting C now. That's different. Interesting to notice.
Well, they had the time to prepare, and they get a little bit of break of the start. I don't know how much they saw the Hellas, but they definitely had the chance to review the replays of other teams from yesterday.
Yep.
Maybe they, added the titles and cleaned up their strategy a little.
And Mr.
Would you like to
Grok.
start better, and Fosha?
Wait, sorry, what'd you say, Panda?
Do you like to start better?
I think so. I kind of like a little bit more of a balance. I just don't like the completely uncontested C. I think that there's so many C mexes, and if you don't contest it at all, the C player can just really easily, it's like you see there's no one there, you make 2 cons, you eat your lab, and then your metal can go anywhere it needs to go on the team. But you kind of if you don't contest C, I kind of feel like you put your team on a timer in a sense. But I guess we'll see.
I don't know, see, like, for example, getting air cons to the side of the island, the corners give pretty good money as well. And you could use the air cons to get into the sea. It's not exactly that you have to control the sea. For example, if you get this cluster with air, this is good money, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's
looks like there's transports actually coming from X Factor, so...
Yeah, he's got a con.
He has 3 transports with T1 cons just buried all around the map.
Flash is getting chipped at by Janus and mid from Autopilot, and then Zeph and Randy are battling back and forth. Zeph with this stout Janus ball, Randy primarily with rocket bots, but Zeph feels like he has a pretty big metal advantage just in units. Almost 2k versus the 1100. So a little scary. I think we get some good Janus shots. He does get 1 Whistler, but sort of a little bit of a back and forth, and they're stacking on Randy's side. In the sea, it is Arm versus Core, and we see some Dolphins running up, but they get pushed back by the Riptides. There is a sub from Master Bell that is picking off mexes and the expanding con, which is nice. So we will see.
Well,
But
Rat Team has control over the middle. It's looking.
Randy's going down here. He's going to take his whole army and a little bit of his,
including himself, his own army.
Oh man, and yeah, he might be able to run into the sea, come over and eat it, but there's already a con from Randy. So it may have been worth it because I feel like that kind of just killed all of Rat's aggression from Zeph. But
they've been investing heavily. I mean, they invested in more tanks. Like, you could afford T2 for such a price, right? So I think the skirmishing units, although they're not able, I mean, in Hells you don't need like that much mobile units since it's only like one big lane, right? So the Rakos will be alright, I think.
But X Factor is not he is fooling around. He's not fooling around, and then he half builds a mechs over there. I'm not sure why, but he has these other mechs taken. So that even though they don't hold control of mid and they're kind of struggling in the South Sea, it does feel like they're not that far behind economically, just because, like you said, LSR, they've taken a number of the mechs in this top corner. But we do see a Banshee maybe coming out to snipe it. I'm not sure. They have Figs in the area, so maybe they'll be okay. But the Scout should. Oh, the Scout doesn't see him.
Scout gets shot down.
Gets shot down. So slightly ahead, but T2 Lab is done, and they're going to prove they're not going to AGO. Interesting.
Oh, yeah, I think you should AGO.
They're going to AGO this one, though. Look, no, I think they're fine. Because look, they
they will AGO this, but.
And on the other side, AGO's going down here. And we got consoles coming down. I'm assuming just mobile BP for that. Or maybe a frontline rattle. And in the sea, we have Master Bell versus High Gain. Looks like High Gain's chipping away with the standard frigate destroyer, trying to snipe a few things. And Master Bell has Dolphin Skater with a few frigates, no destroyers. His sub it looks like got cleaned up, but in terms of army values, it's like 5k versus 3.8k. So High Gang with maybe a little bit of a unit advantage, but he doesn't hold all the mexes. So I think as the game goes on, that might end up a little bit more rough.
Master Bell seems to be trying to dive High Gain Slam. I don't know if that's worth it. Is there that much mental value in killing all of this? Like, even if he wins that, does he win out on the trade?
I mean, maybe the thought is if he kills the unit production, then he can win the second fight later. But yeah, it's a little.
Because it is different from an AG8, right? It doesn't like. It hurts them directly.
It looks like just a bait to me. He's just buying time so he could get like a couple of more positions out. But I mean, if he kills the lab, he denies subs, and the subs I think is the only thing that kills the mexes, right? So if you kill the lab, you can literally play most of it, and he has to rebuild.
Rat gets a rattle up in mid. They're really solidifying the mid position here.
I don't know if that rattle doesn't seem like it's touching anything important. Did score
nice
strike?
We
have a little bit of a sea fight where the Shuris might turn the tide.
Yeah, there's how many skaters are there? There's a couple skaters.
Oh, Master Bell gets a really good comb bomb here.
Oh my god.
Well, that didn't do as much damage as I expected. Like, he's very
well, it still dealt damage, right? It's not that you're gonna get the army that back, especially with the Dolphins chasing the frigates, right? They only need to flank. This is
and they're all low. I think that might be the victory for C right here. So, because I don't think High Gain is gonna be able to make enough troops at all to do this.
Should leave his Roy's, right? To kill the commander, because otherwise High Gain might get all the metal. But yeah, he's just gonna push the base, which might be decisive.
High Gain's running over to start eating this. Yeah, I think he just wants to kill the unit production. High Gain has. Oh, he does have one destroyer that can kill this. But High Gain is just eating all the Rex right here, trying to reclaim as much metal as possible. So, yes, this is gonna go down, but I think he should be able to get a lot of the metal from it. So yes, they lose C, but maybe they can make it up somewhere else. But great performance from Rat. I think Master Bell with a sick play.
Did he already take into the hovers? I think the icon looks different. Maybe.
No, they are.
Oh, they are hovers, right? So
yeah, they are hovers. So as soon as he broke through, he's gonna raid on this side, and these are some T2 mexes going down, especially if he can kill the con. That would be huge. They don't, do they have a radar? They don't. I guess they have air control though, so maybe they'll see him coming.
Yeah, but Hygen gets all the metal out, so...
Yeah,
I think the hover tech was pretty good. I don't know about like the diving and leaving all the metal for Hygen to reclaim, but the hovers might be impactful.
Right. And Starlight pushing mid.
Will go down
That
to those warriors, right? Oh, sorry, Starlight pushing mid.
You're good. The rattle went down, so they're still applying a bit of pressure here. I'm curious if this seeker play is actually, what was that? Oh, that was Hagen's con. If the seeker play actually is going to be able to do that much, I feel like seekers either run by and do a ton of economic damage because they like snipe wins or whatever, or they just run into any other unit in the game and die accomplishing nothing. So
well, they do die, but we do. I don't see that much like bot lab, right? There is no grunts, no AKs, right? So it's there's nothing essentially.
No ticks or anything else, and Hagen's comm is going to die to this destroyer. Or...
Well, if the torps can hit him.
Why? Where capture? Why not capture, Hagen? Come on. Hagen! Capture!
Doesn't he lose the cloak?
No, you can capture while cloaked.
Yeah, right, yeah. Correct.
Oh, now he dies.
Oh. Yeah. It locks on. Oh.
So...
The last two palms are both in mid, on the pro side. So... that could be a win condition.
Yep, and seeker numbers are just kind of counting. So I guess we'll see. Oh.
It would be really interesting seeing seekers as the determining factor to win. Like, I think it's very rare we see hovers being like the critical damage component of a team.
And I like they're actually, he's bringing AA with it as well, and then I assume he's gonna eat the lab, and we've got all these Seacons and they are just gonna start tidal farming. Look at this, man is ready for aquaculture. Good God. So they're gonna have a great kind of energy advantage. I mean, 21 tidal is awesome, and E is equal right now, but we'll see how that goes. We have a second fusion coming down. Anti-nuke is up and pinpointers are being built.
Nice Juno use so far from the team. They've been consistently firing the Junos, keeping their skirmishing alive.
It's denying so much vision.
Oh. I like the console making Royce. That's very, very annoying. That's one of the things that I think I liked in the ponds. It's really easy. You don't need a shipyard, and you just can make a couple of Roys to kill the mexes on the opposing side without like getting a lab or anything.
I mean, it looks like they're going to get a commander too. For free here.
Oh yeah, you're right. One of the funniest uses of that I've ever seen was on Hades Ponds. Someone dropped a destroyer really early in one of the lakes, and it was actually like hitting units on the side, and then later a commander tried to run into it, and then it just sniped it with torpedoes. We were like, wow, that's actually pretty useful. So Juno has been killing radar, but they have a gremlin on the front now for vision. Seems like we have a huge tick ball, tick jag, and pawn ball coming in. Starlight's on both sides, but I don't know. Can these pawns break through? They're trying to. They might be able to get the Starlight. Starlights don't want to run. Jags are killing them. I think they're going to be okay, but second round of pawns is coming in, and the enemy Starlights are firing at their own. More reinforcing Jags coming in, so this is a trade back and forth, but ticks get on the... Oh, can they snipe it? Oh, they get it, and it chains. Yeah, and does some damage. But I think the Seekers were given to Predator because he doesn't have an army, and he's going to micro these. They're going to come raining in on the other side, so... What do we have? We have 32 Seekers, and I think they're gonna snipe.
Oh, but X Factor is already on the duty. He's been making bot labs right now. There's a lot of mines, so I think the opportunity is a little bit lost. I think he maybe put some Seekers into the field because these mixes, I don't know if the ship got them.
So they're gonna see him here, but the radar doesn't reveal anything, and the Juno, they didn't fire a Juno. Yeah, this is gonna be rough. Let's see. Okay.
Oh wow. Yep. It's all
Okay.
gone.
Do you remember when I was like, I feel like Seekers either completely crush and hit eco, or they accomplish nothing? I think we are in the accomplish nothing side of Seeker usage. Ooh. Oh man. All right, so Pro pushed back this attack, but they still don't have as many of these 4.0 mexes. There is quite a bit of wreckage, but I think a lot of it is just pure salvage, right? Oh no, some of it's resible. There's some starlights and a couple bulls, but some of it's been overkilled. Seekers try to come into mid, but autopilot's there with D-guns.
So far, state of the map, there's full mexes in the north sea and north quadrant for Pro, and mexes on the south side for Rat. I think north has more value, if I'm not wrong, because there's also a Geo.
Right. And one thing
In the
that
middle,
the Rat
yeah.
team hasn't upgraded their middle T2 mexes. They captured those 4.0s, but they haven't bumped them up to T2.
Yeah, and X Factor, he's basically finishing upgrading all of these mexes
this is
here.
gonna be massive income boost, especially like this, right?
Yeah, and there's AA here. He might need a little bit more, but yeah, they're gonna have to. I almost feel like the Seekers should have gone up here, right? They would have been able to snipe all of that, but now for the first time, it seems like Pro is leading in every advantage. I say that, and then they're gonna lose all of these starlights, so I take it back. Get ready for the starlight chains. Oh yeah, oh there it is, there it is. All right, all the starlights are dead, so army value is equal now, but they have res bots behind, so maybe they can pick these up. A lot of bulls coming in, and with the starlights dead, it's going to be a little bit harder for them to kill them. Some of the res bots go down.
Some res bots as well.
Oh boy.
There's still more starlights. It looks like they ended, but a couple more.
And Pro has learned the lesson. We got anti-nukes. We have another attempt with these Seekers to raid, but there is an insane number of pawns just ready and waiting for it, and there's mines behind them, so they are not going to be able to accomplish too much. Platy's coming in through the North Sea, and this mid battle is still going on.
Yeah, it looks like they're winning quite a lot of resources there, but Master Bell has T2 ships on the south one. Hurricane's actually raiding in north with platypuses, and there doesn't seem to be much to stop him.
Yeah, there's actually
you
no
could get some
defenses.
mines here, or walls at least.
Yeah, the other thing that's nice is if Platies can get on the other side of the map and the other air player isn't ready for it, a lot of times you can really pick apart a fig wall before they kind of notice. We have snipers to work on these bulls. I don't think the bulls are gonna... Oh, the Comrec. Yeah, the Comrec actually blocked it.
Oh, no. Yeah, wow.
He was trying to run through, but the Comrec had it too low. Looks like we're going to see a rattle right next to the Pro base. This has to be frustrating for Rat, because it feels like they've been knocking on Pro's front door this whole time, but they just can't quite break it.
Well, the knocking is a little bit, just smashing against the wall. You should at least take the T2 mexes in the middle if you're pushing that far and that heavily.
Fair
Otherwise, you're trying to just fight into the defensive position isn't good if you're not taking the resources back.
There's nothing that is...
Get in.
Yeah,
Exactly.
there's nothing to stop these Platies, and great little split from High Gain. He keeps one to keep chipping at that, and then the other ones are gonna run ahead. So he's looking for an AGO. There isn't an AGO there, but this is going to be a great little economic advantage for them. And despite taking the South Sea, we're going to pause the game. Despite taking the South Sea, they aren't really able to punish, right? It feels like, I guess, South Sea versus North Sea, and they're pretty far behind economically.
Well, they're looking to punish now. I mean, if you look at what Master Bell is doing, he has 2 missile cruisers out, he has 2 flagships, jammer. He should have a T2 con going around upgrading all the CMXs. I don't know. Do you think the missile cruisers can do damage against Starlights? I feel like Starlights will stop it, no?
I think you just strike their build power and then overwhelm on the front, right? They cannot reinforce with build power if the build power is under attack.
Yeah, the one thing though is like if there's snipers and they see the missile cruisers coming, you can always just like put, if this
Cloak, yeah.
you can just cloak, and then when the missile cruisers have to come, close enough to actually hit that geo, you can have the snipers just kind of pick them off. But yeah, we'll see. It definitely, if they lose the BP, I think it's going to be it's going to be really hard to come back from, because I imagine they'll try to shoot at what they assume is an AGO, but there isn't actually an AGO here, but all the BP and the fusions and the anti are around it. So even if they're trying to pop an AGO and they're only shooting here, there's so much value to kill all of this.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Well, they're still going to have some army, and then there's the second red lab, and of course the X Factor could also T3 at the back, probably, where he has like a lot of stuff. He could make a T3 here, and
Oh.
He's got 4 liches, by the way, which I didn't realize. I was like, those look like liches. So, and the other thing that's scary. Yeah, wait, how many figs does he really only have 8 figs?
They have some seaplane figs on the Master Bell C.
Oh yeah, good point.
Those are pretty worthwhile.
But yeah, 38. That's going to be a rough. And
Spectre has been doing a good job. Like, he's been grabbing all the geos, and Team Rat hasn't even got the boom geo where the geo should be on the north side hill. It's the one people.
I almost want to see the LPRC on this mid island, like right
I
here.
mean, Mercury is also pretty good, maybe to deny some scouting, and
yeah,
probably offers you some way to chip off the airfighter numbers, especially if you want to come in for the leech. I think that's what their goal is.
True, and he could also actually emp all of that. He could emp the anti, among other things.
Yeah, emps out even the better, to be fair, denying such big income lead.
So overall, is Flash coming back? Not quite yet. So
yeah, he's rejoined.
Okay. Overall, metal produced. Pro is about 20k ahead, and they're about 500,000 energy ahead, but they've accessed about 200k more E. So a little interesting there. Randy with the 68 APM. Zeph with the 80 APM. This man is clicking. All right. Flash is back, and I think we are ready for action. Sad Panda, who's gonna win?
I think the easy bet is Pro. No, they have an eco advantage.
X Factor has been doing well. I would love to agree with that.
He's been scaling, and it looks like the plans that that Red have to come back. Like, if you see the play that Master Bell's going for,
the nuclear bombers are on their way. Hope we get.
Oh boy.
Shot at them. I think they're gonna use the Platies cover. I mean, the Platies go so deep that it feels like really safe to go up on that north position.
And they might be able to get the. If they can have one get on there, they can just snipe all the titles.
It would be extremely hard, and
oh no! And I think they're gonna get it too. Yeah, he's gonna find it.
Oh, the leech is going for the middle.
Is this an AGO? No, they pruded it, but what is X Factor? Oh, they get 2 fusions. Okay. And coming back in a second. What's he gonna split? He gets the Oh no, he gets the T2 lab and 2 fusions. And they have full air control. He gets the 3rd fusion. This is looking dire as the front continues to push.
Very cool lich play, I think, by X Factor. We haven't seen such multiple lich strikes.
Yeah, that's okay. Well,
that's all she did.
That's all she wrote. I'm glad we paused. So
unfortunate. You hate to see it. The pause into game being over in less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think Master Bell doesn't quite want to resign yet because he's just like, no, all right, they call it. So
and that means 2-0 in the pros' favor, knocking the Rat team sadly out of the tournament.
That is a little sad, but that was a great game, kind of right up until the end. But well done by Pro. I mean, they are a very, very strong team. So well done from them. And let's see, we now have 2 series going. And let me throw to a little bit of the old rankings for us. So I think we are going to watch TC versus APM, and then Pro is going to play
correct.
versus PBS. And I see someone has sent me 22 messages on Discord, so give me 1 second. And then we are going to hop into TC versus APM momentarily. Let me pull up some interesting stats for us, because I think these are 2 very, very strong teams. So yeah, they lost last time. No, they lost. TC won the last time they played 2-1, which was yesterday. So interesting. All right, let's take a quick gander here at these 2 teams. So Team Chaos are Raigeki, Inda Club, Ragna, Narnook, Happiness, and Blowdeer. And C88B2F, who we watched a little bit earlier play, is Austin, Zhao, Kuchi, Chisato, Neza, and Quacker. Very evenly matched teams in a lot of respects, no? So do we have a favorite for this, or do we think there's a stronger team in the running, Panda, between these 2?
Well, in the last series, Team Chaos won, but it felt like teams were maybe hiding strategies, trying some stuff out. I think it's a hard call, and it depends on what maps end up getting played.
Right. All right, so we have all of TC, and we are waiting on. We have all of NUT.
Classic.
Oh, they're. So we have both teams assembled. They're just not assembled in the same lobby.
Same room. Yeah. I think we need some seating rules, right? So to figure out the room. They're now.
They're now coming in. So in terms of the actual players, I mean, Ragna is eternally kind of considered a strong player. He, comes in, comes out in terms of his activity, but very strong. And Ragna and Narn are both, pretty big 8v8 rotation players. Blowdeer is much more of a 1v1 player. He enjoys them. He actually hates 8v8, but he loves 1v1 in small teams. So I think he can definitely leverage some strengths here. And then Raigeki plays Rotato when he can, but he plays in like really odd hours for NA. So a lot of times he can't play in like higher OS lobbies, but he does play in rotation when he can. And then Inda he's definitely a Rotato player, but he again has the time zone issue. So he ends up playing a lot of straight. I think all of these are, very good, very strong players. For the other side, these are basically all Rotato players that, when Rotato isn't there, then they either go to ATG or Isthmus, in the case of Shoddy. I think in terms of like how the match will play out, at least for me, I think that early game Team Chaos will have the advantage just in terms of like aggression and kind of micro and lanes. But as the game goes longer, I think that C88B2F is going to end up, is going to be stronger, just because you think like, I think like Chisato in back scaling is always scary. Austin can skill very well. Zhao can skill very well. And they're also just in the games that we've seen him play, Kuchi specifically has just had really, really good kind of co-op builds where he's like, hey, Chisato, just take my calm at minute 2 and just do like a 2-minute T2, and then he gets units to micro, but they make great use of each other's skill sets. So I'm excited to see if there's any any sort of interesting aspects between that. And they are already in picks and bans. I apologize. So let me get us over there so we can see what is happening. It looks like we have, what do we have bans on?
So Ragna's starting the bans. Team Chaos banning glitters.
Okay, yeah, they don't want to play the macro. Checks out.
C88 responds with barrier reef.
And then
they're going quickly.
Yeah, Ragna's gonna ban Hellas, and then C88 is gonna ban Center Command. Ragna picks Charlie in the Hills. Okay. And Chisato picks Rock Jungle. It's our very first Rock Jungle pick. Whoop, whoop.
Okay. The all caps is warranted. That's exciting.
So we have yet to see the Rock Jungle played on any game. And because it's the second map, we're guaranteed to get one Rock Jungle game, which is going to be hysterical. And then let's see. What else do we have
They've been holding something back. Also, I like how Chisato called it for the team. Like, I'm gonna pick this.
So Shadi was announcing all the bans and picks, and then when he gets to their pick, Chisato in all caps just goes, "Pick Rock Jungle."
Well, Shadi did confirm it just so you're safe, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Wait, why is LDM rating us? He needs to go cast that other game, but fair enough.
I think CJ is also here. Welcome to the mainstream, he said. What happened with LDM?
I don't know, he had a cold and he wanted to go. Plus, I think we were planning, right? Semi-finals each. Like, I think main cast from here on out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Well, there was a losers round, so we're not going to actually see the Pro versus PBS, sadly.
Okay, fair enough. Feast of Hades is the next ban from Ragna. Grabbed it. So we have four. Wait, what's left? We have Rosetta is left. Salt Reef is left. Tabula. No, Tabula is not left. Tabula gets banned. Okay. And then let's see. So
what's left? DSD Rosetta?
Rosetta,
and
DSD. And Salt. Yeah, all big. Okay, so what do you want to... I don't think you want to play them on Rosetta. Well, maybe they're ready on... To be fair, all those are strong Rosetta players, but... I kind of feel like you ban Rosetta and you play them on DSD or Salt Reef. Maybe not, though. Let's see what Team Chaos would like to do.
Not that CJ's here. Do you have an opinion?
I feel like Rosetta is a map that everybody has played almost like 100 times. Every player.
You mean 1,000 times?
Yeah,
by
1,000
the looks of the players.
I guess, by the way, 1,000 times. So it's like... It's the comfort map for each person. It's like... You know, who's better in macro. Like the 10% macro diff. That diff. If you think you don't have it, you ban Rosetta. That's literally what it is.
All right, so they're deciding between Salt Reef and Rosetta. What do we have?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the only other reason why you pick Rosetta is because of rushes, like some T3 rush or something.
And they ban Rosetta.
And
so it looks like Salt Reef is going to be the decider map.
Correct. All right, so our maps are going to be Charlie in the Hills, chosen by Team Chaos. Then the Rock Jungle, first time in the entire tournament. What up? Chosen by C88B2F. And then C88B2F has the final pick between Salt Reef and Rosetta, and they pick Salt Reef. I don't really feel like picks or bans favor any team. I think all these players are going to be comfortable on it. Maybe Inda and Rag have cooked up some like Charlie in the Hills strat, but if you remember, C88B2F had it was a 2-minute T2, right? So do you guys feel like there's an advantage for either side? I don't really think so, right?
I mean, Inda also does cook like the 2-minute T2 strats, so I think both of them will have something.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sure.
You know who I wish was on a team is Glass. Glass is like the ultimate chef. Every time I see him in any game, he's like, all right, you're going to pool me 500, then I'm going to do this, and we're under Rosetta, and I have 5-minute Marauders or something. And you're like, oh, okay. But he didn't play in OS2 either, did he? I don't think.
I think he subbed for Neza actually.
Oh, you're
or no,
right.
yeah, he did.
He did
So
play.
he played a couple of games.
All right, so
And they did pretty well. They qualified to the main stage. So
right.
You're right there. He does have cool builds.
Okay. Let's see. Let's try not to talk over each other too much.
Right. Yeah.
I will do a little bit more observing, a little bit less chatting, unless there's some super hype stuff, maybe. All right, Rag is starting on this side. We're going to see air from both sides. Raigeki is going to be Team Chaos's, and Shoddy is going to be C88's. I haven't seen Raigeki play air that much. Is he excited for it, or is he like excited?
They're doing the nuts strat.
Oh boy. Can we briefly just talk about how the nut strat just does not sound like what it is? But okay.
Who needs mixes anyways, guys? Just
Who needs mixes?
Hey.
8 mexes? Overrated.
Wait, Inda's gonna start in the water and not even
I don't know. This is even more nuttier than Nut Team.
Okay, so we see the pretty standard 4-1 out of C88, and then we're gonna see kind of a really crazy side from this, and someone should make a note of that. There is one 2.1 mechs on this side when all the others are 1.7s, and it's a pretty critical part of imbalance, that 0.4 metal. Okay, let's stop.
Is Inda trying to snowball off the reclaim or something?
Yeah.
How much is there in the middle? Like 500? That's hard to tell, probably, with no units.
Yeah, I can't do it. I don't think there's that much.
It doesn't look,
like a couple hundred, maybe 300.
Yeah, I wonder if it bought like maybe a minute of metal production, maybe the reclaim is better, but
there's no way.
It's still ridiculous. Yeah.
Maybe he's doing tidal play again. Like,
yeah, that would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, but at 22 wins, I mean,
their plan is so Inda just makes instantly titles, right? And these two co-op into boosting cons.
Yeah, true.
Backwards.
Yeah, that makes sense.
General idea.
And res bats as well, right? We did some.
I don't know if it's efficient. That's my only issue with this. I don't know if it's efficient. I mean, they definitely practiced it. Looks like.
Well, it's efficient from the stance of the BP, but with 22 wind, I don't think. I think the wind was somewhere around like 16. Then it's efficient. With 22 wind, it's very, very even.
So they're banking on like if wind is very low, then it's really good for them early. But...
Come on, Inda, press ready.
Yeah, let's go, Inda. What are we doing?
I mean, we've already seen Team C88 start, right? It looks like they're gonna do something similar. So, do you guys think that this start by Team Chaos matches up well into it, like the 2-minute T2 build?
I don't know what Inda's gonna do. Offhand, I'm gonna say no, because I feel like the execution needed for a really early T1 timing push is gonna be so difficult with one, no air, because you're gonna have to like send trashers and you're gonna have to send everything else. You might get shredded, you might get bombed. And I don't know. I just feel like the execution for it is going to be so hard to do. And at this level, I remember Chisato saying in BPL, he's like, I don't even like being aggressive again, like once you get deeper in the BPL, because all the players are so good at responding to pressure that you just don't deal as much damage as you want to. It's like in a perfect world, you do this pressure, you do all this damage, but against like the stronger players, they're just used to it. And so they can just kind of react.
But I think they're banking on the fact that, Chisato's team will go T2 while they're T1 pushing. So they're hoping they'll have more army value than before they even open up the T2 lab. Like,
That's a fair point.
so,
I've got a little
or
heart
they're
for-
trying to do a tier 2 rush as well. Who knows? Like,
They don't have a good position. Maybe on the Ragnar side. I mean, so far the Team Chaos is doing just fine. They're pushing armed vehicles, so they're gonna get the mexes eventually. And they are applying some early scouts to deny, and the titles will provide a nice boost to the energy. And the wind was actually pretty low, which means they did have advantage. But now that the wind is stabilizing,
Shoddy with the 1 APM, he just queued up all these mexes and started looking elsewhere.
scouts do get in, so they will get a nice scout. They don't see the.
They see the double con though given to Chisato, and so I feel like they have to know, and they're gonna get a couple mech snipes, which is nice. This grunt gets in, it gets 2 mexes. There are res bots, but sometimes I feel like sometimes resing early mexes can be a little bit of a trap because you're relying on the res bot to give you E by reclaiming trees, and then you like double hit yourself by like pumping energy back into the mechs and then also not reclaiming. But I
Yeah,
guess
but
we'll see.
Resbots do have a really good BP if you think about it, right? And it costs like nothing, right?
Red.
Yeah, I'm just curious if this messes up with their start, right? Because this is all like incredibly practiced. I guess not.
he didn't reclaim anything in the water. He went straight for the max as well, club.
Yeah, I think getting to the middle is the most important, which I said in the program. I think middle control is really, really important on Charlie. Especially if you can push them across the pond, you split them off, and then you can choose where to strike, right? You can have a full army, and then you pick sides, and they can't be on the same side. Oh, look at this kickback. Not the kickback. It's the same thing in the Marauders, right? The war against us in the Forge. They did the really early Marauders. Mavericks? Gunslingers, I mean, sorry.
Gunslingers, yeah. So, I mean...
They are very well versus Tug Push, which is what... But they're gonna play against vehicles here.
I think as long as there isn't miss micro, it's okay, right? Like, I think the big risk is just getting popped by Janus, but they outrange him, so... Is Rag gonna trade? Rag's gonna
I think he's gonna go. He wants to crack open the front so the tanks have more options. Austin, I think, will die here.
Does he?
Ragnar's doing good lasering, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
So tanks come in and Rageki is right next to him, but gunslingers are coming. And
it's
Thing was a bang, the Janus though.
yeah, oh, it does survive though. It's gonna back up. Does he get it?
Res bots.
He gets the one, but yeah, they can probably res. Killing this lab, I don't actually think is all that important for Rageki, right? Oh, he doesn't even get it.
Lab should be saved.
I mean,
So, like,
lab is
issues at the
also
front, I
practiced.
don't know. I just need to get the G up.
Yeah, people are like, players are like, yeah, like when you play with better players, they don't just greed. And then they watch this game and they're like, oh, okay, well, maybe not actually. So Austin's entire base is dead. He has his commander. He's running over. Gunslinger has started to get a little bit of experience, and there are 3 Comrex that can get reclaimed and turned into units.
Yeah, I think Inda might get some action here. Like, there is no Torp yet ready, so he's just walking slowly but surely.
And they don't see him. So he should be able to pop up and just run straight.
They could kind of infer from the radar position, but will they?
No, they don't even see him actually.
Well, they saw the radar and the mechs, right? You
Oh,
would
yeah,
assume that's a yellow, right? That would kind of give it away.
Well, now they see him though. Now they.
You have Narnuk, Lodier also trying to walk. I feel like there's so many columns in this pond at this point.
Chisato's gonna... Okay. So 3-2, and Chisato's gonna trade with Inda. And Austin and Narn are both here. So this is a 1-2 comm lead.
Yeah, Narn is the last calm for
He
Team
is
Chaos. He's not in a safe spot.
Yeah,
This
that's.
is a little bit sketchy.
I mean, these
Austin's
early.
not even going for the com Rex. He's going directly for the com. And
Yeah.
Maverick's covering the Narnok. I think this is over. Yeah, Narnok's directly walking at Austin. Okay.
There's crawling bombs there. And also a Marauder right there. Narok has no way to run, right? With
No,
the
I think
bombs
he's
coming,
out. I
Austin
think-
coming, Marauders coming.
Tumbleweed is gonna pop him, right? Self D it. He gets him. So last calm,
Interesting.
they traded a lot of comms, but the Tumbleweed is the coup de grace. So really well played. I don't. Do you think even if they don't lose the calm, they're in a better position there, or no? Because I feel like once the AG was done, it's going to be really hard to survive.
Yeah, and depends on the pivot. A lot of stuff hemming on. I mean, they should be on metal advantage if they manage to secure the metal and the middle. It's just a question, how do you deal with the Geo and the T2 in general?
Right. Yeah, that's definitely. I don't know. I kind of wish we would have seen that play out a little bit more, just because I'm curious. I'm really curious, like, what would have happened if those gunslingers would have gotten enough. I think on the Janus side, the Janus were able to kill a few of them, but on the Thug side, it's really hard for the Thugs to kill them, it felt like. So that was game 1. We had Team Chaos, which picked Charlie in the Hills, and C88B2F was able to take it. So we are going to go to our very first game on the Rock Jungle, which I think all of us are pretty excited to see, just because we've literally never seen it in this tournament. I watched some scrims on it, and I think one reason why people hate it is that you can kind of, like, we saw almost every opening in terms of like lanes. So it's a 3-lane map, right? I should probably be showing it on screen. Apologies. So it's a 3-lane map, and we've seen people go kind of like 2 top, 1 C, and then 2 bottom. But we've also seen people like stack lanes. So sometimes, a lot of times you'll see kind of like the 2-1-2, but sometimes you'll see like a 3-1-1, or you'll see like a 1-3-1. And there's a lot of just, it feels like there are times where you can lose a game just because you didn't put the same number of players in another lane, or something sort of silly happened. So I think that's why a lot of teams avoided it. But do you guys have any thoughts on it in terms of, do you think just the standard 2-1-2 makes the most sense?
I think it's up for the teams to decide, to be fair. I like the stacking and all the shenanigans that you could pull off.
Right. All right.
It's a bit hard to tell because we haven't actually seen any games on it, so we don't have much empirical evidence, right?
That's true. You can see the green check mark right there. That is 0 games played, but it is going to be 1 now. So let's take a quick look and see if we're just going to see a bunch of 2-1-2s and what people want to do. Narn in the sea. Who's the strongest C player on C88? Do you know? Was it Shoddy?
Shoddy, maybe?
I guess Shoddy.
Shorty,
Yeah.
Shorty. Yeah.
And it looks like
I mean, in the scrims that they've played, Shoddy is the one who to go see. On this map, at least.
What is? Oh, okay. No, Ragdas. Huh?
They're gonna stack. That's interesting.
Poor Chisada's gonna see 4 colors in his lane and just be like, huh? So it looks like, what are we? So this is gonna be a 1-1-3, and this is gonna be a 1-3-1. I guess no. Well, Kuchi's probably gonna end up going.
I think it's a.
Like that.
I think it's a 2-2-1. It's
Yeah, I
2-1.
think you're right. So
Kuchi, the cook, has been overridden. He apparently does not agree with his team signaling to the spectators that whatever he's doing, he's not responsible for his team yet.
That's
Like,
right.
it wasn't his cook, and he actually had better ideas.
Listen, he's got a rep to protect, okay? He is known as one of the premier chefs. So when something silly comes out, he's just got to let people know, you aren't eating his food, you're eating someone else's. That's fair. All right. So yeah, 2-2-1 versus 1-1-3, and Chisato is going to have to pull off the hold of a lifetime here, as is Raigeki, but yeah, this is a little scary. We got 22 seconds. Narn, I think, is also going to struggle. These mid mexes are they super value? Can't even read that. 3.7 in mid.
Oh yeah, it's 3.7. Yes.
It's looking like 3.7. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. We can kind of tilt it. There we go. So it is a little bit more valuable. We'll see. All right. Yeah. So they stick with these spawns. Austin up top as arm. Then we have Kuchi with a core air lab open, it looks like. Zhao and Shadi are going to, looks like Zhao's going to battery and then boost Shadi, who is going core C. Sato's going to have to hold as arm in the bottom versus multiple people. He's going to be fighting Ragna as core. Shocker. Happiness and Inda are doing some sort of co-op here. It looks like Inda wants to do an incredibly early Geo, and he is core bots. Narn is playing a little bit of a battery, and then I'm assuming going into core C, and Raigeki is core bots up on top.
Keeping a lot of mixes, actually. This is going to take a little bit, but yeah, they're planning to get the Geo. They do not prioritize the metal early, instead of prioritizing the Geo.
Yeah,
I still
they're-
don't know about the
also-
T1 Geo with T22 win,
Yeah.
but the wind is low.
22 win and prioritizing T1 Geo is actually
Yeah, I could
a
get
choice.
behind the titles, but the T1 Geo, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Narn is only now getting his Maxos. He's just making titles. I feel like you said yourself.
They're 1,000 metal behind right now, just so you know. Like,
That's ridiculous, yeah.
that's so crazy as a start. I
Yeah, I like the
1,000 metal
titles
behind 1 minute.
from
Yeah.
double titles. I think this was good choice, right? I mean, but yeah, we were skipping mexes. I mean, Zhao is also full battery, but he grabbed at least one mex extra.
Club is going T2 though, however, so
Oh,
this is with 1,000 metal behind and going T2. This is a play.
I guess you get T2 mexes faster. You lose out on a lot of T1 mexes though.
He hasn't built his base T1 maxes yet. That's,
Yeah.
like what? I just don't. I mean, they're still 900 metal behind. I don't. And their whole team is M stalling, right? And they still have.
Yeah. And
Like,
no
are they even
Butcher
gonna have-
first as well?
Are they even going to have the metal to like up mexes? I mean, these like, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I agree with Alyssa. Twitcher first is better because you can at least make the T1 maxes everywhere.
Yeah, your T1
Right.
mex is really fast, right? But the
Yeah.
mex distance was really close, right? You would get the ones like not capping those 3 mexes. That's 6-point metal income. And yeah. And once the air realizes that they don't have nothing and there's like a naked T2 lab which is stalling, I don't know. So yeah, they
I'm
You see
surprised
the
they're not
Tier 2 lab and
scouting,
Tier 2
though.
gone out. Yeah.
Usually they scout.
That is so unfortunate, though. Did you see that? They had AA in front, but Shadi's scout went like that, and so it didn't actually kill the scout. So they saw the lab.
Fortunate. I mean, they're making T2 air. That's their answer, and they're making a skyhook. Okay.
Com bomb?
To com drop maybe? Yeah, com
Yeah, but
drop.
you can com drop with a Hephaestus, the 1.5.
Oh no, it's faster, I think.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true.
speed is pretty good. Yeah, I think it's almost
Yeah.
twice as fast, if not even
Twice
more.
as fast. Yeah.
They
think
see
even
it
more.
though. They scout it, so I think they know what's up.
Yeah, they're gonna go. Actually, this could just end it, right?
Maybe they didn't scout the AA.
Wait, they didn't score the A though. Yeah.
No, they did, right? Oh
Yeah,
no!
Amazon
Scout,
Prime
but
delivery.
Scout is not going forward with the comms.
Oh, they're gonna.
I mean, this comes to if club can degun.
I
the
mean, these
transfer.
things are tanky.
D-gun it,
These
club,
shots are-
D-gun it!
Eight.
Club, what are you doing? Oh no! Shoddy with the plays. He
gets
gets
it
the
off.
he gets the Geo and the T2
And the con now.
and the com. Oh my God, Shoddy! Wow.
Even gets the APM to chat a little bit to an APM.
And forces Ragnar to make now 6 AA bots. So it's like.
They call him
Look at
Dolphin.
Austin is also making a trip. How did
So
Austin get here?
this might be the
Yeah,
fastest
but I mean-
series. Like what?
That's so much damage. Their signpost is called. I think this is it.
That's it.
Oh my.
You,
Well,
so
Speechless is what this is.
it actually worked really well as he was
we're gonna
flying.
get some coverage done on the pro team right now.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah,
They
sorry,
will have
we-
a little bit longer times.
We can go on with that, but dude, Chisato ran grunts up and started killing that AA, and Club did not D-gun in time. Was he E-stalling or something? I just wow.
Well, you can panic. I mean, it's pretty hard to know. But yeah, he had all the time in the world to focus.
Yeah, he
And
didn't react though. But yeah.
Good God. Okay. Let's go. All right. We are hopping into the pros. So this is on Tabula. I don't know if this is game 1 or 2. They're 8 minutes in. And I guess we'll see. We are catching up very slowly. Let's stop looking at me. Here we go. All right. Once we're in, we can check if it's game 1 or game 2. Looks like Pro's on the right and PBS is on the left. We got mine layers coming out, and High Gain has 4 e-storages, which is a new one. Looks like Pro is battling against 8D in his little cliff, and 8D hasn't quite died yet, but Patak and Hellshound have taken the cliff on the other side, and I believe I am all caught up now. PBS owns one of the 4.0 mechs. It looks like Randy just lost the other mid 4.0 mechs. But PBS has a slight metal lead. Gentlemen, thoughts? What do we see? What's going on?
AD is doing AD stuff. That's the first thing I obviously notice.
Unironically,
Pitak's trying to make a play right now.
Yeah, Pidex, yeah, also Pidex is trying to make a play. Getting over all the defenses.
uh-oh. Is he making a play or playing himself? Patak? He is...
I mean, even if he makes it forward, what does he get? Like, he just gets a couple wins, no?
Yeah, there's no lab, no nothing. Yeah.
There's nothing here. He's gonna get some e-stores, some converters. I think he thought there was a lab here. He's at 20%, taking the LLT. He's cloaked, he's trying to run. He gets a few more. Yeah, I don't really think he gets too much.
Thugs are
Yeah,
dead.
he only got 2 LLTs actually.
Yeah. Thugs are here, but there's a
Thugs will
bull
get
to clean them up, so.
Yeah. A
Was that
little bit of a
even,
windmill.
did he even kill 1,200 metal worth of units? I don't think so, right? I guess maybe the thugs will.
No. Well, the thugs will drop metal as well.
Whoa, what is 8D doing over here? 8D comes up and deguns something. Autopilot, I think, is going to run at him. There's a jammer here. There's jammers from both sides. Wait, did Autopilot... Autopilot briefly left his own jamming field.
Going for his own cloak D-gun play?
All right, but there's a lot of, I don't even think he can walk at this. There's so many beamers and LLTs, and then the rocket bots are annoying. We see
So
scouts.
he was baiting 8D with the comms, so he has 2 comms.
Oh yeah,
So 8D
that's true.
didn't doesn't.
He's comb bombing,
Yeah.
he's comb bombing.
Yes. All right, they get 8D.
Oh. Like, it's a lot of things,
That
actually.
was really, yeah, what CJ said was pretty good. He showed one commander, making AD believe that the com was on the north, and then com bombed with the second commander.
Very sneaky play.
Yeah,
but
pretty
AD
smart
gets the
play.
Rex. So, I don't know, Autopilot isn't really taking advantage of that combo that he had.
8D does get both Rex, and that's going to give him a little bit more of a metal produced advantage. Reiko and Teddy still pushing really hard in mid. And we didn't get an answer on series score. I'm assuming this is game 2, but I don't even know. All right, Hellshound is dropping down all these mines on this side. Ooh, boy. So 8D is still here. Autopilot has that one. 8D has the lab and is making a few more things. I don't think these maces can dislodge him, especially with the beamers here. So holding this is nice, but they do have the 4.0 mech, so pretty nice little benefit there. On the other side, though, Hellshound does have an upgraded 4.0 mechs, which I think is far more important. The mid 4.0s aren't upgraded. Reiko has a gunslinger that's coming out.
Yeah, I think the big thing that's happening right now is PBS is struggling to spend their metal, actually. Like, if you look at the metal bars, they have so much metal. And they're not really... Like, they have an ego advantage for sure, but they could be doing a lot more with what they have.
And Patak is going to try to end a 4th game with bombers. We'll see if he can actually pull it off. You see Mausers from Randy in mid, chipping away at Reiko's gunslingers, forcing him back and trying to do damage. Reiko did have a rattle, but the rattle served his purpose, so he's going to eat it and then build one a little bit more forward. And Teddy, with control of the high ground here, feels safe dropping a frontline T2 lab, and he wants Mausers of his own. On the pro side, they've backed up a little bit and ceded some ground. Highgain is trying to hold what he can, but we've seen Hells do the rattle kind of over here. I wonder if he's gonna try to do that again. Looks like chat just witnessed the glory of Shoddy's comm drop. So loser of this series is knocked out. Winner will play TC. No? Oh, sorry. Yeah, winner will play TC of this series. Mauser's coming out, so we're going to see a little Mauser on Mauser in mid. There isn't a rattlesnake or anything else for them to fall back to. And this metal and energy advantage is starting to get a little bit scary for Team PBS. Autopilot coming up to take these side geos, and 8D about to drop a rattlesnake.
Yeah, I mean, the rattlesnake is gonna deny the 4.0 MX as well, which is gonna be pretty hard and secure his position on the hill for sure.
I don't think that Mex has been upgraded though to have like that much of an impact. I don't know.
I mean, but it secures his position for sure. Like,
Yeah.
what
The
if you
other-
need, like snipers or something. No.
The other thing that's nice is, like, if you can kind of break this area, it opens up the raid pass that kind of like go like this, you know, and then you end up kind of annoying the other team even more. But I'm curious when Patak feels like he's ready to actually send this bombing run, and I don't think Pro has the fig count for it. They do have some AA. Ooh, Sash is dropping a rattle of his own.
I think the opposing team has AA just over the hill. I think Hellsound has made them such a creeping AA that it's actually covering the whole water. Besides, so Sash's planes come out of the things and the AA just fires. Has to keep them really, really back.
Yeah, Eradicator has the second longest range AA in the game, so yeah, definitely covers a lot.
We will see. So
Highgain actually made his own coastal to counter Hellsound's coastal.
So don't go in the
He
water.
already knows. Yeah.
And
Fossils are
Patakas.
pretty good there to pop the pawns and whatnot. Can run at you.
Pro still hasn't A-geo'd either of these bottom geos. I guess they kind of can't do the top one just because 8D is being annoying. Can it?
Yeah, he's getting so much value from this position. I feel like if they get into later in the tourney, maybe teams might have to consider banning Tabula against PBS just because of how well
I
AD's
have
been playing
hopes
on
for
it.
PBS.
Yeah, I mean, I
have
agree.
hopes for PBS now, actually.
I think that 8D is just so obnoxious and he just dies so slowly that you know, why even give him the position when you can just ban, when you can just ban it and pick something else to play on. I think unless you've got a seriously, unless you've been doing some serious cooking on strats, I think it makes sense. Like he's so annoying in this. He just doesn't die.
Is he reclaiming opposing?
Oh, he reclaimed their T1 Geo. Wow. That's so annoying.
All right, so more pawns coming out from autopilot, and more pawns coming out from AD. He's going to kill the other Geo and set him even further behind. So this kind of feels like a ticking time bomb for Team Pro. We see Figs lifting up. Bombers lifting up, and all in all, we have 15 whirlwinds heading a little bit towards mid. Are they going to try to pop a commander? Where are they going?
No, the rattlesnake. Yeah. Not enough though. Oh, maybe.
Oh, no, not quite. Are they going to circle back around? Nope, they are coming in, and I think he's looking for wind. Gets the converter stack and a little bit of wind. He's going to find more, and it looks like Pro is struggling a bit and trying to pick off as many bombers as possible. He might be able to get this BP and some wind. Nope. Kind of split.
AD is hard pushing autopilot as well.
A little bit of wind.
He does get some, and yeah, you're right. AD is cooking over here. We got ticks in the backline, pawns in the backline, and if these ticks can go a little further, there's tons of undefended wind over here that they can get to. A tremor? Okay, Randy the tremor enjoyer. Shout out to our boys. And he's gonna res this other rattle.
Our lights, and like, since the map is so small, he can really reach all this port and get the BP.
And
meanwhile, Slash actually made a rattle top and killed Hell's Geo, I think.
Oh yeah, you're right. He did. He rattled and he was. And he's gonna snipe the AA, so that kind of opens up a bombing path in a sense if they want to maybe try for it. But 8D has a T2 lab, and he's actually making welder sniper, and he might retake this plateau. So Pro needs to be very careful with their next moves, but they're so far behind in basically everything except for army value. I think they need to make something happen very soon, or it's just going to be a slow, kind of brutal loss.
I think AD has full control over the hill though, on the south actually. This is looking very grim for Pro on the south side.
Yeah, he does. He did it once again, and whoa, Raiko's comm goes down. What? Oh, did it get rattled? I think it got rattled. So maybe a small opening for Pro in mid if they can push it, but I think it might still just be a little bit too porked, and Tremor is gonna start firing at the other rattles that are over here. I don't think this rattle has range. Oh, this rattle does have range, so the rattle might be able to kill this Tremor. I assume it'll die before. Let's see. AA bot's moving over, so Randy needs to not only defend against Raiko, but he also needs to start defending against 8D. And snipers on the high ground being very annoying. The one plus that, oh, unfortunately, I think the Tremor dies now, right? Yeah, Tremor goes down. The Tremor actually is a great counter versus the snipers, so maybe he could have brought it over, but we're gonna see Tigers coming from autopilot there, filtering in and filtering over.
I mean, AD is gonna snipe Randy's comm actually, maybe. Oh, no, wait, he cloaked it.
Is that a tack nuke? Tack nuke from Sash Korin. I like this. He's going to be able to clear the rattle, among other things. And Hygain's trying to calm walk up and get a little bit of vision to see what's going on over here. And LPRC going down in mid. Teddy wants to snipe some eco. And that thing has really good range, I think.
Yeah, that was most of
It
the map.
has range on the fusion and the T2. Well, it's directly targeted to the T2 lab right now. So it looks like the
It did scout the BP, and obviously, even if they bubble, you could try to grind down their windmills, right? It's very annoying to dispatch.
Yeah, and building shields versus like 1 or 2 LPRCs always just feels bad. Hygain is...
Especially when you're behind.
Hygain was...
Building shields just for windmills is also bad.
Yeah, that's true. It's just not even worth it at that point. Hygain's comm goes down. It's 2 to 3 comm count. And this rattle is losing a little bit. Ambassador is trying to snipe the rattle that's there, and tack nuke just finished, so worst case it'll be able to kill it. But I think really the story of this game, if there isn't a bombing run, is going to be 8D pushing through here. I think 8D, he's taking geos, he's taking everything, and when he holds this high ground, if he wants to like put a rattle up here, I don't know what autopilot's going to be able to do. He's got 1 ambassador now, but this flood of units is looking very scary.
I mean, 8D is definitely showing us dominance in this game. Like, he's making an advanced geo on their side of the map now. As well.
Yeah.
And I think he's gonna quickly finish autopilot.
He's also making advanced converters. He's just making eco on their side of the map.
Yeah, and now it's his side now.
Yeah. Your base? No. My base. So 8D's still pushing. And Ambassador is able to do a bit of work. It's going to snipe this Pitbull from 8D, and it should be able to snipe that Mex. If you can get in and kill that Ambassador, I think it's going to be very difficult for them. Oh, Tremor on the hill. I actually love this from X Factor. If you can get up a little bit higher and then just rain down death, I think the snipers are going to be borderline useless. Raiko came up, and I think he degunned the other Tremor that was here. He should be able to get away. Maybe not. Rattle is sniping him.
Meanwhile, X Factor did build a shield, to save his lab and fusion and nanos.
Yep,
And he's the only one who has.
God.
Anta's just now going down. Maybe a little late at 22 minutes.
Sniping autopilot's buildings.
Oh, yeah. She did a lot of damage to his comm. If he's really unlucky, it'll hit it again. I doubt it, though, because I think he's targeting the lab, but LPRCs can definitely be a little bit inaccurate. Tremor is doing work trying to lock down this area, but I just still don't think it's really enough. They're just going to run through and then probably get in the back line. So Randy has a Resbot army. It's trying to pick up everything here, but 8D is still pushing. Sash has multiple tac nukes. He should be able to kill the rattle that's here and do a lot of damage, but what is Pro's response to all these welders? I don't even know.
Well, Junos, at least for the ticks and pawns, but for the welders, nothing yet.
LSR, do we know if this
bulldogs. Oh, sorry, tigers. Yeah.
LSR, do we know if this is game 1 or game 2? And it looks like Raiko's going to start sending units up here as well. So Sheldons and Grunts.
I would assume this is maybe even game 1, although it would indicate that they started late. No way the Pro picked Tabula, right? I mean, the PBS we saw with Tabula most times. And they are the lower seed, the PBS team. So I would assume if there was their first pick, then they picked Tabula first.
I would assume if it's PBS, then they definitely started it.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's still salty about yesterday.
All right.
Today
Pro is bringing everyone down south, so people are flooding units. We see Jags, we see Tigers, we see Pawns, but Raiko is positioned all these Sheldons on the hill. I think they're just outside of Tremor range. Yeah, so struggling a bit to deal with 8D taking all of this. 8D is about to AGO on the other side of Pro's little mountain here, and he is still just printing units. He's gonna go T3 as well, because that's what you do when you're 8D. All right, and more LPRCs going down, or just still the one? Oh, still the one, but they handed it over to Hellshound.
There's a T3 lab right there.
Is this a double T3 lab? This is peak resource allocation, boys.
This seems like a peak leftovers behavior, CJ.
So Hellshound has a Razor on top, and there are Vanguards coming in through middle. This Razor on top is trying to position through, but there's already multiple pit bulls that are pushing him back. And Sash's base is still reeling under the LPRC long range, LRPC, good God, shots. But he's holding, so that's positive.
The bold move to make a T2 Geo literally in range of tremors that you see are firing, no?
I actually would love if he served it, which would be a completely
I wanted to mention that as well.
Like it'd be kind of crazy to do, but you could also just imagine. Is that a nuke? No.
Is this a spy bot?
Maybe. The multiple tremors are kind of controlling the space pretty well, but look at Patak with insane. 100 Shuris are about to come in with Fig, so he wants to disable all of this, and then it looks like he and Raiko are going to run Grunt, Pawn, Fiend straight in and try to lock down this back line. Patak locks down one Tiger. He's not fight moving him. I'm not sure what's happening here. So they're going to try to lock down all of these, and they are running through. I think they're going to break through. They shut down the first tremor, and they're going to shut down the second tremor, potentially kill it. I think this might be game right here. They are breaking through 8D and Raiko, pushing through the bottom.
A lot of Fiends as well coming into for the assault.
Yeah, and these Fiends are going to love all these windmills.
And on the north we have like the shelling from Hellshound and Teddy. They're both just, applying pressure with Vanguards, and that's going to be a game.
Ooh, boy. All right, so it could be game one, could be game two. We think it's game two, and we think that
see
PBS
good luck next, so maybe they have a fight in them.
Yeah, I'm oops, that is not the right place. Sorry. There we go. Okay. I'm a little what is happening? All right. Yeah, so hold on. Let's see if that was game two or game three. But
that was game one.
That was game one. Okay. So that was game one. And we are going on to game two. Let's ask for picks. Okay.
This is Pro pick.
So Pro picked Charlie in the interesting. Pro picked Charlie in the hills. Okay, okay. So Charlie. Oh wow! So they picked Tabula, Charlie, and Command Center. All these really
This left tower, yeah.
Yeah, all these little close kind of scrappy battles. I like it though. That's interesting. It's kind of fun to see. So this
What
is
did we see from Pro on the Charlie so far? They did cook something, right?
they fought C88 and they lost, but that was the game that like no, they won, didn't they? Isn't that the one where X Factor bombed the AGO and popped their whole base?
Yeah.
They played
yeah,
standard,
correct.
and Sash was kind of on the high ground there. So yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't know. I think there's a lot of I think both these teams are super comfortable on these kind of smaller maps. Let me really quickly show you everyone. We've got Pro and we have PBS if you are unfamiliar with the teams at some point. So in the actual lobby itself for Pro, it is X Factor, Randy, Autopilot, High Gain, and Sash. And then for PBS, it is Teddy, Hells, Reiko, Patak, and 8D. So Elmer, Fudd, and Florio are not playing for Pro. And then Mighty, Sheep, and Stardom are not playing for PBS. Do we, I mean, if this is Pro's pick, they're going to be way more comfortable on it, right? I'm assuming. So.
Oh yeah.
And
I mean, we've seen them beat Team C88 on it earlier, and they look pretty strong with their build.
Very, very true. Actually, I didn't think about that. Yeah, so could be interesting. Both teams did air starts. I don't know. I'm still the last pro match we watched, or the pro match we watched on Charlie in the Hills, is where they did all the comm trades really early, right? I think there was like a ton of comm trades that were happening, but we'll see. I still feel like we're gonna see, for the rest of the tournament, we're gonna see Tabula bans for our boys. I don't know.
Yeah, if they advance here, I think teams really need to consider banning Tabula against them. It seems very strong. They're just so comfortable in it. Like, they've played so many games in it. AD is being super annoying and denying so many resources.
Yeah. Everyone is apparently mocking my what did I say? LPRC?
LPRC.
Yeah, long range LRPC. I couldn't quite get that one out of my mouth there for pronunciation. Apologies. So yeah, we are going into Charlie in the Hills. We've had actually a number of maps, or a number of picks even just today on this, and players are loaded in. I think it is definitely Pro favored just because they picked it, but both teams have quite a few wins on it, and I think have been doing relatively well. I'm excited to see what picks are going to be. Do you think Sash has the edge on 8D, or do you think 8D has the edge on Sash when it comes to that kind of backline air supportive play?
8D.
8D?
Clearly, 8D. 8D, yeah. I think 8D is an old boomer. He knows all the old tricks, even the new tricks, and Sash is more of a 1v1 player, I think, in that aspect. So.
Fair enough.
Like 1v1, of course, Sash I think beats 8D, but in team game knowledge, I think 8D beats Sash for sure.
Just need to let him know that you called him a boomer. just real quick in there. Yeah, no, so just kidding. All right. So we don't see anything too crazy yet. I think these are the spawns we've seen the whole time though. So we aren't going to see the crazy into walk, which was definitely, I don't know, a little over the top for me, but maybe not. Maybe it was, maybe it's going to work for them now.
Let's see.
At
least it's not as crazy as the Team Chaos start.
The early T2 into getting comb bombed by Shadi was definitely kind of amazing. I mean,
gameplay.
Yeah, that was...
Stalling on T2 Lab was an interesting choice.
I think the 3 mexes were needed, like the ones next to Club especially.
Yeah, I agree. Like when they were 1,000 metal behind, like a minute in, that to me is just a little crazy, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we'll see. But we are starting now. So it is going to be Sash versus 8D in this kind of flex air position. He's going to open core, probably wants the Shuris. We have Autopilot as core. We have X Factor as arm in the middle with Randy, who is also arm. And then we have High Gain as arm on the side. So 3 arm, 2 core. On the other side, we have Hells as core. Teddy and Patak as arm in this mid position. Reiko as arm and 8D, I'm assuming, is core. Yep. So both teams with a 3 arm, 2 core combination. And let's see what people want to do.
Well, X Factor's choosing to go lab faster, whereas Teddy and Petak are trying to get the mexes first and then the lab. So the reason why X Factor is doing this is because of the like Reza reclaim, and they can get energy early fast and the Geo maybe. Whereas for the Teddy's side, it's like more about getting the metal production like per second really good at the start. And with two comms boosting at the same time, it's like the lab finishes fast, you know. So
Yeah.
it's like just a choice, a difference of choice of how you want to start. It's not bad in any way for both sides.
And we see the energy advantage is in favor of Pro, and then the metal advantage is in favor of PBS. So game 2, Pro's backs are against the wall, right? If they lose this, they are out. So they're going to need to clutch it. Super early Geo start, which I think we've kind of had some contention on, right? I mean, with the wind so high, you kind of feel like, do you really need the Geo? But as I say that, the wind drops, so maybe it is nice for insurance.
Yeah, on PPS's side, they seem to not have a lot of reses out. I mean, I feel like with the early Geo builds that we've seen so far, you have like up to 10 resers out on the map. And
Yeah, the reason they don't have Rezas out fast is because, you know, X Factor went lab first instead of getting the mexes. Like all the 4 mexes in the middle. Whereas Donban Sheep did go for the mexes play. So that's why they're on my head on metal, whereas Pro side is ahead on energy. And they can spend it fast with the Geo.
That's true. But they're stopping on 2 resers.
That is true. That is indeed true. Yeah.
Sash with the scout and the Fig is going to pick off some of the air cons that we're reclaiming. So a little bit of an air battle here to try to limit metal reclaim from both players.
Actually, Eddie's gonna lose this Fig and the Scout without getting anything. So that is...
Oh, other air cons were running, but it gets sniped by the Valiant here, so trading back and forth. And in mid on this right side, it looks like it's going to be High Gain versus Raiko, and we see a lot of arm bots coming off from both sides, Centurions and Rocket bots prepping up for it. On the other side, we have Hell's Hound facing off against Autopilot, and then Randy and Teddy are both calm walking in middle, trying to take these mexes, trying to secure what they can.
I do want to point out that X Factor's team already has a T2 con out with the T2 lab ready, and DBS's team is still making the T2 lab.
And we should see an AGO
way behind on it
real soon too. He's gonna tap these first mexes actually and make a tumbleweed. Okay, I do like the little tumbleweed plays that we've seen. They've been pretty entertaining.
You know, if they sneak through, you know, who knows? It costs nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Tumbleweed end the game, right?
Yeah, on Nard, poor Nard, dude. So on this left side, Hells is still trying to kind of position against this massive ball of grunts. He does have thugs, which outrange, so pulling back, slight exchange of units there, but nothing too crazy. We do see Hellhound's Calm walking through and trying to get all this reclaim. I wonder if he's going to try to sneak behind in Calm Walker after he gets the reclaim, if he's just going to call it and go back. But still a relatively equal game. PBS is leading slightly, but I think it's still really anyone's game.
And they will spot out the Calm with the Autopilot's radar if he tries to go for the sneaky play, so they might be able to react.
Whoa, and Randy gets the double con in mid now. Who gave him? Oh, X Factor gave him his con, I guess. Is Teddy gonna try? So Teddy, I think, is gonna have to start backing up now, and rolling bombs are here. I think Randy wants to try to get in the pool and see if he can do something. Does this tumbleweed get anywhere? Ooh. Oh my god, did a tumbleweed hit? I think a tumbleweed hit on this side and killed the majority of Reiko's army, because it looks like he has almost nothing now, and there's still 2 Centurions just bullying him. I feel like in these games where you have the high APM players, things like Centurions can really abuse the comms, so kind of scary for PBS here.
I mean, Raiko is using 4 reses though, so actually repair wise he's almost back to 70% health. So
First Recluse is out on the field.
You have AP, maybe try a comm drop on the right side. And when it comes to the big macro play, I mean, the pro team has had a Geo up for more than 30 seconds already, a T2 Geo, and PBS hasn't even started. So they're going to be pretty far behind when it comes to Dayling.
Yeah, that's so. I mean, they are Butler spamming, which I like. I think they're kind of following the pro blueprint from last game. But I think you should. It makes way more sense to drop that AGO and then Butler spam behind it, right? Like AGOs are just such broken buildings. It's unreal how strong they are.
To be fair, if you are not e-stalling, you would rather get something what you need right now, right? So they wanted recluses and hounds earlier, so to get that mid control. Whereas you can see Pro's team doesn't have T2 on the front, right? Only 1 recluse, that's it.
Right. And still relatively equal in terms of players, or sorry, in terms of stats. It is equal in terms of players.
There's a tumbleweed that snuck in with X Factor.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, so close.
And Hound's out now for Raiko, so the Centurions that were doing work are going to have to back up a bit, but he does have, Hygain has a Recluse, and so the Recluse is trading relatively well and pushing him back. And then Randy and Teddy are dueling with spiders in the middle, trying to hit each other. But the Recluse versus single unit is always a little bit rough. It feels like they don't see as much value unless they're shooting at pork, or unless there's kind of balls of units that their missiles can splash into and not miss. And Teddy pings, they don't have all of their mexes updated. Ooh.
Econ wise, actually, Pro is getting ahead in metal income now. Metal produced.
Yeah, it looks like they're a little bit more efficient in upping their T2 maxes.
Oh, and we see Tix diving in on all of these hounds, but nope, they're gonna get pushed back. Sorry, Panda, what were you saying?
No, CJ was saying the Pro had a eco lead, and I was just saying they were a little bit more efficient in transporting their T2 cons around.
What about the energy? By the looks of it, the wind farms have been working. I mean, you need metal is nice.
Wind farms have been working, but look at the energy excess as well, though.
Yeah.
I
like how Raiko remembered that day, probably
God.
versus the Nut. They accessed 1.5 million energy against Nut. Apparently, Raiko was just like, let's not do this again at the start of the series today.
There's actually a really interesting choice while we were looking at the eco stats that PBS made. Pitak self-deed is calm and then aided for metal to boost their eco. What do you guys think about that?
I don't know. I feel like there's enough reclaim. I don't feel like you need it, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, besides, calm pays in 8 minutes, right? So it's really negligent, and especially on such a short map. You just want to. I mean, look at how much value AD, for example, extracts from his commander. Just being annoying and holding a lot of units.
Yeah, it feels like it's also pretty late, right? Like a self-deed con with 9 minutes. Are you really gonna... is 1.2k metal right now that important? Or?
I mean, I think Com, LSR said, pays for itself, as well as Com can act as a nano, right? So it's either way. It's I think you don't need to self-D, but It's
think
only needed like if you want to rush like a specific unit very early, like Fat Boy or something.
yeah, I mean,
something that would bring
I
value
could-
more.
I could see the only other time I think it'd be okay is if you like grossly mismanaged your eco and you were like stalling on a T2 lab and then you like weren't getting metal and had to make units or something. But I agree. I don't think you should ever do it that late.
Yeah.
But it feels like Pro has kind of taken the initiative in mid, and these massive numbers of Recluse with the ticks behind them are slowly pushing PBS back. They have a slight economic lead, and Raiko just does not feel like he has the units. He does have some twin guards in place, but this T2 con that's taking mexes, I think, is going to go down. And spiders behind the ticks are doing quite a bit. Raiko needs to retreat into the pond. Teddy is also playing around with retreating into the pond, while Randy with his double comms mid is taking as much as possible, but support is on the way. We see snipers that are going to be able to deal with the Recluse. They should have more than enough energy to make that happen. I like Sash Corin's little high ground radar here. Both of these. These are great. I don't know why we don't see this more, actually.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea getting vision on the sides for like sneaky spider plays, or maybe
Oh, what is this
early
wall?
warning on top.
That wall will block spiders, hilariously enough. They can't climb over it. So if you do that, you
Oh.
actually see them go, and then they have to kill it or go around it. It looks really goofy, but it actually works. As funny as that is.
If it works, it works.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been playing this game for a long time. And he still has tricks up his sleeve, I guess.
That's right. He is a boomer per CJ. So look at this. Teddy flying around snipers to make sure that they can counter the Recluse on this side. And so he's going to bring it over, try to snipe as many Recluse as possible. Just slow the bleeding a little bit. In terms of energy, now that the wind has dropped, they're relatively equal. PBS is a slight lead, but in terms of metal, I guess there's reclaiming going on.
Oh, the energy lead is gonna go back up because we're not back up. So
And
there's some platypuses coming from Hellzone though, which are some countering the A on the hills.
yeah. This is actually a great little spot to just park platies because they can use their AA, but I don't think it's going to be easy for anything to really hit them. And autopilot is
Hill does
dropping.
spawn the radar though. Yeah, on the hill.
Oh, yeah. But at least they can fire it at Figs and everything else. And mid push is still happening. We see platies running across mid, trying to find something. And they are gonna start killing a few things. They're gonna kill some of these metals, but there's already platies in way. And
Teddy's calm.
yeah, Teddy's calm. It's low. I think it's gonna go down to ticks easily. So that was one of the things holding back here. Although Hellshound did drop a rattle, so that might be able to buy a little bit more time. Fighting off the Recluse on the cliffs. So Hells is doing what he can here. Unfortunately, it'd be nice if it was actually on this high ground, but I don't think it'll be able to. All right. And wait, did these get in? These platies are gonna
Get in, but they don't do anything.
yeah, they're trying, but they're not actually accomplishing too much. But Randy looks like he almost wants to go for a little calm walk. He's playing with the idea, but there are platies in the way, and Pro smells blood in the water. As soon as this calm from Teddy went down, they tried to divert everything into it, and now Randy and Hygain are gonna start flexing back to the right side and leave autopilot to fight.
Pro should be comfortable in the middle, just holding and skirmishing back. I mean, as long as they can keep the army split, they can get the middle TKMXs and then maybe even like a Prude or even like a Boom G on the middle to boost their income.
Dude, look at this.
That would be nice, huh?
Yeah, well, Cerberus, of course, would be pretty good to hold.
Pro is farming away, and they're not going to get nuked again. They've got antis. They've got multiple antis coming up. They already almost lost one game to that, so they're not even going to give them that chance. And dropping things to upgrade.
Actually,
Looks like they're going for a
Oh,
new
yeah.
further of their
yeah,
own.
they're not gonna give him the chance, but they're gonna take it themselves.
Wait, but is there oh, they're building anti now. Well, I think this anti is going to finish before, right? So hopefully they'll be good. 8D should be prepared for this. But maybe they can nuke a front?
No, they reclaimed them.
Oh.
Yeah. I guess they thought about it, but then decided not to.
Yeah, I like the LRPCs. I think they're investing into the 2 LRPCs. This is what I like to see. I think it's pretty good, along with like EMPs.
Yeah, I think it's a really good play. I'm surprised they didn't go for it last game. Or
Well, yeah, I mean, you force out the bubble, and then even if the bubble is there, you can still target some windmills, which will grind the enemy down, right?
Yeah,
definitely. I mean, LRPCs are just... It's so easy to get value out of them because, like, they pay off once the enemy makes, what, like, 2 bubbles is already an LRPC or something? 3?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Maybe back them up with EMPs and just let the metal advantage take over.
So,
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the previous game you can just EMP somebody's whole base.
yeah, I mean, well,
Raiko is already aware of the EMP launcher, I think.
Yeah, Hillsound also started making EMP on this side. I don't know if it's a direct response, so...
it'll be able to hit these two, right? I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes it can. I forgot how small this map is. So yeah, it'll be able to hit and stun both of these. But the other one, when they emptied, I mean, that was absurd. It was 5,000 energy that they just erased for 30 seconds, which is like, I don't know, thousands of metal, 2,000 metal or something. It was absurd.
That's almost 2 APHIS worth.
The EMP launcher is definitely the best unit in the game.
Oh, and we got Recluse.
Yeah.
It's got 19 kills and it's trying to sneak through the back line. So Pro's gonna have to figure out something to respond to it.
We see some transitions coming out on the map. PBS is going for a T3 lab, but they're stalling in metal, it seems. While the Pro team is going for a T2 air lab. Looking for a bombing run.
Leeches again from Pro?
No, D2 bombers actually, it seems.
Oh.
Based on its
Blizzards.
unit queue.
Yeah.
And EMP
D2 bombers and EMPs. EMP bombers.
EMP is first. Yeah.
And
the LRPC started firing on those converters, I would assume. Oh, good reclaim so far.
so LPRC is firing. Are they gonna shield or what are they doing here? There's no shield down, so next volley might be able to do a bit more damage.
Yeah, they sent the
No!
Wow.
Wow, so they pop the
Nothing
T2 converters and change.
Critical,
and
but that's some income.
that's
metal
BP
income,
lost.
right? As well.
It
yeah.
also means they can't put up
They
shields,
can't even
right?
make a shield
Since
now.
none of them-
Yeah. The no BP means no shield, and I'm not even sure. Oh, they're gonna drop a shield now, but I still think they're gonna keep getting a lot of value from this. They snipe a fusion. Oh god. So frontline is still a little static. We see spam coming in just to kind of give vision and everything else. Hellsound needs to finish this EMP launcher, but he doesn't. I think they were stalling on metal for so long. As soon as this EMP launcher's up, he can actually deny both of these LPRCs and the actual EMP launcher that they're building. But I think those LPRCs got their value, right? I mean, they killed a fusion. They killed a fusion to wreck, so it can't be rezzed. They killed a bunch of BP, and they're still firing.
They got a max and they destroyed
Yeah.
the shield launcher.
They killed the shield that was building. They're gonna try
What's
to.
funny is because they're building these shields in direct line of in the direct line of fire of the.
And
Oh, that's
the fusion.
another huge chain right there.
Yeah.
I think the snipers were pushing his EMP launcher. Did he lose his EMP launcher from snipers? I don't see
Yeah,
it
he did.
anymore.
yeah,
Oh, that's
it's-
unlucky. So that was the desperate response to push his pawns into that. But yeah, Pro still maintains most of their army there. So if they counterattack, that could be Even critical on both sides. And look at these spiders just
Living
went
their...
around the wall. That's illegal, though.
Yeah, can you do that? Can you do that? Sheep in shambles. All right, so we got multiple. It's interesting that no one wants to Serb mid. They just want to like rattle it. I feel like a Serb, don't Serbs have like way more range? Aren't Serbs like 1650 range versus 1380? Kind of weird.
Yeah, Serbs have more range. Yeah, for sure.
Vanguard is out, and it is gonna start trying to kill everything here, but they're gonna have to really protect it. There's so many units in front of it. This army value is looking really, really good for Pro.
Yeah, I also like the long-range Mercuries. They're trying to whittle down the fighter numbers slowly, so they could actually go for the bomb. We see them pretty coordinated, right? We see like chainsaw in the middle.
Yeah.
I thought we saw like a long range as well. Maybe I'm a little bit wrong.
No, right here. Hygan has one, and it's...
Yeah, wish they pushed it more to where the Randy's position is. That would like chip down their fighters so they could actually finish with the bombers.
Oh, and this Vanguard is going to come up on the hill and then just be able to annoy everyone. But I think these LPRCs may have done critical damage.
Autopilot has an EMP launcher himself, so he can EMP launcher the Vanguard once it's on the hill.
Yeah. Obviously, as Raiko mentioned before, the EMPs can also disable the shields, so LPRCs could extract even more value, right? That would be the ultimate goal if you want to drop that down. But I think they're just going to still go for the bomber.
Yeah, they have 18 right now, and now he's just getting his fig count up. And 8D, are these all T1? Oh no. 8D has a core and an air lab, but he just has T1 figs, and I think once these supporting numbers of T2 figs come out, it's going to be really hard for him to withstand it. This Vanguard is putting in work, though.
He definitely heard you because he's going.
That's true. Amazing timing on his T2 air lab.
What is going on here? But I think it's too little, too late.
Too little, too late. Yeah. I think this is 18. What? 18, 20. 18 T2 bombers.
What is that to bomb though?
Wait, they already killed everything. Maybe you can bomb out AD?
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
But with 18 bombers, you can just bomb everything, no?
Yeah, you can just bomb everything.
Oh, this is actually the EMP stun on the flank. Oh, did they even drop their bombs?
Oh, they're gonna bomb AD. They got the vision. They get one fusion. They get a bunch of BP. And they're gonna come back around. And it doesn't even matter. PBS calls it. So we're gonna go to a game 3. Oh, dude, look at this wind farm from Pro. They were maxed out. They actually they ran across the lake and started farming over here. So great. I feel like Pro just really sort of outplayed them there in terms of, I think it started with that T2 transition. It felt like Pro had a much sort of smoother T2 transition. They went AGO and then they started their Butler spam. I think PPS being just a little bit behind on that may have been, I don't know, may have kind of been the...
They did the reverse, no? They did Butler spam into AGO. I think that's what they did.
Also, I think it's more about like if you push on with the comms and you lose that side, it's always really hard. Like once you've pushed against the pond, it's hard to coordinate. But if you push deep in, then you can like kind of move between the lanes much more easier. Unless it's like platypus, but yeah.
Yeah, and let's see. We've got, so this is actually kind of funny because game 1 was on Tabula, which was picked by PBS, and Pro won it. And then game 2 was in Charlie in the Hills, which was picked by Pro. Oh wait, and Pro won that. Hold on, I have these reversed. Apologies.
I'm pretty sure Tabula was the pick from...
Yeah, it was. That's fine. So they've both won on the maps that they picked. I misspoke there. And we are going on center command. So basically what happened at the end there is PBS gave him the pick of 2 out of 3 maps. And we ended up on center command, which I think is probably the most technical kind of BO specific map in the entire pool, don't you think?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of variations. We've seen chill in a base and both the tug push, so I'm curious to see. I mean, I would think the pros should do technically better than because they're a little bit more coordinated, but yeah.
Yeah, good point.
It is indeed technical. That's why they picked them. They feel stronger against them. I mean,
Yeah, they feel a little bit, just a little bit better or something. I know that.
Yeah, I would be
that
curious to see how pick that phase went, because I can't see PBS wanting to play Center Command, right?
I can't either. So I'm curious what would have been left. Like, it's funny because the things that I think would have been left are things that pros fine with. You know, it's like, oh, Barrier Reef went really deep in the pick ban, but it's like, well, pros fine on Barrier Reef. So yeah, how did we end up? Maybe like DSD or something? Yeah, I'm curious too. I don't know how we ended up here, but we did.
I'm assuming Pro banned Rosetta, Glitters, and DSD somehow, and like all the macro maps basically. I think they probably banned.
Yeah, I could see that. That probably makes sense.
But then I'm assuming somehow DBS banned DSD. I don't know how. PBS, sorry. But
Yeah.
I don't think
because of the
VTAC
com
would
drop
ban
play.
DSD. Like, no way. Oh,
I mean, it is
yeah.
his lowest win rate game map though. Like, I'm not kidding.
That is pretty funny.
Good.
So for those of you who haven't seen Center Command, if you see the little kind of hole that I circled, this is a map that has 75 title, and that's a lot of title. So generally we see some pretty kind of weird, tricky builds that are executed around exploiting that 75 title. And there's these 8 spots on the map that have them that are circled here. So there's sort of these interesting builds that they're trying to exploit those, and so they'll kind of spawn here, they'll try to take the mex clusters, and then they'll take the geos that are alongside the mountains here. And we've seen, generally we always see the 2 spawns on each of those titles, and then sometimes we'll see 3 in mid, sometimes we'll see 2 in mid. We've seen no air opens, we've seen air opens, we've seen tech opens. So it's a map that has a lot of kind of freedom. You can definitely do quite a bit of cooking on it, but yeah.
Has anybody tried the self decom to make more titles?
No one
Does it work
has.
even?
I was thinking about it, but I think it's a hardness map. Is
You
It's
can
hard.
do it if you do it in the puddles, like in the this isn't circling for some reason, where the green is, there's like one line, but the puddle that's right below it, you can totally do it there, but you have to run into a specific place in self D, and then you can put, it depends on how it hits, but it's somewhere between 4 and 6 titles. So
sounds good. Yeah,
Titles is a lot. Yeah.
that's a lot. Yeah. I mean, you cannot get there like really quickly, so it isn't like unhooked. Like I remember us practicing in a hooked corner, trying to maximize the perfect pixel perfect titles. So yeah, curious. I wish it was maybe like in a back, so the self D. I love strats like that where we have to self D and then place the titles. But
yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I feel like mid is so contested that it's, you know, like those mid pools are so contested that it's really hard to think that it'd be worth it, because if you've already won the whole lane and you can safely do that, it's like the game's over anyway. But
it has to be in the back.
Yeah.
Looks like the game's starting.
Oh yeah. Whoops. That is not the right button. Hold on. And we are in, but we are not showing. Let's see. Bar. Oh boy. All right. What do we got here? We've got PBS on the left. So guys, this is game 3. This is tied, and this is loser's bracket. So the winner of this goes on to the semifinals and plays TC. And the loser of this
for the 3rd spot, yeah.
Yeah.
This is basically a fight between at least like the fourth spot. The loser gets fourth place in the tournament, and a little bit of a money as well.
Yeah. All right, so we've got matching spawns here. So Hells is going to do the 3 mechs, and then Patak is going to do Tidal into 1 mechs, I'm assuming. Reiko's going to do Tidal into 1 mechs. AT is going to do the 3 here. And it looks like Teddy all by his lonesome is going to... Nope, just kidding. Teddy is not all by his lonesome. He's going to be with Patak, and they're going to be in mid. I can't place. Huh? Oh, there we go.
That's because they were too close.
Yeah, they were too close.
Yeah.
If you don't know, the comms can't place too close to each other. So there's like a little area around them. All right, gentlemen, who do we think has the advantage? I almost want to say it's Pro, because they ended up on this map, right? It was their choice between this and any other map. And I struggle to think of a map that, if you weren't prepared for this map, I struggle to think of a map that you'd want to pick instead, right? Like
the Pitak giving away he cannot place, meaning that's close, and the Pro sniffs it out.
I didn't even think about that.
Imagine playing.
Imagine playing this map. All right.
I mean, they played Charlie and the Hills, which is kind of, not similar, but similar.
Yeah, I mean, they're both these like technical build order maps, right? So it's like, if you pick, you can't really. All right, so we've got Mr. Hellshound. He is armed, drops the 3 mechs, and is gonna go for the title. We have Teddy and Patak both as arm in mid, who are probably gonna bot, and then I'm assuming eventually go T3 and spiders. Reiko is core and 8D is core, so standard kind of 2 core 3 arm that we see out of them quite frequently. On the other side, X Factor is core, Randy is arm, and that is a core bot lab. Then we see in mid arm bot, so it'll be arm bot versus arm bot in mid from autopilot. High gain is arm, and Sash is arm, so 4 arm 1 core for
Pressure from autopilot. He skips mechs to get really early lab and pushes the res bots immediately to grab.
Yeah, he killed
climb.
He sniped the Patak's resbot too, which is actually pretty huge. And you're right, he is coming up to eat. This little Lazarus is going to have a feast. Look at him, he's so happy.
It's going to get caught out by ticks, though.
Yeah, I mean, High Game's going to come probably to autopilot as well to boost their lab. It looks like they're going for Centurions. Just helping to get the BP up.
There's a lot. There's 11 ticks coming, though. Do you think maybe they can sneak through?
I don't think so. I mean, autopilot's not in a position, but Randy is there to fill the gaps. It's literally versus 3 commanders right there, and the laser's going to finish them off.
Yeah, they ping it. They back up. This other res bot is going to eat all of it, so... All right.
Yeah, but at least Pitak did get the upper rocks, right? So it's pretty even. It isn't as big of an effect.
He got half of them, but I think autopilot got half of those as well. I feel like when you co-op a lab mid, you expect to have the BP and unit advantage, so not getting the rocks and early map control is kind of a big deal, no?
Well, autopilot did skip all the mexes and he literally labbed first, so that's also investment from Pro, right?
Right.
Well, we see T2 lab going down.
Yeah, Recluse are nightmares on this map. The walls are so high. There's all these stupid angles they can hide behind and just abuse. But T2 from both and Arm T2 from both, they both want to try to abuse Recluse.
Factor might be deciding factor here as well.
Yeah, T2 lab as well as air lab from Pro.
Man, PBS is struggling to spend its metal. I guess maybe they're banking, and then once they hit T2, they'll be able to dump it, but they're all floating a lot of metal.
I think throughout the tournament that's happened. They have had an issue with spending metal.
That's a little bit of energy management, I feel like, as well. Maybe they're stalling due to the making Geo right now. That might be the fact.
I mean, I meant
proper-
like even middle late game, like they actually do somehow end up like have the CJ bank. I guess that's
Yeah. Yeah, and I like Pro's approach. I think that just going Boom Geo is a little bit better immediately.
Yeah, and you see,
Not
I
wasting
mean,
that much BPM.
immediately has the transport, has the nano ready, so Hellsound just finished, or sorry, AD just finished his normal Geo, and they are immediately starting this Boom Geo, which is going to be very impactful.
Yeah, and I think I like Pro strategy. They just, for example, I think they plan to go macro play, and those Rockos are quite not, like, they're not going to break through Beamers, right?
I don't think so. With the Calm and with the Centurion. The Scent and the Calm can just dance around.
I need like 3 to 4 Rocco ratio per beamer. So.
Yeah, I think it's just very well done by Pro. They're buying a lot of time for
Patak?
you. Oh,
He gets the D-gun on 2. He's very low, though. He needs to be careful. It was not careful, and he is dead to the Centurion. But he does have 3 Rockos and 1 Scent, so he can probably pressure behind that. But Randy is fully healed, so Patak does have a second Calm.
Patak does have another Calm, yeah.
Randy just needs to come up and D-gun this as soon as he sees it. So 5 to 4 is the Calm count, but nothing too crazy. And yeah, he's gonna start eating it, so Randy. Scent is still alive, farming experience off this commander. And Randy's gonna come up and D-gun the wreck, so Patak got half of it, I think?
No, not even half. It was.
He got 300 metal. Yeah, around 350.
Ryko making a little bit of progress in the north. I mean, getting the title would be pretty good. I mean,
yeah,
True,
that's true.
but the recluses are coming out. They're almost there. So Ryko's probably gonna get pushed back soon.
yeah, AD isn't that far on AGO, and I think they plan to start both of them together. Everybody's T2 maxing already, their side.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is this map is so small and there's so few mexes on it that it feels like the T2, like you tap all your T2 mexes so quick and then, and then you just have to fight. So we'll see. Patak might want to trade with Randy. I'm not sure. Randy body blocking the D-gun shot while his Centurion trades blows on the other side. I think the Centurion goes down. It does have a lot of... Nope, it does go down.
Although Pro are ahead on the T2 Geo, I mean, PBS is gonna get the second T2 Geo as well now.
Yeah, I don't know what there's
Just
reason to
spend the energy
T2 con.
now.
I guess they're just wanting more metal instead of like a 1,000 energy is enough, right? It isn't worth
exactly,
getting
that's what I
energy if
said.
you're gonna overflow anyways.
Right.
Yeah, can PBS spend their energy? Like, that's the issue.
Huh? What, did he just self-D?
Yeah, he did self-D.
Safety?
Yeah, I guess they want to finish the maxes as soon as possible.
Right, and then just res it later, maybe? I can see that.
Yeah, because right now their issue is they have too much energy but no metal, and so that's why he's
And they're getting all the maxes done.
See a little spider versus spider between Patak and Randy. Everyone knows spiders have 6 legs and rockets, so don't ask questions, just accept it. Patak mass throwing down LLTs, I guess, to absorb shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's blueprint blocking. Over in the north, actually, I don't think Pro has gotten that 1.8 the entire game. It's not like that big of a deal, but I
I
wonder
couldn't
if-
get it either though. So, it
that's
matches
true.
up.
I'm kind of surprised that you just put 1 10 1 con. No, is I feel like there's so few mexes in this map that each mex is kind of important. No.
I think so, yeah.
I guess they didn't make it.
Reiko's really low, though. He needs to be careful. He's got to do his best dodge impression over here. He needs to pretend like he's in a Rotato lobby and he doesn't like his team.
I don't think he needs to pretend that though.
I need the side drama.
Hagen still pushing. We got the Recluse here. And a few more Recluse from Autopilot. So these Recluse battles are really funny because it's like they hide in all these little like nooks and crannies, and the missiles don't have direct line of sight. Randy's really low though. He might get popped if he's not careful.
I don't think maybe thermite would be a good option usually.
The termites?
Yeah, I think you can make them with Twitcher as well, right? I don't know, maybe not anymore.
Yeah, I think you still can because nobody has been complaining about them because they're very not used. That's true though. When there are a lot of like ridges in terrain, and the recluses don't have line of sight, I think termites would actually.
Termites beat recluses. That's usually the.
Because termites don't miss.
Yeah, they don't miss. Yeah, so.
Yeah, in a straight up fight, but you know, in like an 8v8, you never. Most maps, if you have a termite and a recluse, the recluse just leaves.
It's specifically on the hills, right?
Yeah.
That was scary. Randy almost perfied himself with his recluses. His comm took like 5% damage from the rocket in the back. But I actually really love this like 1 to 2 early snipers where you're fighting recluse versus recluse, and then you can just kind of battle them out. But the middle has all these recluses crawling around.
Bomber play in the north from 8D.
Oh, that's a lot of bombers.
He doesn't have enough fighters though. He backed off.
Yeah, he doesn't win it, and he does force a chainsaw out of mid and an archangel. Ooh, that always hurts.
Yeah, but he has 14 bombers. That's not going to do anything at the moment.
Yeah. We see Flak drop down now too from High Gain up in the north, and High Gain likewise has a sniper and is just going to start picking away at the mechs and Reiko. And on the bottom, Randy is putting in work here. He's completely pushed Patak off of this position. They get the title, which at this point isn't as big of a deal, but more importantly, it opens the raid on this side, and those bombers are going to have to come be defensive because otherwise this AGO is going to pop and it's going to get real ugly.
Yeah, bombers are coming, but it is awkward. I mean, she's going to kill recluses with bombers?
He almost got Randy. Yeah, he has to kill these, right? If these get here and pop the... If they pop the AGO, it's gonna get real ugly.
Hellhound is gonna try to go somewhere and dig on something.
Yeah, he's flying up, but they're already running away. He needs to land. They're running. We got bombers coming down. First volley, it hits some of the converters, and Hellhound tries to degun, but now he's up too high. Recluse are low, and they're gonna pop this AGO, I think. Next volley, bombers are trying, but they don't get it, and they lose the AGO and so much wind.
What a chain, yeah.
Oh no.
And that's on top of Pro even securing the additional GEO. So
Randy's comm goes down and gets sniped by 2 snipers. And his whole army goes with it.
All right, so little tit for tat, right? So they lose the AGO, but they do lose the army and the comm.
I mean, it's like getting tickled versus getting hammered. Though.
That's true. That's true. Would prefer not to lose that AGO, definitely.
I think Raiko might go down. No, that's a lot of ticks right there.
That's a lot of ticks there coming in. He doesn't have the energy to cloak. There's 1 LLT, but it's not enough. So comm goes down, and Pro was pushing both sides really well, but now it feels like Patak is going to be able to capitalize on that Randy snipe, and we see more spiders in mid. If you have arachnophobia, don't worry, these have 6 legs, but we've got 7 from Reiko along with a Weber, and then 5 from autopilot dancing back and forth on the terrain.
Range,
Autopilot's missiles all missed because they went low ground. Reiko's spiders went low ground.
Yeah, so wow. Reiko cleans them all up, and he's going to get going. And he has the Weber here, so the Weber can... Didn't he have a Weber? Yeah, he has a Weber. Oh, the Weber's not reclaiming, but there's 2k metal they can reclaim. They're going to come pop this Prude, and I think we need a few snipers to help clean them up.
Oh, they don't see the Prude, so... I mean, they know that it's there, but they have no vision, so the spiders aren't targeting it.
So couple of welders come out as well, and we've got counter recluse going. Is there any cooking going on here? We have X Factor just getting kind of a fig wall up. We see a couple fusions going down. We don't see great wind farms from either team so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of metal that could be used as advantage.
I take it back. Actually, there is a bit of wind farming from 8D's side.
Yeah, the only cooking there was 8D, but now is cooking as just the 14 bombers are doing nothing.
So take recluse. Game's stalling out a little bit here. Oh, bombers trying to bomb ticks, but not quite doing this. I honestly think they should just drop a T2 bot lab, a T2 core bot lab, get like 2 Twitchers, reclaim it, and then just make termites off of that, right? You don't even need to keep the lab. You just need a couple of them so that you can...
Snipers though.
Oh, that's true. But on
There's a lot of options. I think Fat Boy would be ideal, to be fair, from Teddy's lab. You don't even just...
Oh, that's true.
Mark it down, maybe. That would be maybe as an option on the main hill. I think it does cover pretty good, especially if you captured the middle.
I feel like one team going T2 air wouldn't be a bad idea either.
If anybody is gonna go T2 air and get value, it's X Factor's team.
Yeah.
Because they already have the A.
Yeah, but both teams just seem to be doing welder, sniper, and then recluse on repeat.
Yeah, it is kind of getting stale for sure.
I mean, they are, yeah, it's funny because they're trading units, so they probably feel like they're getting some value, but I don't feel like Recluse end this game at all because there are too many snipers and they have counters for it. So it's like the Recluse are just trading with each other in mountain terrain, but they don't actually end anything. Although I do love this from Sash. He flew a T2 Con and a Nano, and he's building a Pitbull on the high ground. And I'm pretty sure you can, actually, this next one, he does it there.
Yeah, if you get the mid hill control, you can start making techniques and just kill Teddy's base. Or even Bertha's.
Oh, and all these welder snipers are going to get overrun by ticks on the top. The welders are doing their best. They're killing tons of ticks, but I think they might just get fully zerged down. So a little concerning. We see random rockets flying from the spiders on the other side. Sash is flying up his commander now, and he's going to do a frontline rattle once he can move these over. So they are taking control of this hill, and I think that's going to be a problem. We probably need to see a preemptive... Oh, Juno going down. I think we need to see preemptive EMP or TAC or something out of PBS. Otherwise, it's looking a little dangerous. Roughneck coming out.
Hellzone and 8D are making A on the hills to counter any air threat that might come. They could make a TAC nuke there, I think. Maybe. I wonder how much does it give range advantage?
Let me find a T2 Con. Hold on. Yeah, I'm looking.
You might have to find a code.
Yeah, I don't think there is.
Yeah, I don't think
there is one.
TAC nuke doesn't get range from
height, right?
Yeah, it doesn't get now.
Yeah.
It's only plasma guns.
That's super bad. I love this ping from AD. And this rattle has insane range, so this is going to be a nightmare for them to deal with. Oh no. But the one kind of shining star, I think, is Patak on this side with snipers. He's going to rattle, so he should be able to hold this.
I don't think he can rattle up, right? So I think the rattle on the top might be able to even kill him.
Actually, you're probably right, yeah.
I mean, the rattle doesn't.
Yeah, well, the rattle, look at how brutal that height difference is. The rattle on the hill can kill him, and his rattle can't even shoot halfway up, so... Turns out height is... Oh! Bombers, but there's so many AA bots and figs. On the bread side, I think they're winning... Oh, are they trading out figs? Well, X Factor didn't fully commit all of his figs.
Because... No, it's because AD had T2 figs. in
Oh.
front of the T1 fix. So they tanked as well as did more damage.
Roughneck's out, and they're trying to push this back. Highgain was getting a little bit closer. He's cloaked, but I think he wants to back up now. I think he wanted to try to run in and dig on that T2 and end the game, but he thought better of it when he saw like eight welders. Patak is getting run at by 43 pawns. So I think this comm is going to go down. He's going to try to trade the comm for all the pawns. Self-D is triggered. And he gets all the pawns and a few of the welders, but these other snipers are going to get cleaned up by the remaining pawns. And
It's actually really funny. Hell's Hound's last comm, and he's stranded on hill.
oh, no. He's like, wait a minute.
If they remember Hellhound is on hill, then yeah.
Oh man. All right. So these roughnecks are trying to do work, but I mean, I don't think he has air superiority, and there's tons of AA bots. We also see a Mercury on the hill, which I really love. That thing has massive range. Kind of feels like PBS is, they're all out of tricks. What else can they even do here, do you think?
Just I guess Lishe Hail Mary play. I don't know. That's the
Yeah, but they have four. I mean, it's 1 to 4 comms. It's not like they even have a comm snipe. And I just, oh, and there's anti that covers everything. So I think this is just, they're going to try for a T3 play, but I think this lab is just going to die to the AGO explosion. Yep.
I don't think D3 does anything.
Yeah. AT hits us with the RIP, and I don't, it's going to be real hard for Pro to throw this game, but I have played an 8v8 pub, so I think anything is throwable. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Anything is throwable as long as you want to throw.
That's right. And resign vote is called and passes, so that is going to be game 3 for PBS versus Pro. And that means that Pro is going to go fight TC in the semifinal to see if they can come back and claim the throne. So if we take a look, Tabula was picked by PBS and they won on it, and then Pro picked Charlie in the Hills. They won on that. The decider was on Center Command, and Pro was able to clinch that game. Gentlemen, thoughts on the series? Thoughts on those games?
Actually, all of the games kind of felt like a macro diff. All 3, I would say. I mean, the Tabula one definitely 8D outperformed, like on the hill.
Yeah.
Outside, he played well. Yeah. That was just an 8D diff.
Yeah, AT was amazing in all those Tabula games. So unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to our boys in PBS, but I think they played well. And I mean, they're still they're 4th place, so it's not like, it's not like they placed horribly, but shout out to the boys. We've got Teddy, Hell's Hound, Stardom, Araiko, Patak, Sheep, and 8D, and they are out of commission. So good games, and hopefully we will see another kind of iteration in this team in the next Omega series. But that means that we are down to 3 teams, and let's get this PBS out of here, kick them out, and we're going to replace them with a little bit of Team Chaos. So this is our next matchup. This is the semifinal. Gentlemen.
Yeah. Have we seen Team Chaos versus the Pro? They don't get to meet. Maybe in only the qualifiers due to them being in separate groups, right?
Yep. I think they were in separate groups. They only played in qualifiers. I kind of feel like, based off the games we've seen, Pro is leading this just based off performance, because I feel like their losses didn't feel quite as crippling. Team Chaos there was some cooking that didn't cook, you know. It was a little concerning that the Rock Jungle game, we saw one Rock Jungle game and it was like 4 minutes long, and it was yeah.
I wonder, did they get countered? Were they expecting the T2? I mean, that was, or was it like a play? Was it? I'm wondering whether, because the T2 was also, the T2 air was looked premeditated even, or was it opportunistic? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I'm honestly not 100% sure. It was just, all I know is that Shoddy got on a transport, flew over, and ruined all of Team Chaos's dreams. So hopefully that doesn't happen in this one. Who's seated higher for pick ban, Alisar?
We're still using qualifier seeds in order to motivate, and so it's still the original. For TC versus Pro, so Pro is higher, so Team Chaos will start bans.
Team Chaos starts first. Okay, sweet. Oh,
I would like to mention though, Teddy. This is like after a long time, Teddy hasn't reached a team finals game, like in a tournament finals. This is
what?
I
No,
think
he won.
He's been in every finals. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, sorry. I thought you said he hadn't reached one, and I was like, no. He's been in every finals.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
He's been in every finals, and this is the first time, I think, or second time even. Like he hasn't reached a finals. So.
Yeah. Okay, so we are. I see TC. Pro TC is in another lobby, so we are going to try to pull everyone together. We're going to take a quick little 2-minute break before this. So hit the restroom, grab some water, do whatever you guys need to do. And we will see you in just a couple minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we return, and I am not muted. Had to double check that. Don't want a mistake of earlier today. We've got all 10 players in the lobby, 5 players from each team, and we are getting ready for picks and for bans. As a quick reminder, these are the players in the actual lobby for the teams. For TC, we have Ragna, Blowdeer, Inda Club, Narnook, and Happiness. For Pro, we have X Factor, Randy, Autopilot, Hygain, and Sash Korin. No surprise appearances from Florio or from Elmer Fudd. And it looks like Raigeki is sitting this one out, and they swapped back in the English legend himself, Happiness. So.
And they already getting with the bans with a little bit of a nudge.
God. Hold on.
So Ragnar immediately opens with a Hellas ban.
Interesting. Why?
I don't think they believe that their strategy worked out. I don't know. They did try it versus the APM. Maybe they're thinking that Pro has enough wit to counter them in some ways. I mean, Pro has been always played good, I think, Hellas. And Randy banning Charlie, even though they picked it against the other team. Kind of weird. So they are respecting that Ragnar push, even though APM dealt with it. Really interesting. They're trying to lure each other in a map that we haven't played. Maybe we're gonna see something spicy.
I'm excited for some spice. So
maybe some DSD, some rock jungle.
Yeah, I can tell you one thing for sure: they're not gonna ban rock jungle.
Yeah, they watched that one. If you guys want to try that again, go ahead. We watching replays.
Oh, you mean the Pro, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
amazing.
To be fair, they did not get the chance to watch unless they, sneak peek. They should have been played. I don't know. Maybe they didn't play the Tabula game fast. And
bro, they got 7 members. I bet you they got.
Bro was watching with Pitak's team how it performed, but yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, so we started strong. Instant Hellas ban, instant Charlie ban, and
then Ragnar tanked, thinking.
And then
ESD is the ban, and center command follows next.
Wow. Okay, so
it looks like Randy is trying to bait them into macro maps. So they're thinking that I think the Pro is thinking that they have advantage in macro plays because they.
I mean, they have X Factor. X Factor is on that Chisato level where if you let them cook, if you give them enough time, there's going to be Aphis and there's going to be all sorts of shenanigans afloat. So I think that's safe.
And we're going to see from Ragnar's pick right now. What do they actually want to pick?
What do they want to pick? Do you think Tab? Tab? What?
We haven't seen Team Chaos on a Tab, so
yeah, I
don't even know.
They're older, they're comfortable. They have Happiness in though. I wonder if this. Well, I don't think you want to play Barrier Reef versus Pro. Just Pro has looked. We've seen I think 2 games of them on Barrier Reef. No, we've seen 3 games.
Maybe
they won
some
2
Rosetta, but I don't know.
They lost a game on Barrier Reef though.
Yeah, that's true. CBS. They lost. Yeah, they lost it versus. That was the Hellshound Puffin harassment game, which I remember.
Rosetta, I called it. Yeah, I think they have something cooked on Rosetta.
Okay,
that's good. That's good. They probably practiced and kept it in the back pocket, so we're gonna see the Rosetta.
Okay. And Pro's turn to pick. So yeah, I wonder if you're right. I wonder if they did bait him in. If they're gonna keep banning out these smaller maps, though, do you think they ban Tab?
I think they're gonna let Tabula be open. I think everybody's pretty comfortable on Tabula. I don't know if Pro should pick Tabula. Tabula should be something as a decider map, I do feel like.
Yeah.
Good, like Feast of Hades, Tabula, Reef. I think those are open maps. If anything, maybe you even ban Reef against Pro. They performed pretty well on that map.
Randy's team is taking their time to decide though. So
come on, Randy, what you got for us? Hit us with that big brain.
Yeah. Do they want to take them on ATG? Maybe if they think they have a macro advantage.
I think the Pro team, a lot of the maps that they have left, they've also lost on, right? So they've
but that's maybe
some weaknesses that could be exploitable.
I think they're still confident in their macro, especially against Team Chaos. Because
Salt
Reef is good. It's a good pick. I think Salt Reef is one of the best pro maps I've seen so far.
It's a pretty big map. All right, so now we get the 4 bans. So let's see. ATG, Barrier, Hades, Hellas, the Rock Jungle, and Tab are what's left.
And Hellas was banned.
Oh,
right?
Hellas was banned. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, what did I missed something because I only said I said 5 and there should be one more.
The real 4,000 IQ pick is to
Yeah,
bait
Ragnar feels
pro
to
team
agree.
into
Bans
picking.
Blitter.
Sorry.
Oh, the
Bans
glitters ban.
glitters. Interesting.
Yeah, they want to probably ban out as much macro maps as possible right now.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
makes
I mean, these
sense.
are all the maps that Ragnar banned. Ragnar never plays. Like, these are actually all the maps that he never plays or likes to play. Doesn't like to play.
No, I think he's been counterpicking. I think the pro should be stronger on ATG.
No,
They displayed pretty good tendency.
Ragnar didn't play on Hellas. He got substituted for Happiness. DSD was the same thing, I think. Yeah. Ragnar never played these maps. Like,
They did the double titles on Hellas. DSD, they saw the com drop, maybe. They scared
so was
him.
Ragnar playing there though? That's what I'm asking you. Like,
I don't think Ragnar set out.
I know Team Chaos played that map, but I
Yeah.
don't think Ragnar played it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I know Ragnar saw at least one game, but I'm not sure which one.
I
Anyway,
think
pro
even two,
plans
but yeah.
Tabula.
Yeah, so it's gonna be pro banning small maps and Ragnar banning big maps.
Is there a world where Team Chaos just baited us completely by
Into the
showing
rock
us
jungle.
possibly the worst rock jungle starting build order? They trick us into picking it in their last map, and they just go crazy.
I don't. There's. I think anything is better than the build. All right. Well, to be fair, that build might have cooked if Shoddy didn't end the game in 4 minutes. We don't know. I think that maybe we're not giving it a fair shake, but the 1,000 metal difference at 1 minute was a little concerning. I won't lie. So I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see.
For me, it's a stalling in lab. I feel like if you're stalling in anything in a preset build order, maybe there's an issue.
All right, what do you got, Ragnar? Come on,
really
come on.
About that. They're really thinking about these last few picks.
Hades is a ban. I didn't expect that off them.
I don't
off
either.
the bat. I mean, Pro has played on Hades. We see Pro play on Hades. APM did beat them though. Randy takes the rock jungle off the way.
Why would you wait? Great Barrier Reef though. Oh,
Yeah, the Reef was one of the maps.
Wait, there's no way they just saw them play the rock jungle like that and they ban it.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. There's no way they do that build again where they're like, oh yeah, let's drop 1,000 metal behind.
Tragic.
All right, here we go. Oh, and wait, where's Raigeki? Raigeki's in the lobby. Hold up. We gotta kick this dude. Oh wait, no, he's in.
No, they're swapping.
No, they're swapping around.
Oh, okay.
Happiness, yeah, they're swapping for Happiness, yeah.
Okay, so Happiness is actually gonna sit this one out, and Raigeki's gonna come back in. So we're gonna see a redemption. I hope. I don't. It's already been a long day, to be fair. We have 2 more series, or we have this and 1 more series to go, and the finals are BO5, guys. So hopefully we get some relatively short games in addition to long games. So this is the first Rosetta game we've had on the main stream all day, right? I don't think we saw any other Rosetta games.
I've never seen Rosetta ever, I think, and I've been here with you for a long while.
Fair enough. It was picked all the time in qualifiers. I think it was the most picked map. There was, I think, 7. Hold on, we can come and explore real quick. So yeah, there were 7 picks for it. It was picked 7 times, and to be honest, I feel like this is just a comfort map for every single player here, except for maybe Happiness. But everyone else has played this, as LSR said, thousands of times, and I don't think he's wrong. Do you think we'll see any of the coochie cooking type strats of the 3-minute,
No, I don't think it was that good, but the Jags are nice. I think both teams will obviously try to grab the Geos and play off that. And I would assume we're gonna get like a macro games because the Rosetta middle is pretty. There isn't much resources, so everybody's gonna focus on getting all the geos and all the T2 mexes, and then we're gonna start some action. So it's gonna be a lull at the start, unless somebody does some crazy. I don't even know what you do like inside their all-ins, but that's just me judging from the previous series. Maybe somebody has cooked something special for us.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. I think the one thing that's interesting for me on Rosetta is how contested an air start is, because a lot of people are like, it makes sense. Like Pyro in scrims was actually opening double bomber and then like sniping solar and actually getting value out of it. And then we saw other teams that are like, yeah, we're not even gonna do air at all. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
So, and in this one, it looks like we aren't gonna wait. What is the spawn from Raigeki? Oh,
It's looks like possibly the Barcon Classic, maybe even as well. I've seen these builds, so obviously I won't spoil what it is, but I've known these builds at all. But yeah,
I mean, is this
I'm
an
curious to
improvisation
see.
of Kuchi's build, maybe?
no. I think
last-
no. This is mostly melody stuff, I think, as well.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I'm curious to see how hard they cook because, based on the previous games, they tried a lot of like aggression and all-ins against what's that, Team C88, and they didn't really work out. And it would kind of be a shame if they seemed afraid to go for maybe riskier plays in this game. So I guess it'll be a good like judge of how confident Team Chaos is feeling.
Yeah,
this game.
I agree. I think you're right. I think that it's also, to be fair, it's game one. So I think if you want to try to do some sort of crazy modified, Kuchi build or the Malady style, I think it makes sense to do it in game one. And then if it doesn't work, then hey, you can go back to a more standard play in game two and just be like, let's not have a plan. Let's just, try to utilize our skill and figure it out there.
They map their strategy, right, as well.
Is this a strategy? What what am I looking at right here? He's capping mexes like this and then going back. All
it's
right.
The likely double con. I mean, it's gonna be hard for Bloater. He has to hold the top and against all the rushes.
All right.
They're gonna mount the offensive towards the Randy. I think the Randy might die from all the pressure if they happen to do so. But let's see.
We got Blow Deer as core. We've got
he might walk, I think. Alright, I'm not gonna.
Rag as core, Raigeki as core, Inda as their arm player, and Narn as their arm. Pretty amazing that when there is an incredible wind, we get to see more core. Autopilot is core. X Factor is arm. High Gain is arm. Randy is arm, and Sash is core. So a little bit more balance across the whole lobby, but core vastly preferred by Team Chaos. And I think the real look is going to be what's going on here.
Well, it's definitely going to be very fast Geo. That's the whole reason to start there. So the rest of the team is just basically farming solars to get energy income up, and then you use the energy income to really quickly make Geo like less than a minute 40 or something. I'm gonna do Nano first here.
All right.
Oh.
Raigeki got a bit confused. But
Yeah.
Needs to move out, so
Maybe
Geo's
it's the
going
new
down.
comp hitbox,
Yeah, that's fair. New com hitbox is a little intense. Also, shout out to Zod for making the widget that shows the team logos on the terrain. You made it a long time ago, but thank you for continuing to support it. I think it's cool and adds a lot. And we are going to see Narn running in here. And he's going to get a pretty decent scout. I think these ticks do cut him off, so maybe he sees X-Fact, but I don't think he sees too much more.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, he cuts through, and on this flat ground, he's going to be able to outrun these ticks. So they scout with Ragna, and they know that there is no air player, so they don't need to worry about the bombing as much.
And the T2 already coming up. Everybody's just juicing on the metal, so...
I mean, so this is a variation of Kuchi's build, actually.
It is,
Yeah.
actually, yeah.
Yeah.
It is a variation of
Huh.
Kuchi's build, like, literally.
It's a lot safer, though, because they make a lot
Exactly,
more
this
LPs.
is what I would have wanted if what Kuchi's build. At 5 com
But
in
where's
one
the
place doesn't
joy?
work.
Where's the joy in safety, CJ?
And I mean, I also think it's just important in these early ones to really expand out and just take, like, having the comms a little bit more split. They're able to actually get more of these mexes. So the other thing that messed up with the Kuchi build when I watched the replay back is everyone had their sliders low and a bunch of people didn't have storage. And so some of the mexes that they capped weren't firing. Oh, man.
Well, you know, no one's perfect.
All right. So
there we go.
Jags coming out now.
You
They
see a
got the
core air. Sorry, you can.
Oh, I was gonna say, Jags coming out now, so definitely very similar. And they spot it. So they see the AGO, they see the T2, and they see the Air Lab going down. So how does Pro react? What do you think is the best response to this? I think you just mass expand,
Just farm
right?
metal. Just farm metal and put LLTs versus
expand.
Jags. Yeah. You
Expand
need a
LLT
bunch of
wall.
LLTs. I think when we faced Kuchi build, we just LLT'd all the chokes, and it was just like, what a Jag's gonna do against 2-3 LLTs? Just double up and farm. And obviously they
You can
need to
already
find
see-
any gaps.
You can already see the difference in metal produced. Almost
Yeah, it
5K
should be
ahead.
pretty massive.
4 minutes and 5K
Yeah.
ahead.
Meanwhile, X Factor is starting his own T2 lab, top right. They're stalling a little bit though.
Yeah,
I like this build though. Like, this is a better variation of Kuchi's build. For sure.
Well, the Jags need to do something to make the effort, and yeah, we see Centurions as a response. Is that good as an LLT? Probably. I think the Centurions do pretty well against the Jaguars,
Yeah,
especially if you pull them back. And then yeah,
320 versus 330. So I guess technically, if
there's not that much to raid. I think I don't know about the Kuchi build. I think this is a little bit of a throw unless you get in, because in Rosetta there's so many chokes and it's always going to be a commander right there in the middle. And if the enemy team doubles on the LLTs, what value can you actually bring out? I guess the upside is that they have built-in AA, but yeah, I'd really love to see how they plan to go.
Did you hear that,
I think
Kuchi?
Centurions
Whoa.
is such a good response.
Just want to call Kuchi out if he's in the chat and he's watching. LSR doesn't believe in you. You heard it here first, folks.
I was really confident playing against their Jags. Like, I don't know. I just begged their team to overmake LLTs, and that's it.
Yeah, I'll side
Well,
with
one good
LSR.
thing
I
is
don't-
they're
I
getting
really-
the 10 mechs up really early. The T2. The Team Chaos. I mean,
Yeah, should be good for both teams. I don't think it will get them out of the metal hole.
yeah. What they need to be doing is building transports with their air lab and transporting cons around to retake all of these mechs that they're taking very late. But it's pretty APM intensive, and I don't know.
They might
I guess-
actually get some place in. I mean, Randy hasn't perked here as well. I mean, there's a couple of Centurions, but they should be able to at least snipe these mixes a little bit out of the position.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to get a bit. X Factor is making Jags of his own, and actually Shuri's
Oh,
come
we have
in.
Shuriken.
This is good. This is good. Yeah.
This is going to be
Yeah,
great
this is good.
damage, I think.
And also you
losing
cannot kill the Shuris with Jags as AA support. So and it's
And
just
although
done
X
the next
Factor-
to penetrate the base.
X Factor already is pumping out his own
but on the bottom, there's
Jaguars.
a ton of damage happening too, and he just lost all his figs to those Jags. So this is going to be Hygain's entire base going down, and then Raigeki and Narn are applying a lot of pressure here. Raigeki has the Jag that just killed all 4 of those, and it's running into Sashkorin's base. Narn's comm does go down though, so that is a nice little boost.
He doesn't get Sashkorin's calm, so your team gets all that metal.
Yeah, Randy is reading the console in the back with 2 ticks. Although 1 tick is hitting the wreck instead of the console.
All citizens arrested. Whew,
Yeah.
that's a tough one. And hilariously enough, Sash doesn't have he only has this air lab, right? So this Jag was just sitting there basically picking off fighters and Shuris with its AA, and it's gonna come back
What?
and raid the other side.
Are that those thugs? These guys are making a field trip into the...
Oh,
think
those are
it's like-
warriors.
Oh,
Yeah.
these are 7 Centurions.
Yeah.
Oh, but there is a bulldog though. 2 bulldogs now.
Bulldogs are
Yeah, and they're
bulls, by the
Centurions.
way.
I feel like this is just like a slow walking gift of metal.
Yeah, they should just go up, maybe deal with the mechs on top.
Yeah, I think that's what they're
You
doing.
could probably get a nice
is the
angle
plan,
here
yes.
where the LLTs don't
Yeah.
cover.
And he's gonna snipe it. So wonderful little snipe right there.
Sure, to the rescue.
These
Randy's
Jaguars...
team. Sorry, go ahead.
No, they're maintaining the map control. They've been able to extract at least some value out of these Jaguars controlling the middle map. I mean, they could swap. But I don't think this is critical damage. I think Pro is still holding pretty well and they're getting all the boom geos done.
We see
Interesting
bombers.
Stats though. Oh yeah, we see bombers. Yeah, interesting stats though, because Randy's team, of course, is ahead on metal because they expanded and didn't do that. But they're also ahead on energy produced, even though Club's team went T2 Geo early.
Yeah, they secured the north geo much faster. Haven't been able to get this bottom geo, so soon it might even out with I think Inda getting the extra boom geo.
And this bombing run's already ready to get started, huh? Do you think it's going to break through? They're probably targeting North Geo?
Yeah, bombers is a good choice. I mean, one of their key plays should be, if they manage to get bomb the geo, they will dismantle the parity in eco produced. But yeah, trying to...
He lands them for now, and I think he might be waiting for the Jags to come up so the Jags can potentially provide a little bit of air support if they have to do a thug
Scouting
fight.
a little bit.
And ticks in the backline here. Some of these mexes are one of those mexes is undefended. They might be able to snipe, but let's see if they can get anything.
They
Krishna
might
is with
be
Geo,
able
are they
to
gonna
get-
go for...
Well, 2 preferably.
No, not...
Looks like he's committing
Oh.
for 1.
Yep. And he doesn't kill the... I think it was worth it, but I mean, he didn't get that much more. A lot of times that AGO can kind of kill some of the other stuff that's built along the cliff, and it didn't...
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that was smart placement. I think there was only like 1 nano.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
See more consoles coming out, trying to get all these mexes up to T2 as soon as possible, and they still have a slight economic lead. So I think TC is feeling decent.
Yeah, the bombing was
Yeah.
good, but let's see. I mean, it always like X Factor is investing their money in eco, so it's not like they are that far behind. Both the
Sure,
fusions
his
and the
fusion's
geos
fine.
are coming, and they're also upgrading their mexes.
I mean, one problem with the pro team that I see is they haven't upgraded the 10 mix to a T2. I feel like that's
Yeah, that's pretty massive. Yeah, that should be started
crazy.
immediately.
I just didn't notice, I guess. I don't know. There are so many Jags on the field, but I think they're gonna be able to actually like push through and deal enough damage. I mean, there's already Bulls out, there's Centurions out. Did you
Trying
think
to force something, but army value is in favor of Pro, right? So the Pro could do even a counterattack. Like, what happens if Pro now counterattacks and takes the bottom geo? I mean, TC is still naked. They have the advantage, but all of their like eco is still pretty naked. They're
yeah.
trying to force some places, but you know there is parity in army value. So if they focus and strike in one point, they might be able to break through. But the counterattacks, they also have to think about it.
Raigeki just Degon 2 bulls.
That's pretty big.
Maybe he. But will he live though? Is the question.
Might get another
Might
action.
take-
Hmm?
I think if he takes out all that army, that's
Randy's
fine.
playing it smart. Randy's
Goes down.
This is a lot of pawns for that though. And there's
Yeah.
a Magnus commander to stop it further, right? If he cloaks, it's hard
One more
to.
bombers though in the south.
And that's a good
Sash just
strategy.
built his geo. Yeah. This time he uses only 11, so he can actually save the bombers.
Pretty good
Stuff.
snowball, yeah. They do not waste all the bombers, that would be good.
Yeah, they
Fly
won't.
over.
Yeah, and they get
Oh,
it.
this is 5, and I think the rest will be.
So with both of those AGOs down, I guess the other one's already rebuilt, but now they're leading slightly in economy. And with the pawns and bulls that went down in mid, we are going to see a lot of jags and a lot of ticks try to stream in through this opening.
Randy went for a T2 bot lab, but realizes he doesn't have the metal to spend units on. So he's instantly reclaiming it.
Right,
How are
this
they gonna
position
stop
is a
this?
little bit, exposed. I mean, there is a lot of beamers, so they will do decent damage. Oh,
They're e-stalling.
a little, yeah,
e-stalling
is not good.
no. Oh, the e-stall might be a little bit lethal. We see
Yeah,
flak
Oh,
trucks
it's
coming.
yeah, it gives a fusion finally, I think.
He also has a nuke, by the way, which do we see
I
anti?
think
Yeah,
Nuke
yeah,
is a good
so-
play for sure.
Oh,
If
yeah,
it
there's
hits
no
at 15
anti.
minutes, it's gonna be pretty good. I mean, they could nuke the main base where originally they spotted the Geo, or bloater stuff.
Yeah, have they? I guess we'll have to after this fight stops. Dude, this might be game. This
A
is
lot
looking,
of Jags, yeah.
and Maras are coming out now too. So this is looking pretty scary for Pro. I wonder if the nuke is going to be a pretty big misplay because it's units that need to be on the map and aren't. And X Factor is printing out bulls now, trying to get ready. I think everyone is just feeding him, but those bulls need to run across the entire map before they can really do anything. And there's just a handful of LLTs and twin guards that are going to have to defend these Jags. I don't know if it's going to be enough. And here we go. They're going to commit in. So Sash drops down a few more, and I don't think it is enough. No, these Jags are going to clean all of it up, and they're going to be followed up by Marauders. So more bulls are coming, but this nuke is going to have to really reset this game because right now TC is in a heavy lead, and this nuke still has quite a bit of time before it's ready. Do you think you nuke Blodir, or do you think you nuke the other lab, or the original lab?
You can only nuke one now, so because both of them have anti-nukes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would rather nuke club.
I think the
Just
club originally,
so-
well, even if you don't, I don't think they have vision at all on where to nuke, so you would probably go for the original place because you know that the BP is
Yeah.
probably there located.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have no vision of Bloodier's eco and stuff. So.
And all the Mars are going to come crashing into Sash now. He does have his commander here, but it's also a little near an AGO, so kind of concerning. At least Bulls are somewhat in position, and they can trade okay into Maras, but we're going to need
That's
more
a lot of
Maras.
Marauders.
Yeah. And X Factor is not firing it right away. He needs to fire it before these antis charge. This anti is almost charged. Do you think he's waiting for two? Maybe? He wants...
Maybe.
He's busy with the front, maybe. I'm not sure.
Oh, and
And he's
good
probably
D-guns
ready
from
for two
Sash. He gets 5 Maras.
5.
Huge.
Oh, X Factor's waiting for scouts. No.
Oh.
Way too late. He's not even waiting for two.
He needs to just send it. And it's going to be too late, right?
Kinda
Well,
too late.
how low? Where's Bloodier's?
He has like another 10 seconds to fire it, or aim it at least.
Yeah, Bloodier already has one, and then... Yep, no, so unfortunately, if he
Yeah.
just blind fired it,
5
he would have been
seconds.
okay, but now it's not going to be able to get anything. Oh, did I just hear it open?
Yeah, no.
No. So unfortunately, didn't quite want to pull the trigger without scouts, but he gets it now, and he sees the anti, and he's going to know that he can't really do it. if you see the
He
anti
sees
there,
Cubs anti as well. Yeah, he sees Cubs anti.
so then
Well, at
what,
least he won't waste the nuke, so he might still nuke the middle army if it's quite
Yeah, the
static.
front
That's
might be
true.
good. Yeah.
Well, all these bulls dying would be a
wait,
big
no,
deal. to
he's
be fair.
nuking Club. What? Why is he why is he nuking Blodeer?
Well, it's hard to see the ranges, right? So actually, maybe he didn't even spot what this weird unit is like. It's
No,
not like
he spotted, but they spotted it here, like in the
Oh,
front.
so he moved a little
Like you
bit.
see
here.
Nanuk's ping in the front, yeah. Like
Yeah.
that's where the anti-nuke they spotted and hoped. I think they nuked the Geo maybe.
There are so many tigers with these Maras, and Calm goes down. They're trying to flood even more pawns in to fight it, but this is looking scary. Oh, never mind. This isn't looking quite as scary. A lot of bulls show up now. Pro is still a little bit behind, but it feels like they've recovered slightly. The one concerning thing, though, is Blodeer is about to just slam Shivas into the front, and that's going to be really hard for them to deal with, I think.
Yeah, they got away with like a naked expansion. Nobody has mounted the counterattacks on all sides. I think it's up to like a Sashko and also to just try to pressure like that bottom Geo from Team Chaos getting value without any defenses on multiple sides.
This Jag is still alive, just hanging out. And they don't see it. Oh man, this Jag could swing back through and kill all these mexes, which would be very annoying to put it lightly. And there are a lot of Shivas here. 13 Shivas. I don't know. Pro needs starlights now, don't they? But I feel like...
They have a couple of starlights on the hills there.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, autopilots are already milking a Pulsar in response to the Shivas.
And
Because they already started rezzing.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're going to have a lot. Although Bull Tiger is not going to fight well into a collection of Shivas, is it? I don't think so.
Not really. Oh, I think they're nuking the Shivas?
Oh, are they? Oh, they nuke mid? What did that... I didn't see exactly what that hit, but tons of Maras...
Some port.
Oh, and Sash, I think, is going to get a good D-gun here.
You get the Razor though.
Yeah, he gets the Razor.
The Razor?
Yep, the Razor.
Okay, he basically gets it all. All right.
And we see Randy counterattacking in the middle. I wonder if he's gonna go for Shivas, if he's moving out to see what's what.
Yeah, but
That's better.
yeah, I think when you see and Blodeer is gonna. Well, actually, dude, there's 8 pit bulls, a second pulsar going up, a rattle. I think maybe he'll be okay here as long as they can kind of spam into the Shivas. But I think if Blodeer commits with these Shivas, I don't know if all this pork holds, does it? Oh,
No, that's a lot of
It
Shivas.
doesn't hold, but it kills a lot of Shivas for sure. Especially with
A
the
lot of that
Spybots.
pork is
Spybots could be
also
good.
Spybot.
close together, right? Doesn't
Yeah.
that just all get AoE?
I mean, this is the best place for Pro to even attack, right? So it needs to hold,
Yeah.
right? It needs to
Yeah,
hold. I
that's
mean,
true, that's
where's
true.
the more fortified spot than here?
That's
right?
true. And the whole army comes up. A lot of these, I think, are rezzed. Yeah, so a bunch of those bulls and tigers are rezzed, and they're going to come fight here. But they are prepping for the attack on bottom. But we have Bull Starlight, although these Starlights don't have energy. So hopefully they'll be okay. And Lich comes out.
Eesh.
It's going to start sniping. Gets a Shiva. We see a little air battle, but Blodeer is still printing Shivas. And there's so many wrecks here. Oh no, X Factor has air control. And he's going for the AGO. No, wait, what is he doing?
He's going for the anti, but there's a mobile anti. He sees the mobile anti, right?
Yeah, he does, but
Sometimes hard to spawn.
he's
he's
looking
it,
back
he's
around,
it,
he's got it,
He's
but
going for it.
the Lich dies? The Lich doesn't die, it gets
Oh,
the shot
he
off.
doesn't!
He's like it.
Oh,
That's perfect.
Oh my god, the nuke will work!
do it, he's launching it. Oh, he snipes both with it, and all these Shivas are gonna have no reinforcing units. So here we go.
This is very big.
Yeah, he's rebuilding,
This
and
might be the game winning play. Yeah,
Well, at least it's gonna stop the pressure.
for sure.
here we go.
Very well played.
That was slightly
Doesn't
off.
kill all the
Oh.
BP, sadly.
He
So
should have been it should have been on the lap, right? To get the rest of the BP
Yeah.
below. But
yeah.
does he have
preferably,
another
yeah.
one maybe? He does have another
He
one,
has
maybe.
another one.
Yeah, maybe he launches that as well. I guess we'll have to see. In terms of what's happening on the rest of the map, though, looks like Bull Starlight with some Res Damaras is trying to push back on bottom, and then Shivas are still pressuring this whole mid push, and these Bulls and Tigers are just not going to trade into Shivas. Oh my god. Oh, but with Spybots, maybe they do a little bit better.
Nuke the base again instead of fusions. I feel like it's a mistake.
What?
Well, you want to stop the Shivas now.
I know you want to stop the Shivas, but the fusions are still living.
And second one comes
Like,
in.
I would rather aim for the anti-nuke, so the anti-nuke is dead, right?
But did he see? I don't think he saw the other one. I mean, that's all the BP, right? So I guess bottom can still mass produce stuff, but
No, the bloater has a BP stack, right?
oh yeah,
back there.
right. And he drops another anti, so he'll be safe. But I think that kind of reset, and they give all these Shivas to Ragna. And now he is gonna micro these on the front and keep pushing. There's still this pretty large wreck field. Hygain is walking forward with his commander. That's this. Man, there's only 2 comms left per team, so I don't know if he wants to throw this away. There's the
He doesn't need to use it though, because the Rishas will clean it up clearly. There's no air support coming.
And Grunt's coming in on bottom. These Starlights are unprotected, but they're fighting into Razors, so I think they should be able to just shred them. But
This is turning a little bit of a feed, am I wrong? I mean, the army value is ballooned on the pro side. Like it went from 20 to 60% already. Ragnar loses all of the Shivas to pawns.
And there's still 30k worth of metal on the ground, so that's just gonna get worse.
I mean, Ragnar is losing all his razors to the Starlights.
yeah,
this
all
is
gonna
turning
be guys who
120%. It literally went from being army parity to almost twice the army value now for pro. So at least they will get the breathing room to scale their eco and balance whatever they're missing. And you know, the biggest, like the reclaim, is mostly on pro side, right?
yeah.
X Factor is gonna make a play now. In the
X
south.
Factor is 5 liches.
7. Yeah, 7 actually.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess he might have decided it's time to end this. There's not flat, is there flak in the, there isn't flak in the main. There are figs, but I assume he's gonna kind of split.
Not enough.
Oh, they just call the resign vote. They just see 7 liches and they say it's over. Is he gonna try to snipe? What is he? Oh my god. Okay.
Oh.
He's trying to snipe all the pokes, so once they actually
And
bomb,
he
they can
splits
go
so they
through
don't
as well.
die. One's gonna fire at the AGO and pop it. All the BP and the lab goes down, and the resign vote goes through, and they know it's over. So
Very, very interesting game. Good snowball from TC, but weren't unable to actually crack down. I mean, yeah, crossing on the Rosetta is pretty hard. I don't even know what to make of the unit choices. I think if they maybe use the metal protection to go into something really spicy, like a Titans, for example, like 3 Titans just chip away at the pulsars and everything might be a good choice. But that was a lot of Shivas. That was like,
I know I felt like the Shivas should break through, but you are right in that they attacked in the single, like they ran into all of the pork. I feel like if they had just gone through mid, like in Randy's lane, there wasn't pork to do anything there. Like why not go? Why run into? I think there were 8 pit bulls and 2 pulsars and a rattle. Like, why run there when you can run anywhere else? But
and also maybe recognizing that you're like ahead because their pressure was really good. Like I talk shit about the Jags, but they controlled and they were able to naked expand and like Pro never had a chance to counterattack. They were so distracted by consistent Jag movements, and they got away with like a robbery with the eco. So if they scaled that eco and maybe went to Aphos, they would secured like a really strong position, even more than we saw. But they choose to play the army card. I couldn't blame them, but yeah, cracking into the cracking into the defense of the Pro is really hard, and they just sadly didn't pick the correct spots. Like I think the Randy's north position was like the it was so pre-prepared, like way before
That's
they
what,
attacked. So.
it's like, yeah, you come at me, attack me. So that was game one on Rosetta, which was actually TC's pick. So we're going to go into game two, which is going to be on Salt Reef. And this was Pro's pick. Remember, this is a BO3. So TC needs to win this next game or they are out of the tournament in third place. Yeah, third place. Interesting. So yes, they had a really good game on Salt Reef. They had a strong opening on Salt Reef that they then ended up losing. What do you think TC is thinking right now? Do you think they say, all right, we're not going to cook, we're just going to play a little bit more standard, or do you think they say, hey, we're fighting to go to the finals, fighting for our lives? Do we just keep doing the crazy builds and the full aggression that got us this far?
Well, Salt Reef is out of, I think, TC's comfort zone. I mean, Pro has showed themselves as a strong macro defensive team, right? So they have to figure out, okay, how do we crack that? I assume it's good. Within that, I think it's gonna be Marauder push or something like they will try they will try to pork the bottom and put the pressure up and north and yes, see what's what. It would be nice to see Sally's or something, but Salt Reef is a pretty crazy hard map in terms like you have to go for the middle, you have to capture all these hard to get midpoints and mid 2 mixes. We'll see.
Yeah, there's definitely.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past Ragna and the club to go Salamanders. They're both big fans of it, right?
Well, if they want to go, but I think the map is just so long that it's kind of hard to rush if you don't use Salamanders. Like,
yeah, it is hard to do a cheese play.
Yeah, it's hard to get value. It's like it's one of those maps where it's like you can get the Salas out early, but it's like what impact do they really have? Because they just have to run so far. And I also feel like these mid areas it's super common to mine them just because there are so many Maras and other things that come through them that unless you're super early with it, a lot of times I feel like you can kind of play yourself by trying to get value and then just running, 5,000 metal into mines and losing it all. But yeah. We'll see. We are waiting for the players. They are voting to start. Start positions have been relatively equal on this map. I don't think there's been anything crazy, and it's been picked 5 times. So in qualifiers and in group stages, it was relatively popular. Pro picked it another time, and they just picked it now. So obviously they feel comfortable on it. But do you guys think we're going to see a 2-0, or do you think we're going to see a game 3? Talk to me, Panda.
I would like to see a game 3. I think it's nice to see the teams, see high level bar in general. It's hard to tell because I think the problem that Team Chaos has run into is they've had really good starts in general, like all their games, but sometimes they fall off, like in the mid to late game. The decision making, they overcommit to some strategies. They're a bit slow with their transitions. And they get caught out even though they have strong leads. So I guess it depends on how big of a lead they can get or whether their transitions manage to work out. Because I think the biggest turning point in last game was their decision to make Marauders in South. They invested a lot into it. They didn't get much damage. And it just stalled out so much that Pro managed to come back. So...
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we should also say that Pro made some pretty sick plays. Like Sashcorn had a couple really good D guns. X Factor sniping 2 anti-nukes and then clearing Blowdeer's base was awesome. Like, obviously, I think you're right. Like, there were some self-inflicted wounds of like, let me throw 20,000 metal of Shivas into 20,000 metal of pork. But I also feel like they had chances to win it too, and I think Pro definitely did play very well. To kind of for some of those.
If they don't snipe the antis, I don't know what options. Like the Shiva train would never stop, and they did have the metal advantage. But yeah, before that, I think they left a lot of reclaim. I just wish the TC kind of regrouped, and then they could kept in.
I think the Shiva train would have stopped with the Lisha train.
Yeah.
because they didn't respect it, even like they went second time into Randy's side and they still got like cliche trained when the Shivas came in, and they lost all the Shivas, right? So
Oh, is that a
again,
Yeah.
marker on where to make some BP right there?
Or seaplanes?
for Salamanders, who knows?
Who knows? All right, so we've got Inda behind Narn on the bottom. We've got Blowdeer in mid, Raigeki, the two R's up on top, hitting us with the GLHF. We don't see the combined pro GLHF that they traditionally do.
Yeah, I thought they had a bind for that, to be fair.
Yeah. But apparently they don't want him to have good luck. Oh, never mind. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, it's coming in.
All right. So slightly different spawns. We see on the TC side, right? We've got Inda here, and we don't have the backliner there. Instead, they decided to move that backliner down to have X Factor and Sash more kind of in middle. Yeah, we'll see. But these guys have to start to get really tired, right? I mean, we're 6.5 hours in. Good God. All right.
Well, a couple of the teams did get breaks now and then, I think.
True. All right. We have Inda as core. He's battering for his team. Narn is also core, a little core bot action. Blowdeer is going to go arm V. Rag is going to go arm bot. Raigeki is going to go core bot. So we see 4 labs, pretty decent mix of core and arm. Randy is core bots up top. Sash Corn is arm bots in the top middle. X Factor is going to go arm V in mid. I know what lab that is. Hygan is going to go arm bots, and then Autopilot is also going to go arm bots. So do you think the preference is just for Grunt, Tick, Pawn along with the res bots, or why do you think we see so many bot labs as openers?
There's so much reclaim on the map. So Resbot is definitely a priority for both teams. As I mean, the tick harass is much easy
True.
to do because it's an open map. Yeah.
I love that. And the chat is like, do you think these players are exhausted? If you saw the stats that I put up earlier, some of these players have played 3,000 games this year, which is like 8 games a day. So
Some of these players play a lot.
Some of these players, this is just another Sunday. They're just like, oh, hey, we're playing in a tournament instead of normally. But all right.
Yeah, like Grumpy's thought, X Factor's back hurts. Yeah. X Factor is definitely making hero plays for sure.
Oh man, he almost sniped the res bot, but he didn't quite get it. And Sash still has 1 tick that's running around trying to get a little bit more vision. I think it'll see the spawn, but I don't think... Oh yeah, Rag should be able to just kill it. Huh? Still getting chased, so it gets pretty good vision there, and...
It's on 0 HP, by the way.
And immediately steps into contra range and just dies. But Ragna is getting some counter scouting, and I think he's going to be able to snipe this... Yeah, he snipes the res bot, so Lazarus goes down, which is great value for the tick in addition to just vision. And a few more skirmishes happening on the map. Looks like standard front is getting established with a little grunt versus grunt on bottom, and up on top we see a little bit more grunt versus grunt, and in the mid these 5 ticks, or actually a little bit more than that, 7 ticks snuck through and trying to position. Ragna's Calm was moving forward, so they're going to have to chase it. I think they can get a couple mexes and maybe a little bit more. Still moving down. Blowdeer has just finished his T2, which is, or is about to finish his T2, which is very early, but their whole team is stalling on metal.
Yeah, it's because they're making units while making a T2 lab, so yeah. All labs are up. Still making.
An early mine layer out of Autopilot, which I kind of like. You can start, like we said, plugging that middle, or just plugging some of the raiding routes and the raiding chokes. And looks like Randy got a mine layer as well. So I think they handed out a mine layer to every single player and said, take care of it. 3 grunts from Randy are trying to raid here. They sort of distract, and that lets him get 5 grunts up and through the top. I think they're going to be able to maybe snipe some mexes and potentially get this con. 1 mex goes down, second mex goes down.
It looks like Sash Corn is also able to sneak some ticks through the middle. This harass is pretty relentless coming from the pro team, especially in a moment when Team Chaos is trying to get T2 mechs as well.
Yeah, and these ticks, they're actually getting a bit of value, right? They're sniping mexes, they're sniping resbots, sniping cons, and they're super annoying, which is great. But do we see? I don't think we see a T2 lab out of pro, do we? Wait, is that a T2? That's
X Factor has one.
sorry, just kidding. There is a T2 lab actually. Raigeki facing off against Sashkorn up in top. He drops the LLT. Sash is starting to LLT creep on his own, and he's slightly ahead, but Randy is going to sneak in even more grunts up through top. However, Jags are getting into position to stop it there, and on bottom, battle lines are even more established now. Autopilot versus Narn, and we're starting to see rocket bots come in as these lanes choke up with some defensive mines as well, which I think is a great play.
Yeah, you can see like the teams have a similar strategy to just distract and raid with ticks and grunts while they're ecoing going T2 in the back. Except Pro's doing it a bit better. They got a little bit more pressure early and they have full mid control, so that is a metal diff for them.
Oh, and these ticks run into a lot of mines. Tons of ticks get popped, but I think these other ones are going to be able to make it in, so they should be able to get some radars, maybe some cons. Self-D's the max, but doesn't quite get all of these, so 2 more are running in. Oh, and the other Self-D doesn't quite get those. Maybe. Oh yeah, so this tick harass from both teams is putting in work, and we see Arm Air, I assume to battle with the Shuris, but they saw a few Shuris, so he swapped and went for that. Sash dropping a jammer up on top, and Arm Air is right here from Sash, but I think both teams are kind of content just for front lines to be where they are while they finish getting up all these T2 mexes. And then what do you think is the right play here, CJ?
I feel like the battle lines are kind of drawn. Like, I think Pro doesn't want to push. Like, they're already poking north, middle is mined, south is also getting poked and walled. I think they're trying to play their macro play, which I think is the right play. Like, just, out eco and then make for razors or marauders or something like that, or Lishay again, like X Factor did. West team, however, is also trying to do the same thing, it feels like. I mean, Raigeki definitely is trying to push through north, but yeah.
He's trying, and
I think both.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, both teams are trying to play for eco, at least for now, and then, maybe get some like marauders or something. I think both have the same play by the looks of it. This Pro is more defensive with the mines. That's the only difference.
Yeah. The
Do you
mine
think the mirror
layers
matchup favors Pro?
Sorry, what did you say? Yeah.
Do you think this kind of mirror matchup favors Pro then, or?
I think it favors Pro, because this is what they want, right? Like to out macro them. There's no cheesy or cooked play from TC, at least from what I can see. This is pretty standard gaming. I mean, who knows? Maybe they cooked something for late game, because club did ping in mid. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think maybe I'm not even sure, but I think I agree with CJ that Pro can just kind of, I'm not going to say rely on X Factor, but I think that as the game goes, later, X Factor, he's made so many great winning plays in these games. I mean, he had the anti-nuke snipe in the last game with the nuke, and then he's had a few other games where he just makes something happen. He also had the lich snipe on the AGO on command center versus PBS, so I think it makes sense.
The Basin game as well.
Oh yeah.
Lich.
Yeah,
that ended the game. Yeah, that as well.
Turns out
basically Lich gameplay.
Yeah, it turns out liches are good units. I don't know if anyone ever would have suspected that. Who would have guessed? And we see a fusion going down, or an Aphis. Yeah, so first fusion going down now, but Pro is still in a slight lead. And we see a fusion going down from Mr. Blowdeer as well. So game still feels kind of neck and neck in terms of macro, and it feels like it's really sort of stalled out. We'll have to see.
I mean, Team Chaos reclaimed their tier 2 lab. They're not planning on fighting in this stage. Pro's making a couple of Mausers, but that's not really committing to fighting either. I think we haven't had an Aphis game, right? In
You're looking at one.
More or less, yeah, this tournament. Yeah, I know. I was just like saying it's pretty surprising because I feel like most of the games we watch are like 1 fusion, maybe 10 fusions, but not like a hardcore late game.
Tabula game, Randy did make an Aphis, but it died instantly. I think the one where 8D won the game.
The ATG game definitely had some Aphis, right? Like High Gain had 4 or something, I forgot, but it wasn't it wasn't like a I will conquer, I refuse to make units, let me make 18 Aphis type game, right? It was a little bit more active than that. I think it ended with Chisato having 3 Aphis or something, so. And Narn loses his rattle that was going down, so he had a jammer protecting it and he was attacking the other one, but Autopilot wins this repair war with the 2 con turrets, actual constructor, and commander repairing. So Narn's gonna have to back up off of this position a little bit, and Autopilot is gonna make some space in this trench warfare that is on bottom. But aside,
that can lead to openings and leaks in the south side now.
Yeah, I also would kind of like if they could take this hill. There's definitely some annoyance that can be done if you can do like a high ground rattle on the hill, and you can emp launcher from there, and it hits a stupid amount of stuff, which is super obnoxious.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I think Nanuk should do right now, considering he has control. He should rattle up there, and he can deny Autopilot's position now if he wants to.
So really good wind farm from basically both teams. Anti-nuke going down from Pro at 12 minutes, so at least X Factor's base will be safe. We don't see any real bombing transitions yet, which is interesting, especially on a wind map. I feel like doing an early bomber play can get some value. And Raigeki's going to do a transition into Sniper Welder up on top.
Looks like the Pro has squeaked out the lead with mexes in general. I think they're starting to finish their mexes, so soon we're gonna see some pivoting into like real action as they will finish all their ecoing with nano drops and all that. We see some starlights getting produced right finally for the north base.
And this top push actually might be able to get a bit done. It has a rattle to make them cede this position, and then there's snipers behind, so everything that was here is going to get pushed back. Does the Sneaky Pete survive? The Sneaky Pete wasn't spotted yet, so Sash has his comm here. He might try to get a D-gun in. Unfortunately, I think the snipers will just instantly pop him, but maybe not. He's weaving back, and did they not see him?
Well, the jammer is dead, yeah. So
the jammer's dead.
Ragnar doesn't see. Oh, Ragnar sees him now, though.
Yeah, Ragnar's gonna run.
He'll get at least maybe some snipers from his trouble.
Yeah, he gets 2, maybe 3. He gets 3, so.
And Zeus. Oh no.
Now Ragnar's a little bit of a trouble, maybe not.
Yeah,
Has the Mausers firing on him.
Mausers and a lot of ticks are coming. Looks like
That's a lot of takes.
yeah, Hurricane was like,
Did they have
oh.
a Juno?
Someone was firing a Juno. I think they were firing a Juno. And oh, here we go. Sash
Yeah,
says.
good snipes on snipers. Yeah.
Sash says, you've got snipers. Let me just put a rattle up here. There's no direct line of sight, so the snipers can't hit it. And these 2 rattles are going to be absolute nightmares. High gain has.
Meanwhile, there's some transitions going on the map. There's some bombers coming out from club and marauders at the same time. Maybe they can catch them off guard, but there are mines everywhere where marauders would usually go.
Yeah, and those are all medium mines.
Yeah, they're going to hurt. So, bombing run is coming in. A lot of
Yeah, but
figs.
there are more fighters. Yeah, Sash will kill them all. They'll only get the front BP. I think that's it. Maybe some wind.
They're going to try for the wind. One of them drops, but he only gets a
That's
couple
4
windmills.
Rageki is frantically pinging the hill because now we have to back off. We can't do anything.
Yeah. So this is what I thought would happen a little bit sooner, but these double rattles should be able to apply a ton of pressure, and the one lab is in it, so if they can start sniping BP and other stuff, it's going to be great. And this high ground difference is brutal. Their rattle can't shoot up. It just doesn't have the range.
So meanwhile, Bloater has been making marauders, and they just pinged to send the marauders where, you know, it's completely mine. Question is, will they Juno it before they go?
So
Do they even have
Marduk
a
has a
Juno?
Juno, and it's aimed towards the beach behind, but it's not aimed towards the front side of the beach. So maybe they get some mines, but not all of them.
Yeah, he's
I
gonna.
mean, they're definitely gonna hit the ones in the front, yeah. Unless they go in the corner, actually.
Yeah, maybe they run through. So they're gonna run into
really.
some
And
LLTs.
it's also just 6 marauders. Like, it's not that many.
Oh no. Okay. And
Ooh.
Juno does pop. Oh, and it actually does a little bit of damage, but they see the pit bull, and so they're gonna back off. But Recluse have decided we don't want this up anymore, so Recluse are gonna come and dislodge this double rattle. Pitbull's going down. I don't think it'll be able to fight off this many Recluse though. I think it's just gonna die.
Yeah, can't. Too much damage.
And these other marauders are going to try to flex and go in other places, but again, there's just mines everywhere, so maybe they can hit the backside of Autopilot's base here and at least give them some breathing room. But these pawns, there's just a sea of pawns. It's like, nope, you're not going to get anything done. And he's really running through every mine possible.
Yep.
Okay. But top
Meanwhile,
is
in the
open.
south, yeah, top is open and south is being pushed by Tremors and Salos.
But if these Mars go through top, I think they might be able to just end it. I think Randy's dying here anyway, right? There's a lot of units coming through. There's snipers and everything else, so they're gonna need a reaction from someone, and it looks like X Factor is gonna send some bombers. Welders coming out to hold this with some starlights, so maybe they'll be fine.
Club just sent his fighters right now, so that's why he wants to counter bomb. Yeah, he's going in. He knows there's no figs now, actually.
Yep. And what do they see? They know that there's fusions here, so he should be able to get a pretty good lock. And he sees the TQ2 converters and all this BP, so I think he's gonna be able to get a lot of value here. X Factor with the bombing run. All right, he gets 1 fusion. He gets all the BP, which I think is super critical, and then he needs to start knocking these other ones out. He gets 3 fusions. They're all resable though. 4th fusion? Okay. That is
5.
crippling damage.
And there's not much to stop him. He's just gonna keep him going.
Yep. And
5 fusions and an unbuilt fusion.
and all the BP, I'd say that's worth it. And in the same point, High Gain snuck a bunch of pawns in through top along the rig, so he's going to snipe more T2 mexes up here. But the Recluse did clear that entire position, and they're trying to push in. There are snipers here that are going to slowly try to push him back, but I think TC knows that they need to make a play now, or they need to figure out something to do, because X Factor just wrecked this game. These are all resable though, right? So
these are resable, yes.
So it's not the end of the world. Okay.
Nobody is trying to
That was
rush the
unfortunate
rest
timing. All right, so that is the end. I think that was a pretty close, pretty tight game, but at the end of it, Pro gets their rematch, and yeah, X Factor comes in and kills their BP and their power, and oh boy. All right, so yeah, Randy, High Gain, Autopilot, Sash, X Factor, Raigeki, Inda, Blowdeer, and Narn. And they are unfortunately gonna have to bow out of the tournament. I mean, if you finish in third, it's not like you can really be angry, but I also feel like all these are top players. So in a lot of ways, if you don't get first, who cares in a sense? I mean, that's kind of not the right way to say it, but they all have really high expectations for how they want to perform. Might be the best way to put it. LSR, what do you think do you think Pro just out macroed them, or do you think they just had more decisive plays? What was like the real kind of key to victory there?
Yeah, I think it's generally looked like a better play on the macro, and yeah, I mean, the Salt Reef is really hard map to snowball on. I mean, with the aggression, I mean, that looked fine, but the advantage was like 10 to 15%, and X Factor was managed to clutch it. I don't know, looked pretty solid.
Fair enough. So that was the third place match between Pro and TC. And oops, sorry, that is not what we want to look at. We want to look at this. So game 1 was on Rosetta. Game 2 was on Salt Reef, and they just took both of them and they won. So that is going to be the departure of Raigeki, Inda Club, Aragna, Narnook, and Happiness out of OS3, which means that, gentlemen, it's time for the grand final. It's time for the 2 remaining teams in the tournament to go head to head. And this is the second grand finals that Pro has gotten to. They got to the grand finals in OS2, where they lost 1-3 to DBS. DBS has disbanded, but 2 members of DBS are, of course, in C88 B2F. And here are the teams. So representing their 2 teams in the finals, we've got X Factor, High Gain, Randy, Sash, Corin, Florio, Autopilot, and Elmer Fudd for Team Pro. And for C88 B2F, we've got Austin, Zhao, Kuchi, Shadi, Chisato, Neza, and Quacker. Ooh, boy. Do we think C88 B2F has the advantage just based off performance? Do you think it's anyone's game? Do you think there's any maps that you absolutely have to ban versus either team? Talk to me. And this is BO5. Panda.
I think the safe answer.
Oh, you lagged out a little bit there. The safe answer is what? Sorry.
Say the C88 has the advantage since they've already won a series. I guess it'd be interesting to see how that expands to 5 maps instead of 3.
Right.
We play 4 maps right now, and there's specific
Oh,
order.
right. Sorry. The winner's advantage. Right.
Oh.
You're right.
Yeah. So APM, well, CA, Tate, B, 2F gets one win, but Pro coming in, they get the first pick, so they will secure their map, and
So it is BO3
only 4
actually.
maps, so no leftover map essentially.
Wait, what? Hold on. I don't know if I have this correct then.
No, you cannot have this correct because I forget, like, it was pretty rushed, right? So yesterday we realized that there's only 4 maps. So basically there is no leftover map, and each gets 2 picks.
Okay.
It's
So
4
let me-
games and
2 bans each,
APM
then
has a
1
win,
pick
right?
each. Yeah,
Okay.
APM has a win, so 2 bans each
Oh,
first, then 1 pick each, and then 1 ban each, and then 1 pick each.
Right.
So that's going to be 4 maps.
Looks like this. Yes. Sorry. So there's just not the decider, right? So it should look like this. LSR
Yes.
confirm before I lie to everyone on
You're a
stream.
magic man, yeah.
Okay. There we go. There we go. We're good.
Yeah.
So
Looks very good, yeah.
we are gathering everyone in. Correct. I think it might take them a second to come in. I see Kuchi is in a private battle with all of the players. I assume there's some shenanigans afoot there. But I guess maybe we'll throw to the quick little 2-minute break, and then we will sit down and finish out this series. So use the restroom, get some water, do what you need to do, and we will see you momentarily. Apologies, that is the, the wrong AFK screen. That was for BPL. Anyway, we are back. We've got 9 out of 10 players, so hopefully we can get into picks and bans momentarily. If you somehow missed 3 minutes before this, these are the teams that are playing. So Pro, C88, B2F, and in terms of who from this actual team is in the lobby, I don't think there's going to be any crazy changes. It is Austin, Kuchi, Chisato, Shadi, and Zhao. And then there is X Factor, Randy, Autopilot, Hygiene, and Sashkor. And so the same rosters they've been running means that Florio, Elmer Fudd, Neza, and Quacker are chilling. They are just watching their team put in all kinds of work. And yeah, we are headed on to the grand finals. I am lucky enough to be joined by 3 other casters. We've got LSR, we've got Sad Panda, and we've got CJ. LSR, how you feeling about the grand finals? Talk to me.
Well, Pro looked pretty strong right here going into the macro. I mean, C88 to BF had some rest and they watched the game, so that's a little bit of advantage. And Pro gets to start the grand finals trying to fight back the 1 pin potential. We did change this from the last series. I think it's a little bit fair that, you know, if you never lost the top series, you get 1 win. Also makes the tourney a little bit shorter. I know you've been itching to do other stuff. It's been almost 8 hours right now, and hopefully it goes pretty well. I would wish for Pro to, you know, get at least 1 or 2 maps on the board. It is best of 5, so we need 3 wins. So APM needs to win twice, and Pro needs to win 3 times. So hopefully we get still a little bit extension. It won't be a stomp. Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. So with that said, we can begin bans and picks. So as Alazar explained before the break, C88B2F, had to pull that one out, gets a 1 game advantage. So there isn't a decider map, right? The series, it's a BO5, but the series starts with a 1 map advantage to C88B2F. So if it does go the full 1, we will see 4 maps, but we will not see 5. And looks like we start off with a ban on all that glitters.
Makes sense, given C88 beat Pro on it earlier.
Yeah, I feel like Pro is just, it's like ATG, Rosetta, just ban it all out. I don't even know. I guess we'll see. And what are they going to follow up with is the real question. Oh, and apparently there's a little back and forth. Zhao set it to a B set ranked game equals 0, which means you don't win or lose OS. And Randy said, if any game should be ranked, it's a tournament finals. So,
well, you called it Volshock. Gave me Chiro setup.
Yeah, like we don't want this. So ATG gets the Rosetta ban, and then I think we see a Great Barrier Reef ban now, right? Because if you don't ban it now, Pro might pick it. I don't know.
Unless they have something cooked for Barrier Reef that just haven't revealed yet. Because last time they just went like full arm sea dolphin spam, and I think that's a bit experimental.
Yeah. Whoa, LSR hitting everyone with the ban order. It's ban pick, not ban. It's 4 ban. Okay. So Shadi thought it was like I thought, but not quite. So we are waiting for C88B2F's ban. We can't math. All right. When are we gonna get this pick? Let's go. Come on, Shadi or Zhao. I really want him to just hit us again with the Rock Jungle, all caps. So the entire tournament, if Rock Jungle isn't picked, right, the entire tournament is, it's only going to have been played once, and it was like a 4-minute game. And center command is the ban. All right.
Makes sense. I mean, these maps kind of go together. ADG, Rosetta, macro maps, Charlie, Center Command, cooking maps.
Yep. All right. So first pick and Barrier Reef. Ooh, we going swimming, boys.
Wow, you really are dialed into the pro pick ban philosophy here.
I don't know. I guess we'll see. The real question is, what is C? I feel like C88 wants something big. Oh, they're gonna go Salt Reef. Okay.
For Reef gaming.
We're reefing. That sounds bad. Hold on, wait, no. we're playing on the Barrier Reef and the Salt Reef. So, what are the other macro maps that Pro wouldn't want to play on? Maybe DSD. I feel like they're comfortable on DSD though, right?
I mean, DSD can be a cheesy map as well, not just a macro map. So
That's true. I feel like or Hellas maybe. I think Hellas could be a good ban because there's a lot of kind of they've had pretty good results on Hellas. Maybe they're comfortable on
Hellas is
Hellas.
also a cheesy map actually. Hellas is also a cheesy map. So
Hellas was actually the first map banned by Pro, I think, in the last series.
Oh yeah, so maybe they aren't quite as excited for it. We got a lot of thinking going on from Randy now. I mean, I think they're comfortable on all the maps. I think the main dangers were the kind of the scaling on ATG and Rosetta. And they're gonna ban Tabula. Okay.
Tabula.
Which they've lost a few, and so remaining maps are not Charlie in the Hills, DSD, Hades, and the Rock Jungle. Panda.
was the Rock Jungle all caps.
Yeah, Panda hitting us with the all. Oh, and Hellas. That's true. Right. Shoddy bans Rock Jungle. Man, after his last performance, really? All right, so we got to see the Rock Jungle once. I hope all the viewers enjoyed the entire 4 minutes of it because you're never going to see it again. It's a tough world out there. All right, and Pro gets their pick. Let's see. What do we have? What does Pro want? Do they want DSD? Do they want Hades or do they want Hellas? I think I've only seen Pro play DSD once. Oh no, I've seen him play twice in the tournament. They had the game versus, I want to say Nut.
Hades is still left, right?
Yeah, Hades is still left. So the three maps remaining are Hades, DSD, and Hellas.
And they lost to lost on Hades against
Yep.
APM.
Yep.
Yeah. They lost on Hades against Pro, so oh boy.
No, Pro lost against.
Or yeah,
APM.
Pro. Sorry, Pro lost to him. So, man, there's a lot of. I mean, to be fair, this is the grand finals. Randy picks Delta Siege Dry. Actually, it's DSDR Delta Siege Dry Remake, Reborn, whatever it is. Rita.
And the final pick is Hellas Basin.
All right.
Interesting.
So, let's see. We've got Barrier Reef as our first game. Salt Reef is our second game. Then we're getting out of the reefs and we are going on DSD. And if it goes to a game 4, it's going to be on Hellas Basin. But remember that C88B2F, even though it says BO5, they do have a 1 game advantage. So it's kind of a BO3 if they keep winning. So starting off, it's time to go for a swim. this is Pro's map. I think they should be able to pick it pretty easily. Any thoughts and any other kind of ideas? Oh, and can someone pull Narn into this channel? Where is Narn? He's got to join the main Discord. Sorry. But we are waiting for players. We're about to get started, so let's go. Shoddy's mother is yelling at him, so we might have to have a Shoddy swap out a little bit later. It's a little bit past his bedtime, but get
he does
ready.
have school tomorrow.
He does. Oh, that's true. It's Sunday. He's got a. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Poor guy.
Yeah, we could have a clock. That's what Chad is saying. Chad is saying we should have a clock. That's definitely something that should be done. I don't know how I would do that, but probably have to be integrated into the game itself. I'm gonna have Narn hop into a channel and on the main Discord, and we're gonna need someone to pull him up, and most of the players have all loaded in. Shoddy is, oh, I am not showing the game, apologies. Shoddy is angry that they are on this side, not the other side. This is the finals. Sash is going to start land and then walk into sea. In a lot of the games we've watched, I kind of feel like these are decided based on the air players, no?
Normally, yeah, but it looks like one team might not have an air player.
I mean, they can still go air.
Elisar, can you pull Narn up, please? For some reason, my Discord's being weird. And they're not, whoa. Are they not going to spawn anyone on the island? What is C88 doing right now?
I'm really
They're
curious
planning
about
for somebody to go back, I guess, like walk back or something.
Well, they said in chat they had a build for the other side, not for this side. To
Oh,
do this.
it kind of makes it. Okay, you see the other side, the 3 mechs is more closer to the land.
Mm,
Where, like, exactly opposite of Chisato, basically.
yeah.
So their idea was Chisato will take the 1 mechs on the land, then go 3 mechs there, and then go back on land. Yeah, so it's not a mirrored map. This is, yeah, this is.
I see.
I think, yeah, that's the issue here.
Interesting.
Is this a Nicoxis map? It is a Nicoxis map.
Yeah, it's not even. Although East side does have like one benefit, their mexes are more closer, like the expansion one wise.
Mm.
That's the only benefit. But yeah.
I see. And hold on, I'm trying
Definitely
to
isn't an even map.
grab our boy Narn, but things are.
Sure, no problem. In the meantime, let's look at the faction choices. So, Team C88 starts with Shawnee as Cortex, Austin on Arm, Kuchi on Cortex, Chisato on Arm, and Zhao on Arm. So that's 3 Arm, 2 Cortex. And on the pro side, you have Autopilot on Cortex, High Gain on Cortex, Randy on Arm, and Sash Corn on Cortex, with X Factor on Arm. So slightly more Cortex C for Pro.
Chisato is making a hover lab instead of C lab. Oh, are they planning to
Interesting.
abuse the middle hills or something?
I
Somehow, I don't
huh.
know how.
I feel like they don't want to spawn, like to
Hello,
walk
everybody.
back on land because it takes so much time, and I guess that's the
Yeah,
only
no,
option. Hello, Narn.
Hello, it's me, the Narnuk, recent player on Team Chaos. Now knocked out from the losers bracket, here to join you for the finale. Ooh, my heart aches. We had a best of times, we had a worst of times. Yet my heart is broken.
You guys did really well, but alas, there can
Alas.
only be one winner.
X Factor could not be stopped.
Yeah,
X
the
Factor.
cooking was there.
Yeah.
The cooking was there.
It
Well,
was.
we played a more interesting series than against APM in the first one. So you're welcome.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, excited now to see how the finale goes. I hope it's okay to say that I'm now biased.
Yeah, of
Okay,
course.
who do you want to
I
win?
mean, as somebody who is
Which team?
actively scrimming against these teams, could you give a little bit more insight as to the start of CD88? Because I feel like we've all been a bit curious as to what they wanted to do. They also said the map was a bit imbalanced in
On
all chat
Barrier
in
Reef.
chat.
On Barrier Reef. One moment, if I can find the password for the game, so I can get a game and spec.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Someone will have to hit you.
Yeah. I wonder what other teams were aware of this, but this map is quite imbalanced, and
Yeah.
in the lobby, Team 2 is quite heavily favored. Since if you take a look how the Reef goes, it starts in the bottom left corner, but on the top right, it edges ever so slightly towards the top, which means this position is a lot more easier to consolidate and hold.
Oh.
And it's a lot easier to send out raids into the southern team side.
Yeah, I pointed this out yesterday. It was
So
definitely
therefore,
not
our
an
whole
even
strategy was picking Barrier Reef if we know that we are Team 2, which also includes hosting lobbies.
Interesting.
Shoddy has a sub in here, but there are urchins defending it, so it's not going to be able to get too much done right now. It's still moving around, but Randy sees it, so he pings it, and they're going to have some kind of response. And a lot of, yeah, just kind of setting up basic lines right now, nothing too crazy. I am curious if this no air start is going to, or like no land start is going to work out for them. I do like that they went back into hovers, so the hover cons can take all these mexes and then they can eventually, you know, start building all these titles and probably go seaplane. Looks like Randy is already getting, or sorry, who's this? X Factor is already getting ready to do that seaplane transition. And we've seen a number of games completely ruined by puffins. So, CJ, do you think it's the seaplane timing is going to be the biggest issue, or do you think there's another kind of path for victory?
I mean, Chisato is already planning to build his own seaplane lab, so I think timing will be fine. It's just the BP I'm more scared of, because I know X Factor puts a lot of BP in his seaplanes. Will Chisato do the same, or will they focus more on ships? That's gonna be the issue.
Well, I see Shadi going once again into full battery mode, as is Kuchi, so there's only 2 C-Labs for Team APM, and also 2 C-Labs only for Team Pro. Oh, wow. I'm catching up a little, I'm taking over the stream.
Do you, in terms of Great Barrier Reef play, did you guys have a preference for faction choice in terms of the actual sea battles? We've seen a lot of the standard kind of core destroyer, and then we've also seen dolphins.
Yeah. Well, there's a new interesting development from the Straits lobby, for me at least, which is now there's a whole new meta of destroyer skater going around. Which, as far as I know, wasn't a thing for quite a while, but you see Austin rocking that as well there a little. Well, I guess more LSOs. But yeah. In my opinion, it's not very good to go for an early dolphin rush, since if there's a commander still in base, like all the dolphins die and you just feed a huge amount of metal and you reclaim quickly. Like, the play that APM did against us, we did exactly that same thing to them in a scrim and we also lost. So it was some nice justice for us.
And we see the first Puffin is out. There's a Fig trying to kill it. So I think Sash either needs to land it. Yeah, he's just going to submerge it. So Puffin got 2 cons and a Mex, and then it's going to hide under the waves and escape. And we're handing out more swarmers now. And on the other side, we see Shoddy with a Puffin of his own. So I think we're going to see a wholesale slaughter of Mexes. Panda, what do you think the best counter is for these? Do you think you want to try to go into Platy? Do you want to go hover AA, or what makes sense?
I think it just kind of comes down to an air superiority battle.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like that's what Chisato is planning, right? He's just pumping out fighters. Also, we saw Zhao's commander go down on the lower left side.
Oh, I missed that.
I think
Sorry.
it was to sub, maybe?
Shorty is doing the Hellzone play though, just using one Puffin, harassing every Mex.
You want to like preferably kill all the mexes on the outside. They are so easy to kill and super hard to take back.
Shoddy
Austin is
shooting
in
here.
Randy's face.
And
And
even the base Mexes and the Nano though.
yeah, this Puffin is 15 kills and is completely carrying this. And Chisato won the air superiority battle, right? So this is a little scary. Shoddy is able to get so much out of this. We do see herrings coming out now, but Austin is pushing hard against Randy, and I don't think there's very much up here that can stop this. They don't have any other ships. They're going to need Puffins or something else. And with 19 kills, that Puffin finally goes down. Saber is coming out now too for Chisato.
Yeah, Shorty got as much value as HH, I would say. 10 Mexes and a counter it and some titles. So
All the mechs is still safe for Team APM in the top right corner, even though both teams had access to Puffins. And now,
well, that
APM
Puffin couldn't
wildly
do
ahead.
anything because Figs, yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunate. There's an interesting amount of... Yeah, I love the micro that you can land them underwater, and it makes me into fighters.
Yeah, it's kind of been a interesting meta to see develop in just a lot of the plays. And every game that we've watched on Barrier Reef, it feels like there's a handful of Puffins that basically single-handedly cripple the economy of the other team. I mean, they just get so much value. It's absurd.
Must be a lot of fun being the Puffin player.
Yeah, give your base over to someone else and then show up and do that. So another Puffin is coming over here, but we're going to see a little bit of a Fig war. X Factor has more Figs, and he's going to try to chase this Puffin, but Sash needs to lift his Puffin up now so that he can snipe that one so it submerges.
Puffin on Puffin violence.
Yeah, and this is environmentalists aghast. So Autopilot got pressured, and actually this was Sash, and then he gave his whole base to Autopilot now. So despite losing his comm early, Zhao is doing great. I think they're pumping quite a bit of metal into his lab, and he's getting in position on this side. And more air superiority battles going on. Sash is sniping, and oh, he gets the land on the Puffin. Nice.
But meanwhile, Chisato's been massing Sabers pretty sneakily. He has like 9 now.
I wonder what he's gonna snipe with that.
I think maybe he wants to go for X Factor, right? Like, I think if you can somehow go in through the top.
They have clean air superiorities. You take out like the enemy air lab, that's a checkmate move. Even just a naval potentially.
No, I mean, you can use the seaplanes to kill the ships, so now, you can just all in. Like, the Puffins are not good at killing ships, as we've seen in the nut.
What do you think is the most value that you can get out of it? Chips, slabs,
It
or
doesn't really
like the
matter
air
as long
lab?
as he does anything at all. I think it's looking mighty positive.
If he kills all these ships, this is value.
So
Zhao can just move in. There's nothing to stop.
Sabers coming in, and they're starting to chip away all these Elisas and all these oppressors. And with air superiority, it's going to be really hard for Pro to get back into this. Zhao follows this up, and tons of damage just pouring in onto Pro. Autopilot's commander is off in no man's land trying to reclaim as much metal as he can, but Zhao's ahead of him with a res sub, and we're going to need to see a lot more herrings out right now. These Saber numbers are not dwindling, and Pro is just going to call it. So
GG.
quick little 11-minute game.
Oh my.
Wow.
So
Okay.
APM needs to win one more, and they've cleaned the event, no?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah.
Have they lost a game in this tournament?
Yeah.
They have lost one game. They've lost a series to us.
Yeah, they've lost a few games actually, but they've only lost one series. But yeah, so, but this is a little scary, right, for Pro, because that was their pick, and C88B2F takes it, so APM takes it. So now we're gonna go into game 2 on Salt Reef. Do we? I mean, I feel
Salt Reef isn't as bad for Pro as well. I mean, they just played it and they showed like they were not bad at it.
Yeah.
yeah, true.
I really think that both teams will hang back as much as possible, and both teams will focus on upping their 2-2 maxes quickly and either scaling or going for some sort of play.
Yeah. I bet it's the Lishay play, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like every game we watch on this is you just kind of establish the front, and then middle is mined out, and then you up all the T2 mexes, and then you kind of go from there. But maybe someone has something a little bit more prepared for it. In terms of your actual prep, Narn, like how detailed were some of those builds that you guys actually did? Was it just like, you went in a lobby
Some
and
of
said,
them were quite detailed. We had some very in-depth cooking going on for some situations. Oh god. We had a whole build prepared for Rock Jungle, but that fell in the water. Like the a little prouder we are of the whole Rosetta play, because that did end up working as well. That was a really fun and interesting game to play as well.
yeah,
It's fascinating when all you do for a game is you run around upgrading mexes and suddenly your team's winning.
Did you adapt that from Kuchi's play or just
That is
scratch?
Kuchi's idea essentially adapted. Yes, that is
Exactly.
Kuchi's
Yeah.
old build
I like it.
finding
I
new
like
life.
it. Yeah.
I do respect that you took the build that we tried to do and did
I
it
mean,
better.
the Kuchi, no, your build was bad. Your build was complete bad.
Same thing.
This
Same. It's just they just did
adaptation
it
was
better.
much better.
That's what I
Oh, it
said.
was
That's
much-
what I said.
Adaptation,
God,
no,
this
not the
CJ.
micro. It wasn't even the micro.
I did. Okay.
All right, so it's a little busy in here, but we're trying to not to talk over each other. So just so you guys know, on stream we have myself, LSR, Sad Panda, Narn, and CJ. So those are all the voices that you hear. Narn is of course the player on Team Chaos. Who, Narn, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you might be the only player on your team who did not have a positive win rate on their faction. Do you know if that's
Oh.
true?
On which faction? Armor Core?
I think. Hold on. Let me take
Oh, you
a
mean
look.
in total overall?
In total overall, so do you think the reason that your team lost the tournament is because you don't have a pro 50% win rate on ARM, or do you think there was another reason?
Nah, I think it was overall just on there were small things which slowly let our team fall apart. Like no one felt that responsible for like upping our air wall, or some calls not being made, or very small inefficiencies on Charlie and the Hills, which made sure that we were just a tiny bit too late to the front, which there was like an LLT wall and a few bad calls here and there.
Yeah.
Hey, my win rate is overall positive. Don't you worry about that. 52+%.
Fair enough. I just wanted to get that little jab in, but we are in game and we are on Salt Reef, so we're gonna see.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how on many of these games, Team APM just essentially removes one player from the game and lets Chisato or Austin just go double at it.
Yeah, I mean, it worked really well for them in a bunch of ones. The one that blew my mind was the Charlie and the Hills game where Kuchi literally made one mex and then he's like, okay, here's my commander Chisato. He literally, and then they're like, all right, have fun with some ticks or whatever. But in a sense, I mean, it totally does. It's understandable because you're going to get that compound BP and kind of resources funneled into the early T2, and then Kuchi can just devote his entire focus, all of his APM to controlling 2 ticks or whatever. So, yeah.
I mean, it's overall like the philosophy which you approach the game with. That is, you want very clear distinguishment of roles. Like that we as a team wanted to make sure of that one person has to do one thing at a time. So like one person should be controlling unit at the front. If one person is the attacker, he has to only up maxes and like make sure that there's a clear division of labor.
Makes sense. And we again see Pro with the slightly more scattered spawn as opposed to Shoddy being behind Zao, which we've seen a few teams do actually into spawn behind Raigeki in this exact same position. Do you have a preference for that, Narn? Do you prefer you guys did essentially the spawns that C88 is doing, but what's the trade-off between these two?
I think the Pro build will probably have a lot better mid control, since high end will just be able to put more pressure there, which will has a bigger projection of force from the middle, which Team Zao is giving up a little bit. But it should be more economical for Kuchi. But no, Kuchi is just full battery mode, as is Shoddy. So I wonder if this is going to be some sort of all-in build.
Yeah, I mean they're up 2 games, right? So I think if they want to do something risky, they totally can. So Zao is going to be arm bots. Shoddy is playing core battery. Kuchi is playing arm battery. Chisato is up top here, and he is arm vehicles. And then Austin, he can't get away from his tick spam, so he's also going to be arm bots on the Pro side. Randy is core bots, and we see an air lab open from Sash. Maybe going to try to do early bomber, or maybe just wants the scout to make sure that there's no early T2 something tricky. X Factor is arm V. High gain is arm bots, and then autopilot is core bots. So we see all labs on the open except for core V, and here come the scouts.
I think that the team Austin Zao is going for a very aggressive posturing, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them try a similar game plan to as they did on Hades. Just put on get out a large fighting. No, Chisato wants to take straight away. And so going for some sort of pressure on the top side with 2 units.
Sash is gonna spot it, right? No, wait, he didn't spot it.
They're gonna know that something's up, because all the attacker position is empty, and 2 player spawns are essentially only empty maxes. So they gotta be busy on the comms right now, figuring out what's going on.
Right, and they see the battery play from Shoddy, but they basically only see 2 bases. So that I think you're right. They're like, where are the rest of the players? What is happening? I think Sash might
spot the 2-2.
Oh, it's so close though. He doesn't. Maybe he can.
He doesn't want to die to the AA.
Yeah.
That's why.
And on the bottom here, we have Shoddy, and Shoddy snuck in a tick. High gains are running those ticks down, but we don't see a super early T2 from Pro, at least not yet. But Kuchi has multiple rascals in the back sniping Randy's solars and disabling mexes. He got 1 mex. He's going to try to get this other solar. He doesn't, but at least it's cut. Or at least it stopped production.
Still going for a 2-2 con. I think they think that Zao can pretty easily hold south lane mostly alone, which you kind of can on this game. And Team Pro is not that interested in putting on heavy pressure anyway, as they just want to scale. Oh, straight into fusion.
Straight into fusion is crazy to me. And Austin's even coming over. This is the trip. Oh no, he's gonna back away. Absurd. Wow, that is a lot of.
Now it's Kuchi apparently on comm duty as. What's Austin gonna do? Oh my.
I'm not sure we see
Straight into fusion is not that crazy because they had a lot of metal and were stalling E.
It's a little. Yeah, go ahead.
It's not that crazy.
I don't know. I feel like they might just get pressured and die though, right? They don't have any units. They're gonna need to start spamming Jags as soon as it's done.
But they didn't get scouted, right? So.
True. Maybe they felt a little safe. Shuri's running
Team
around.
Pro, I feel like Team Pro knows that something's up, so X Factor blows the calm to take a little bit quicker.
Whoa.
Which might be the
Yeah,
correct call
exactly.
here.
Yeah.
But now they're gonna spot it, definitely, with high gains ticks, no?
Yeah,
I mean, they see the
Jaguar, Jag, so they
already
know. They have to know. If they had seen the fusion, I think it would probably be even better. But up on top, Randy's going to snipe 3 mexes with these grunts, and then he's going to come running down. There are more ticks, but the Jags are going to have to respond to it. These grunts shred ticks. So maybe they can do a little bit more economic damage. I think the scariest thing is if they can find that fusion, because it'd be super bombable and or punishable if they can get there. And high gain with ticks all across the back line of C88B2F.
If they put 1 and 1 together, they now know the location of the 2-2 lab.
Yeah,
but they don't know the fusion exists. That's the only issue here. They just think there's a sprinting Jaguars. That's it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, they know it's here, but not knowing that the fusion exists is definitely kind of a huge deal. And X Factor is handing out cons now.
Yeah, they didn't even self-D for it, so there was legit no indication that this fusion is built.
I think that
That's fast.
I like the position of Pro Team quite a bit here still. Well, let's see me eat those words as these Jags deal immense damage now against the grunts.
Yeah, Jags are running in. What are they even going to do to stop this? I feel like they need way more LLTs, no? They don't have them.
Well, these are fairly low numbers. Maybe like if you stack enough shurikens, you can get the Jag balls. But this is looking like a really nasty run-in.
I mean, it's 4 Jaguars, you need like at least 15 shurikens minimum.
Zhao holding on with a calm and a dream.
Yeah, he's trying, but Autopilot is pushing in. Grunts are running into this LLT. He's gonna stun it again, and these grunts maybe can get in, but there's a Trasher waiting for them, and great split with these Jags. So Kuchi split his Jags up, and now they're gonna try to pick apart all these mexes. X Factor has Shuris, and they're trying to deal with these Jags, so let's see if they can make it work.
Funnily, splitting off the Jag is dangerous since it allows the shurikens to like stun a Jag, leave one behind, and go on to the next Jag.
Actually, yeah, splitting them is the wrong choice.
And Jag's coming out now for X Factor, so as long as they can stem the bleeding top, I think they'll be okay, but there are an insane number of ticks and Jags that are just running into Randy's base, and he's going to need to be very careful. We're going to need a lot more LLTs down, but hopefully the reinforcing Jags will be enough.
Oh, they're going for the com instead, actually.
It's just going to work well for Randy, I think, right?
If he dies to the ticks, then no. Yeah. If he dies to the Jags, then yes. Well, Randy's gonna live.
Or if he doesn't die. Okay. The alternative we didn't know could happen.
He just lives, it's that simple. Sash needs to hit the Jag printer as hard as he can.
Yeah, and Randy's whole base is gonna go down right now to these Jags, so Jags are gonna shred that. The other Jags that they have are cleaning up some of the ticks, but top is still looking really concerning, and there are a lot of commanders walking up here, so if they can just take top and then push through, I think Pro is gonna be in a very concerning situation.
Seems that Hygen made the choice to stop scaling 2-2 maxes to like make a bunch of wind and energy for the team right now, and now he's resuming. I think they can stabilize top side, and south side should be quite rich for Team Pro.
See, Zhao was given a console, so we're going to see another gunslinger, which we saw a few games where gunslingers did great work. Oh, is Shoddy trading with... No? All right. They're just saying hellos and shooting each other with lasers. Standard introductions.
This early push definitely gains them like full map control in north though, and they didn't cede much map control in south. So
income is surprisingly equal still.
yeah, it is equal because mexes, no tier 2 mexes on west side. Like I mean there are.
Randy did die in the north, just like 3 commanders to no commanders from Team Pro.
Austin has all 3 columns up in north. I love it. He's just living his best life, walking commanders forward and building LLTs. But I mean, like LSR said, one of the best counters to like this early Jag aggression is if you can just put LLTs and choke points. Oh, and he gets pretty good D guns off, and now there's a bull to push away all the excitement that they had. Shadi has a bull in mid as well, but High Gain's relatively close and might be. Oh no, he's on radar. Never mind. So he might be able to snipe it, but it looks like
It's quite awkward for Saskarin to be an air player as like on the front's position now, as he can't really do much and so is reliant on X Factor.
right. And more bulls being handed out, and now I think we're going to start to see that economic differences. These T2 mexes are getting upgraded. We've got T2s with consoles and T1s just boosting them. So C88 is hopefully going to be able to up these mexes, and then they will have a pretty commanding lead. We're going to see what Pro needs to do to kind of rescue it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Zhao is pushing with the single gunslinger in the south with tech spam.
And High Gain self
Whatever he's
Ds.
pulling.
He gets it. And
He
this,
should be able to eat that, unless Zhao now pushes to that position and secures it himself. He's got res spots ready, while Team Pro does not have res spots.
looks like
Oh, he
Sherry's
might
are
kill
going to...
autopilots come.
Oh no. Right when I looked away, unfortunately. So autopilot's comm goes down, and Zhao, I think, might be able to push up north. This army value difference is getting very, very scary. I think Pro is trying to recover what they can and get their mexes upgraded, but I'm a little concerned that they might just get steamrolled if they don't have any changes soon. Bulls exchanging shots up on top, so Randy and Kuchi shooting each other. But
Team Pro is still skating with wind, while Chisato's on a free fusion economy already for the whole team.
Yeah, Pro already has a Juno though. That's actually.
I wonder what the
Juno on the
follow-up
south.
play for C88 is going to be now from Chisato.
I think it's just scaling now, right? Like,
Well,
you
they
have-
can go, just go into like a tier 2 unit,
You have full map
smash
control.
and break through. They can go tier 3, they can go air.
Yeah, safe play would be just scale and ending, and yeah, because they have full map control now. They know they have full map control. With Zhao, especially with Zhao pushing with just a single Maverick. Although yeah, Chisato must has to build something to help Zhao now, I think.
yep. Well, I mean, top still has a lot of pressure. Randy's being annoying with this one bull, but I think as soon as it dies and this massive flood of ticks from Austin comes in, it's going to be incredibly scary. Pro rebuilt these T1 mexes, but there's still a ton of reclaim here, and X Factor is going to have to start making units. He's dropping a fusion right now, which is a little inopportune, but these ticks... oh no, there's Jags with them, so I don't know if these ticks can get shut down by Shuri's. Oh, and Scout from Chisato, so I think they see almost everything. Is this a nuke angle?
Ooh, it could be. That would be one of the
be,
checkmate moves they can go for here, definitely. But I mean, like, but still a fusion angle, as they
Yeah,
are so
scaling
rich
angle.
and they just keep getting further ahead right now.
Yeah, this is just a scaling angle, just, you know.
We see...
Be
a-
safe, close it out, and win the tournament. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this Pro kind of feels like they're completely backed into a corner. They're going to lose another base as well. So Sashkorn is losing his whole base to Bulls, Jags, and Ticks. X Factor finally finished that fusion, and he's making units, but they're down to one column. They've lost 2 player bases, and the eco stats are not looking positive.
I think it's
No
gonna be
more air
another
for
lich snipe
Rosetta.
angle here for a 2-2 bombing run from C88 as the 2-2 lab goes down.
Yeah.
Oh, Shoddy
Okay, we're not
trying
even...
to build right something in the middle.
All right, we're not even going to look. I don't want to know. All right, so We've got Jags pushing on bottom. They're going to try to collapse in on this bull from autopilot that's running back, and there's reinforcing grunts, but I think there's just way too many pawns and Jags here. So autopilot's whole front base has been collapsed, and even though High Gain came to save top with all these units, now his own base is in danger. So they were upping mexes, but we see tons of pawns and grunts being spammed and reinforcing bulls coming. But I think we're going to see some serious economic damage from this pawn ball. Splits in half. Some are going to come up and try to snipe the other side, and the bottom half is running away, pulling units away from the front, and they're going to find these juicy undefended T2 mexes. So we'll see what happens. One mex goes down, second mex goes down, and I think he even gets the third. So this economic difference is going to kick ahead even more, and High Gain needed to pull these units back, and as soon as they retreat, Kuchi comes in with a huge number of bulls. He's got 11 bulls.
High Gain running all the way south. You really can't afford to do that, though, as the army up top is also pushing in.
Uh-oh. We also see Shoddy with a Lich. And where's Last Com? They know where Last Com is. Sash immediately cloaks, but...
Under a jammer, he's invisible to them, but even if they lose the fusions, that's devastating damage.
Yeah, he is invisible. And coming for the fusion, they pop the one, and... oh no, it is completely dead. They do lose the Lich. X-Factor immediately pops it down. Luckily up on top here, these grunts are able to collapse in onto all the bulls, so bulls are retreating and reinforcing ticks are here. High Gain has finally been able to come back to his actual lane on bottom, and he's sending tons of grunts and pawns down. Hornets? Interesting.
Hornets are the Armada dragons. So.
Does he want to try? I guess he wants to try to snipe something. Oh, and they're just going to straight up resign. They just call it. They know they're too far behind. Wow. Wow. All right, so that was...
We have a champion.
Yeah. That was probably the fastest... Whoa, that is the wrong desk. Apologies. That is probably the fastest finals we've ever had, in part because of the 2-game lead, or sorry, the 1-game lead. So C88 only needed to win 2 games, but they won those 2 games in quick and convincing fashion. So LSR, unless I'm wrong, that means that C88 B2F are our champions.
That's true, Olshak. It is like that. They're the Reef masters, right? And did pretty good job of dominating both Reefs, and they'll secure the champion title of Omega Series 3. Well, congratulations to them.
Yeah, so
Well,
these are the players right here. So Austin, Zhao, Kuchi, Shoddy, Chisato, Neza, and Quacker. I don't know if Quacker played any games, did he?
He did some. He's my
He played
original
some
senpai.
qualifier.
I love Cracker guy, and he played on qualies a little bit. I'm sure he's been proud of his team. You know,
Okay,
I'm happy
okay.
they get him. I mean, a lot of players were just like these show players. I mean, Sheep also played like 1 game, right? So
Wow. All right.
it's what it is.
It is what it is. So
I make sure to send Quacker my regards. Congratulate on him becoming the champion for sure.
yeah, it's pretty funny that he was able to do it. I don't think without playing any games in main stage, but yeah, I mean they were super dominant, right? I think they lost a series to Team Chaos, and they lost a couple series elsewhere, but really they looked amazing. What were you gonna say, Nar?
It's a very interesting phenomenon, because last tournament I played with Chisato as well, and we also won that tournament. But we also lost in the group stage. And what happens is that Chisato goes in with some hubris. He thinks it's gonna be fine. Then they lose a series to someone. Then realize, oh shit, we actually need to think this through a little bit. Then we had an 8-hour brainstorming session. We reworked our entire approach to the game. We came back the other day and then somehow came back to win the tournament. And yesterday I did see them go over like every map slowly, lurking them on my friend's screen while in the bar lobby browser. So I'm wondering how much practice they did yesterday. A little like the student learning everything one night before the test.
Hey, it paid off for them, right? I think they did an incredible job. That was super well executed by C88B2F. And even though DBS has split Narn, some of its life is in these other teams, and one of those teams was able to clinch the victory. So yeah, LSR, other comments?
Well, do we get to do an interview? Maybe somebody wants to talk, or?
Yeah. I mean, I think we could. I will straight up tell you right now, we are not putting Shoddy in Discord on mainstream, but if you want to pull in any other member of that team, I will happily do it.
Well, Zhao already fall asleep.
Okay. So we'll see.
Americans, the early morning hours for them.
Yeah, we gotta do that there. In the meantime, I just want to say some thank yous to all the people who helped make Omega Series happen. So two organizers, LSR, who's here, and Inda, who was playing for Team Chaos that got third place. Those are the guys who initially started Omega Series. And LSR, while I'm yapping away on the front, he's making sure teams get into lobbies. He's fixing problems like when teams don't show up. So thank you for the organization there. I also want to thank the casters. So you guys heard Sad Panda today. You heard CJ today. Narn, who hopped in at the end right here. We also had LDM and Hellshound, who were casting on the other stream. So thank you.
There's a lot more people. There's VDBs and a lot of people working behind the background, starting from the the logos and all the background work that has been contributed to Omega Series. And don't forget the LP man, like he's bankrolling all this stuff as well. So
that's true.
Huge shout out, and obviously to the players as well and the viewers. Hopefully we get more Omega Series runs.
Yeah, I think
see how that works out. Cannot announce anything yet, but we're gonna work towards providing
something
more
in the
series.
works there. You wanna tease?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and
yeah, thank you Debs for not pushing any updates. I was a little bit scared yesterday that Flores, like I think CJ said that some targeting is a little bit off, so I was like quick to blame Flores, but everything from like PTAC has been supporting us throughout the tournaments, and yeah. Just a huge shout out to community as well.
And thank you, Volshak, for doing the incredibly fun job of casting the games, which is quite taxing.
You are welcome. It's fun. I get to build myself these fancy desks that you see, which are always hilarious. But no, it was great. So thank you for everyone. I'm gonna run through players. I also wanted to say a couple more thank yous. All of the stats that you guys see on here come from our boy Kermode Bear, so I just want to say thank you for him. He opened up his the Bar Pro Stats site, so I can just immediately scrape data for all these teams and then put them in without having to manually enter 1,000 variables. So thank you to him. Also, Kit didn't have time this time, but I haven't thanked him before. So Super Kiddo normally does the hype trailers and other things, so I just want to say thank you to that. And real quick, thank you to all the teams and all the players. We see Team Chaos here, who finished in third. We see Pro, who finished in second. Please Ban Sheep, who finished third. No, third? Yeah, third, right? Am I tripping? No, fourth. Sorry. They finished fourth. C88, who are our grand finalists. Congratulations to all of you. And then a really awesome team finished 5th, 6th. Big Naturals made it were dropped in the qualifiers, but they had some good games. Dominicatus finished 7th, 8th. Nut finished 5th, 6th. So thank you to all the players there. P1 made it through the qualifiers, or went down in the qualifiers. Apologies. Thank you to you guys. Geothermal Power weren't able to make the main event. I really hope they could have been in the group stages, but they finish 7th, 8th, and finally Anonymous, who were in the qualifiers. We can't cast games if there aren't players for those games. So thank to all of you. Thank you to all of you, however we would say that. And LSR, are we going to call it there, or do we have a yapper from the team that we can pull in?
I didn't get any updates, no. So I think it's fine. We could wrap up right here. I don't think anybody suggested on the interview. Nobody responded to Panda, so I guess that's it.
All right. So thank you all so much for watching. I am excited to sign off after 8 hours and get out of here. But thank you again to all the co-casters. CJ, you got any shout outs you need to say before we call it?
I think my favorite shout out is not impressed me this whole tournament. Like, at least from what I watched, like, Nut was really good. Out of all the teams, and the most unexpected team that like took a game off of PBS, off of Pro, and off of Team Chaos. All are teams that like came top 5.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah, I think
they
we
did
can mark
exceptionally
German team as being fan favorites for sure. They shoved everybody.
Watch out for the
Hopefully
up-and-coming
they improve
Germans.
their stats and participate in the next competitive events for sure.
Yeah, if it's the German discipline, like they will definitely win a tournament. Pretty sure.
Yeah, let's
Turns
be
out-
careful with letting
Watch out,
Germans.
everybody. Teamwork in a team game can get you pretty far.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Nut. They were great. Also, shout out to the Chinese team that thug walked everyone and won some games. That was quite entertaining to watch. Sad Panda, any comments before we close it, sir?
No, I just want to say thanks for everyone who organized this. A lot of effort and care was put into this. And just like thanks for all the work you put into this, Walshock. Yeah, much appreciated.
Awesome. You are welcome. It's fun to do, minus the super long casting schedule and producing schedule. But it's great to see. It's always fun to see like the high level bar games where people actually get to cook and try hard. And yeah. So I think if there are no other comments, we are going to call it there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, sounds like it, yeah.
All right. So thank you to all the viewers. Please sub if you're not sub, whatever it is, follow or sub if you want to the stream if you liked it. We'll have another Omega series potentially. We're waiting on some comments from that, and I think we'll have a fight night next week, and then BPL season 5 will start sometime soon. So if you're a 1v1er, get ready for it. But that's it from us. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day and have a good one.
Goodbye.